I just answered your question. Julian is on a trip right now for some reason, but Harry just answered your question. The source is...
I'm asking Julian.
I see.
Yes.
Okay.
What is the source that this tweet has of this story ever happening? Obviously biased tweet. What is the source of the information?
Look, there's been articles on...
I'm asking for a source. The primary source, not where it was echoed, because as you know, I'm not asking in the reports, what is the source that they say that they got it from?
Look, there's no source in this post, but at the same time, this has been reported on Al Jazeera, The Guardian, but American outlets have been reporting on this, so I was really worried. Like, why is no outlets?
Maybe you are so close, Julian. You are so close. You are so close, Julian. You are like, do you understand evidence? Do you understand like the job of journalism? Like, only for yourself. In the article that you read,
you're a symbol of what's wrong with the American public education system. You're a symbol of what's wrong with the American public education system. Julian, there's something wrong right now. Julian, did you take the vaccine?
You don't have to answer that question if you want to.
Julian, did you take it? How many vaccines did you take, Julian?
That's against HIPAA. You don't answer that question.
Julian, you're missing the point in a major disturbing way. It is missing the point in a major disturbing way. It is a meme online, okay? So
I don't think it is.
Drop the link in the chat.
Okay, put the link in the chat. Like, this isn't a joke. A child is being posted.
Didn't get his teeth knocked out.
Do you understand the fact that Al Jazeera wrote a story that maybe someone told her doesn't mean shit? And they believe it, so you believe it? Dude, have some respect for yourself and use the brain that was given to you by based on what? On your opinion?
Truly,
because they repeat the same lie? Forget about the Guardian. Use your own brain. Even the Guardian that is most reputable, use your own brain. Even the Guardian that is most reputable never says anything. In no prison? Al Jazeera? No, they didn't. So what? Telepathically? For fuck's sake, like, use your brain. Actually, you are reliable sources, so I believe them. Like God, this is how they brainwash you. Just believe whatever they told to you because there's a stamp with the Guardian of it, as if it's like the Ministry of Truth.
So this is an article from the Guardian. U.S. embassy officials have conducted welfare checks on Mohammed Ibrahim since his detention, but have faced restrictions in recent weeks, according to an email sent by a State Department official to the family. Zahir, Mohammed's father, said he was informed by the embassy after an early visit that his son appeared to have lost 12 kilograms, 26 pounds in the spring. In mid-July, the State Department assured the family in an email seen by The Guardian that Ibrahim was suffering from scabies and contagious skin infection caused by mites and was receiving medical treatment, said U.S. officials would visit once he recovered.
So scabies, basically. Yeah, that happens sometimes, especially in like prisons or in army, because of the type of wound.
Oh, I thought it was a name interesting.
No, scabies could happen. That shit happens.
There's no reliable source that he just mentioned that shows that this guy, who we don't even know if that picture is actually his real picture or his name, even exists, or he's even in a prison. It's all bullshit propaganda, and I said this earlier in the room, is these fuckers come in here from TikTok and the first thing they read, they believe. It's brainwashing. That's all it comes down to. That's it.
Yeah, read the article.
Learn how to think for yourself.
It was in an email.
report.
Do you know?
There's actually a lot of details, and U.S. Embassy officials have verified it. So I don't see how this is a fake person.
What is the name of the?
I honestly don't give a fuck, Julian. When I give a fuck about is the hostages that are still in Gaza, which no one seems to talk about. You come in here talking about this fucking guy who threw rocks or whatever he did, broke the law, who deserves to be in jail. So I don't give a shit about him, Judge. I care about the people who were innocently taken from their homes while they were sleeping in the bed at 7 in the morning because terrorists came and fucking walked into their house with AK-47s. That's what I care about. And then they raped the women, children. They killed the dogs in the fucking kibbutz there. They burned the houses down. But you care about some fucking kid that broke the law because he's a fucking retard, thought that he was going to be a martyr.
And seeing doctors that weigh him and treat him for scabies. This is your problem, not the hostages. So you see how they look like?
I care about the hostages.
Be in jail. And people that try to murder people should go to a mental institution. Okay? You should not be here defending them and talking about them as if they're like good people that were like oppressed. No, the guy's he's not a child. He's not a child.
Julian, what is wrong with the answers? You have been given many answers to your query here.
Hello, moderators. Moderators, this is John. I'd like to make a demonstration and show you a quick diagnostic. Julian is 370.
John, can I mod? Or if I give you the green bean, are you going to just end the room?
No, I won't. Julian, this is a quick diagnostic for the room. What's 373 times 1,000? What is 373 times 1,000?
I'm not answering that.
Okay, let me give you an easier version. What is 100 times 1,000? What is 100 times 1,000? Go ahead, Julian.
Julian, really?
This is an important diagnostic here. Because it's important to know. It's important to know that as a speaker and having a debate with Julian, if you can't even answer a simple math question, maybe it's you that are having the problem, failing to realize that Julian, may not all be there, but you are having an intense debate with somebody who may not all be there. Someone that can't do 100 times 1,000, and then we'll know that our diagnostic test has been completed.
You just put it on the cat there right now.
Every child that commits a crime, no matter how old he is, should be in fucking jail. And I hope this kid fucking rots in jail.
It's the same thing that happens in America.
Scabies. I mean, guys have scabies.
If you commit a murder in America and you're 16 years old, they're going to charge you as an adult. You're very close. You're close to 18 as a child.
He's a child. Let him go. Don't arrest him. Don't arrest the murderer. Let him go outside and kill more Jews because he's a child. Exactly. Look, the problem should be with the indoctrination of children that teaches them from a young age that it's a holy war to go and slaughter Jews. Okay, that should be a problem. But you didn't say a word about it. You're blaming the Jews for arresting him before he killed the Jew and put him in fucking jail when he's getting all the rights like visiting from his counselors and doctors.
He's from Florida.
Julian, you're a fucking
The governor of Florida is helping him because he's from Florida.
Okay.
Julian, why was he throwing rocks in the West Bank instead of chilling on the beach in Florida? All right, well, for Julian, I'm just using the words that are appropriate for Julian.
I know that this area is, and also,
why was he throwing rocks and not eating his mother's junk food or whatever it's called?
Like I said before, I do feel for the hostages currently in Gaza.
Wait, what about my question? I didn't ask you about the hostages.
We just said I feel for them.
What about?
We
We didn't ask about the hostages right now. I asked you why was he throwing rocks? Why was he throwing rocks, Julian?
Well, he was accused of throwing rocks at
question. Why was he? Why was he? So we're gonna give them. If he was accused, it's because it happened. Okay. So if you take face value of what they're saying, take face value what we're saying. He was throwing rocks, as it says there, and then he was arrested, and now he's facing trial. Let's say, according to your tweet. Why was he throwing rocks? Was he skipping them on a lake with his buddies?
Like I said before, I think
try to answer. It's important. It's not a gotcha. If you understand this, maybe it will open your eyes because it's a child, falsely accused.
Daniel, there is no opening Julian's eyes. He supports murderers. It's just that simple.
Julian, what is 373 times 1,000?
300,000.
Oh, shit. 373,000.
Yes.
373,000.
You have to anyway, what does this have to do with the topic? Because at the same time, I'm very, like I said,
You chose to answer this.
I acknowledge,
the question of why. We ask you why.
I don't know.
Commodities are necessities. We don't need commodities.
You don't need Red Bull. I mean,
It's not a commodity.
well, I'm sorry, maybe I'm using the wrong word.
You go,
That's a lot of
gas.
using a lot of proprietary words. You have a specific definition. Yeah, like it's
Sorry, I thought
colonial definitions. She's not going to be familiar with the economic definitions.
oh my god, we just stop talking to people like they're idiots. Okay.
Guys, and spent numerous time with them, just I just leave them here and talking bullshit.
Okay. I really hope y'all change your approach, please.
It's audio. I think you're making this up.
It's not I hate to admit is that Mel Gibson makes some of the best movies in the game. Like it pains me as a Jews.
Yeah, a couple of it.
Braveheart, Apocalypto, what else did he do? It was really good. Patriot was fun. Even though it's not a great movie, it's a fun movie.
Not recordings. I got text messages. I got pictures. I have screen grabs. Because people be lying. When it comes to Clubhouse, it ain't that deep for me to go back and forth for people. But I'm realizing in the last 2 weeks, people have been up in arms, lying way too much.
This new thing where people do not understand hypothetical situations. I'm working with young people all the time. There are some people, younger people, the future stewards of society who do not comprehend the concept of a hypothetical situation. And so you'll say to them, hey, if you were going to do that, and they're like, oh, like right now? And you have to say to them, no, like in the future, like in your imagination, like pretend, like let's really do that. Pretend. Can you pretend? Let's do it differently. Yes, very much.
No, it's felony as
very much.
It's felony assault.
No,
if he
he said it didn't happen. He didn't say no. He didn't.
Okay, but if it happened, it's felony assault. It doesn't matter why.
No, of course it matters. It matters why? Because it's not a criminal act.
It is a criminal act.
No, it's in your words.
It could be attempted murder also.
This is a terrorism. No. In your world, this is terrorism because it's the reason why it matters. Also in court, okay?
Well, it
Why
could be
did you do
an
this?
additional charge.
It's terrorism.
An additional charge of terrorism.
Yes,
sure.
but I'm asking
At
you
the very least,
why
it
matters to me why. The point also, the question is why, not what. No, but Jason, that would be the classification. Why did he get up the same day, got out, and decided to throw those rocks?
Right.
Not right.
But
This is the question.
It does in jail. But he's in jail for assault.
But it does matter. It does matter.
It robbed somebody.
Oh my God, Jason. No, it does matter. Jason. No, for you, it's assault, okay? But it does matter why. Because it happens a lot for the same reason.
For the courts, it's assault.
No, for the courts, it's
Justice system, it's assault.
Wait.
No, Jason,
Wait.
cannot say no enough. Go and study the topic about the Palestinian terror. Just assault. Like you would do if I would meet you in the supermarket and we have a fight. It's not.
No, assault is when you put someone in fear of bodily harm. Okay, and battery is when you deliver on. Battery is when you harm them. That's what those two things are.
Intent is a critical part of any violent act.
Yes, intending to. If you don't have the intent of self-defense, it's assault.
But any violent act.
I don't know why you guys are arguing about this right now.
Because that's all you need to know to explain why the kid is in jail. It is not a hostage.
It matters, Jason. If it doesn't matter to you, let the conversation go because it does matter. Maybe if you read the answer, you will understand why.
Maybe if you hear what I'm saying,
we heard what you're saying.
Well, we heard you.
We heard what you said 7 times. But the question that I had was not what was the charge. I asked why I was get up that morning. Why did he get up that morning and decided to throw rocks? That is the question that interests me. And I think that if Julian would understand it, he would have a better understanding of the entire situation and not think that it's like a child that was arrested and accused and got scared.
Look, I understand that, but at the same time, I'm reading the article, and I think they make it clear that his family does dispute the charges about
Of course they do. They always do. What does that mean? That means nothing.
Oh no, so it didn't happen. If the family says that the child didn't throw rocks, then obviously, what are we talking about? That actually never happened that a Palestinian threw a rock at a Jew. That would be actually the first, so it makes sense. And me asking you, like, I think 12 times, you failed to answer once. And I think it's because you know the answer, you just don't want to admit it for some reason.
What was the question?
The question is, why did that little child, instead of playing at home with his friends soccer with a ball, decided to take a rock and throw it at Jews? He's a child, I remind you. Okay, not a militant, not a fighter. He should be, I don't know, nursing, whatever children do in your eyes at the age of 16.
Look,
He doesn't want to answer because he knows the answer to the question. Right.
Why wasn't he nursing? Why wasn't he nursing in his mother's
Right.
bosom?
I think that's a valid question, but I think we're also ignoring that his family did dispute the charges.
I'm not asking about you that try to focus about my question first. Answer my question, then we can talk about.
Let's return to Don's question. Because I think that this is really disturbing that Julian is consistently. Julian, we have heard, like we can hear you. We're all on the group call together. We can hear you. So you already said the family disputed the charges. That was already responded to. Then it was your turn
Looking about
with the
same
not following.
topic, we're still talking about why he threw these rocks.
No, Daniel, it doesn't matter if the family disputes the charges.
I think that is important because
Then why do you think he was arrested then? Then why do you think? Do you hear me? Do you hear me?
Why would Israel take a 16-year-old and
Why
now
would they
leave
take
him
his
and
whole
hold him in
family?
detention?
Why wouldn't they take his whole fucking family? Why wouldn't they just
Julian's
roll him and
a
shoot them all? Why wouldn't he shoot them all? Why wouldn't they go up? Why did they airstrike that? Airstrike the whole fucking
Believe what you want to believe, and just believe what you believe, but just give us the reason why this event happened. If you want to say that he threw the rock, why he threw the rock? If you say that Israel arrested him falsely, why? Like, try to make sense of it so we can understand you, because I don't think we do.
Look, I'm just trying to say that I just think it's worrying an American child is being held on these
We heard you there. We heard you. I agree with you. It's worrying that an American child is being held on these accusations.
You're not answering
I
the
agree
question.
with you word for word.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter what his family is
That's what
saying.
his family is saying, and that's disturbing. It's disturbing that his family is a bunch of fucking dirty liars. And they're not just fucking owning up to reality. Their son is a Palestinian terrorist who goes on vacation to Judea and Samaria to throw rocks at people's children. He's from Palm Bay, Florida. They enlisted the help of the Florida government. They were there half the year.
The thing with the Pope is, they don't shoot.
Julian,
Don't
Americans
just
are
gonna chew
arrested.
the food for them and put it in their mouth.
Julian,
Guys, I have a question.
Americans are arrested all over the world all the time for crimes like this. And no, the U.S. is not busting them out or whatever. People who commit crimes should be in fucking jail. Okay, and this kid probably is in that category, dude. And that's not fucking concerning. That's the system working.
Are you arguing with someone from Israel?
Any person in America that would throw rocks at police officers or military would be put in jail right away. Like, no questions about it.
And it's amazing the way that he says American child. Like, dude, are you lying to yourself, trying to manipulate like the situation? Let's maybe call it a terrorist indoctrinated child.
The Julian.
Yes, so maybe your problem should be child indoctrination and recruitment of children. That should be a problem.
Julian, my question remains unanswered. It is another hypothetical question, so you might have trouble with this one. But if he wasn't arrested for throwing rocks, Julian, you agree it's possible that he did not throw rocks? You agree? It's possible he did not throw rocks. Is this true?
Well, so he's accused
Dr.
of
Brainpop.
throwing rocks.
He's been accused of throwing rocks. Like, as I previously stated, returning to the script. Julian, why do you believe that he was specifically targeted? Jesus. This is a big waste of time.
Was he arrested in the pool of the soccer field? Like, where was he arrested?
Wait, let's. Let's just confirm what my friend the trash bag just said, that this is a huge waste of fucking time. Let's just confirm that for everybody here so you know how to proceed. That this is a huge waste of fucking time. Huge waste of time.
I think it's great, honestly.
No, we spend too much time on
We're making ourselves look like retards because this is a self-roasting app, and anytime you open your mouth on this app, you end up roasting yourself. And so I've actually done a bunch of shit today, like drove around and did a couple errands, but I think the entire time that I've been doing that, I've been halfway trying to focus on this fucking retarded gobbledygook that people are arguing about. I mean, no offense to anybody in particular, but it is a big waste of time, probably.
So what do we want to talk about then?
We could potentially, first of all, let me just say, we could potentially waste less time if we had slightly more efficient communication. Like, if we didn't have to go back and forth. You know, John has suggested in the past that we might have like a 1 minute hard limit for every speaker has 1 minute hard stop. And I think if we implemented that, Well, yeah, I don't know, but I think that could make a lot of headway, and I think that people have to listen. I mean, you have to listen if you're being spoken to. You have to really, really, really listen, and that's a big ask too. Because sometimes I'm speaking to somebody, I'm like, "Hey, are you hearing me?" I can't see their face. I'm trusting that they're hearing me, but then when it's their turn to speak, it sounds like they didn't really hear me fully. So.
Because they don't give a shit about what you say. They care only about the agenda and the propaganda that they want to spread. I 100% agree with you. It's a waste of time. You want to hear what? You want to hear what you heard already a million times before? What new about what they say? It's never new. I want to see Julia or anybody motherfucker else that in private truck get hit by a rock and tell me, oh, it's only a rock. Why you want to shoot him? Let's see what happened to you when you're driving and you're getting hit by a rock. That's surprising you.
Have you ever seen those videos, Julian, of the people
I
driving?
love how he thinks about a truck because he's a truck driver.
Oh, no. Okay, whatever.
No, that's not why, because that's what these fucking kids do. They throw rocks at trucks, at cars, people, like innocent people, civilians driving to and from work. They take guns, they shoot.
Truck driver. Do you understand this stupidity?
But Shuki, you missed the point that he's a child and his family said that it didn't happen. You missed that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we're missing all the points. We're always on the miss. Somehow, we always on the miss. We never on the get it. And Julian is claiming that he's so much for Israel, and he cannot bring himself to say one good thing about Israel. Unbelievable.
I love
Go sit on a cactus, you fucking piece of shit.
Sit on a what did you say?
I just said I love something from Israel. I think your beaches
Yes, cactus.
Oh, sit on a cactus.
There's shawarma, really, Julian? How would you know anything about the beaches or?
I have Google and I Googled Israeli beaches.
Oh my God. Yes, go Google.
Julian, have you ever Googled these nuts?
Yeah, this is from like an hour ago. She was like, my Telephone Beach.
Is that where you are now?
Yeah, no, an hour ago.
Now you're going home.
At some point, I don't know exactly when.
Nobody still answered
It's
the
not
question.
too crowded. I would expect it to be much more crowded.
104 dollars for 28.
So not really. Okay, so maybe not peak time.
What was the question, BB? BB, what was the question that we're supposed to answer for somebody?
Receiver.
How do you pronounce this Hebrew name? Is it Naim?
Who?
The guy with the Netanyahu photo?
Oh, him?
Is it? No, but the full name. Aleph. Is that what it is, really?
Or something else like that.
So the coin that they always seem to say that has the name Palestine on it, that's also written on the coin as well. What he has in his
Are you
name.
saying that the Aleph can also signify the word for land?
No, it's an abbreviation like LTD is limited, or like, I don't know.
Like USA?
Oh,
Yes, exactly.
I got it. Thank you.
Abbreviation.
Thank you.
And basically the name was the British Manitoba. The name was the British Manitoba Palestine, but in Hebrew was the Eretz Israel.
Yeah.
Same as you would say Germany in English, but in German you say Deutschland.
Yes.
So in Hebrew it was always Eretz Israel. And it was on every stamp or document or passport or whatever.
It's not hotel.
Thank you.
So whenever they show those coins or documents, they just don't read Hebrew. So,
The number and
Does that make sense, Julian, about the rock thrower?
What about the rock thrower?
We've answered your question here for the past 25 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, is my microphone working?
Working out.
No, your microphone is working. I think he's just had a bit too much, kind of annoyed with products, maybe. I don't know.
Julian sounds to me like one of the guys from Amir's room, no?
Who's Amir?
Huh?
Who
is Amir? The one that you're licking his butthole. Yeah, no, like, this is the intellectual level of his rooms. Who is Amir? The one that you're licking his butthole all the time.
I don't know who Amir is.
He's the one who you're licking his butthole.
Listen, you should go in the lobby. He hosts rooms now.
That's what I do in his rooms.
Yeah, you should go in. This is exactly like the place for you.
Julian, have you seen this image?
I'm in his room.
Dr. Julian. Have you seen this image?
What image?
PTR.
Yeah, I have seen that image, and like I said, I do feel for the Israeli hostages, but at the same time, I feel for humanity as a whole, and I feel for the hostages too.
You know, whenever somebody says, I have a lot of empathy for something, and then they say the word but, what they're saying is, ignore everything I previously said, this is what I really feel. That's what the issue is. So when people say, oh, you know, it's horrible what happened on October the 7th, but Hamas had no choice.
Why is there a but though?
Julian, we feel for humanity, but the point of this image is to illustrate the lie. What's most significant about this image, in my opinion, is that this is a major accident. That this, first of all, people, do you understand, Julian, what this is an image of?
You don't. Yes, it's one of the Israeli hostages.
And whose arms and what is being handed to him?
I'm assuming that's Hamas.
And what are they handing to him? You can zoom in.
It looks like water or food.
Looks like a can of beans, basically, to me.
Yeah.
With some Arabic writing. Okay, so but this is an axe. This is a major slip up. This is a goof because they should have gotten a much more starving Hamas person to hand him the fucking can of beans. Because as I illustrated in the meme, I'm the creator of this meme, by the way, which I think is a very nice meme. You can clearly see that the one guy is starving and that the other guy is being treated very well. So what we're told all the time is that the hostages are being treated very well, and what we're told all the time is that the Palestinians are starving. We're told that all the time. No, they say that all the time. The hostages.
I disagree. No, because
beside the point. The point is, they goofed up and they showed that they're not actually starving. That the Hamas guys who are in the tunnel with the starving guy, the Hamas guys are not actually starving. And so the reason why I think this is irrelevant in response to your right. So the reason why this is a nice response to your image about the rock-throwing 16-year-old from Palm Bay, Florida, who went on vacation to Judea and Samaria and spent his time throwing rocks at passing cars for fun. The reason why this image is a nice response is because it illustrates how many lies there are in the Palestinian narrative. There are lies when they're talking about whether or not they're throwing rocks at cars. There are lies when they're talking about whether or not the hostages are being treated very well. There are lies when they're talking about whether or not the Palestinians themselves are starving. There are lies that you can see being disproven every day when you watch the videos. There are lies about the aid trucks and the aid distribution. And I saw a video the other day of one of the dropped aid packages that landed on a balcony. Did you see that one? Anybody?
What is your question? Scaffolding, landed on scaffolding.
Yeah, did you? I mean, resistance is a hateful piece of garbage. Julian is just young.
Julian is no better than resistance.
Oh, Julian is much better than resistance in one
But
simple
tell
way.
you why? No,
I'll just tell you.
as a young guy,
Defense.
I'm sorry. As a young guy,
All right, fine.
There's the worst part of people.
as a young guy that actually studied in New York University, if you don't do your own research, shut the fuck up, bitch. Well, if you don't do your own research to find out what is the actual truth, then you are no better than resistance.
What's the much than people not doing their research?
I hear you, man. Julian's defense is nice.
Now, Julian needs to apologize.
Don't you see that I convert resistance? Look on my PTR, I converted.
The thing that hurts much more than people not doing their own research, which is, okay, somebody can be lazy, somebody might not care too much, blah, 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 excuses. What I fucking hate is people not making any fucking sense in a conversation. Like, you give them the fact, you ask them a question, and they cannot fucking answer like a really dumb question that like a 5-year-old should answer.
Because they for themselves. They didn't choose their own food. Everything is handed to them, like the fact. And that's exactly the reason why I'm telling you that Julian is no better than resistance. Because he know that if he's gonna do the research, he will find out exactly what you're telling him. He knows that he's not that dumb. But he wants to be to themselves. That's what they have to themselves that they are with the so they cannot do this. It's like self-preservation mechanism.
Julian, defend yourself.
I said before, I agree with my friend Trash Bag. I don't think most of the narratives coming out of Gaza, I don't think they're starving. Like he says, it seems like they're very well fed. A lot of these narratives are quote-unquote propaganda. But at the same time, there are people on both sides who are suffering. I don't think it's like anyway, like I said before, there are people on both sides of this conflict who are suffering, and I'm just very concerned with this child and his situation going on now because
I wish that you're gonna be that child. I wish that you're gonna be that child and you're gonna see how good it is. You will master a child.
And they were saying, oh look, they're starving the children, they're starving the children. That's like how, research, like someone else talked about, have to the defensive
in the most heinous ways that just is happening as you and
and I are speaking right now on Clubhouse, or the Hindus in Bangladesh hanging upside down, being absolutely butchered and tortured as they're killed. I mean, my heart goes out to the Druze in Syria, in the Sudan, the amount of people, as we're on Clubhouse now, that are being murdered. So,
Not involved because it's not involved Israel.
Let me just finish. I think that you're a person with a big heart, and I respect that. But do you have the same amount of outrage for right now and what's happening with other people in the Middle East alone? We can go outside of the Middle East and some other horrible atrocities, but just in the Middle East, and definitely in Syria as we speak. So I'm asking Julian that.
The answer is no.
Thank you, Julian.
Let Julian answer it.
Damn, David B. Anyway, I thank you for your sincere comments. So, about the Druze in Syria and the Hindus in Bangladesh, I think you mentioned. Like, I mean, absolutely. I mean, you also have the Alawites in Syria. I have.
Sudan. I did Sudan in there too.
Yeah, and Nigeria as well, like the Christians in Syria and Nigeria, the Christians worldwide that are being persecuted. Like, I absolutely feel for them. So, yeah,
To go out and hold a sign for them and go in front of.
What about the Christians? What about the Christians in Nigeria?
I didn't even get to all the Christians yet, Enigma, because.
I just wanted to say, because we were talking about he was talking about persecuted Christians. What about the Christians in Nigeria who are killing their own children because they're being told by their pastors and pastoresses that they're witches and wizards?
I don't think that's...
Would you go and hold a sign in front of the embassy? Would you do something proactive to stop these other atrocities, or is it only the Gaza that you feel the outraging compulsion to?
Yeah, I would agree with Julian's. Not to pile on you, but there's the Christians in southern Nigeria who are being persecuted. There's actually a lot of Christians.
David, let me. I'm trying to dialogue with. I love you, David. You know that, but to just ask Julian the question: would you do a political action to protect those other atrocities, or is it only the Gaza one?
So that would be a kind of treating of grades as a zero-sum game. No, I don't do that. I mean, there are classes like this one where the students are very good and blah.
Teacher at once showed how socialism did work by doing grade assignment. Let me see how I can remember the story because I think it's relevant to this too. The teacher said, okay, everyone gets what the top grade earner gets. So the A students got A's and everybody else got A's. Well, then the A students like, why am I busting my ass learning this material if everybody's gonna get the same grade that I get? So then they started slacking off. Well, then they got B's. And the other students said, hey, I didn't have to study at all. Instead of an F or a D, I got a B because of someone else's labor. That's what they did too. They got to C's. Then it ended up that everybody was failing the class because it didn't mean anything anymore to work and get and do the job. And that's socialism. All right.
Lots of people get very high grades. There are classes where people are terrible. In fact, talk about instances of bad cooperation versus good cooperation. We have this program called FIGS, first year interest groups. The advisors refer to the people in them as figlets, by the way. It is kind of cute. Anyway, the figlets, normally within those groups, cooperation is very good, and people in those perform better. But in the time I've been here, I did have one of these where it was bad cooperation. There were several people in there who were just terrible students, and they corrupted the others. They all co-opted. So, like, I think one person in that entire fig group got a C. All the others got D's and F's. And I don't think it's, at the first, they didn't look like they were all terrible students, but it turned out the few really bad apples just spoiled the whole bunch and encouraged them all to have terrible work habits. So that kind of thing can happen. In any event, normally grading isn't like that, but it could be. So it doesn't have to be economic. No. Lots of games are mutually beneficial in the sense that the players can increase or decrease the total amount of utility. So normally we would think war is like that. Wars can be fought more or less destructively. And in fact, one of the hard questions in looking at 20th century military history is why were 20th century conflicts so unbelievably destructive? The First World War, the Second World War, the loss of life, of destruction of property, and so on, just dwarfs earlier wars. Partly that's just because people had more technology to do more efficient killing, but it wasn't just that. And so, we have to think, why were they such terrible wars? That was a case of people really decreasing utility rapidly. But also, there are ways of people actually getting together and cooperating and increasing utility. Well, in this case, one player's gain doesn't necessarily come at somebody else's expense. It might be, in fact, that I gain by causing you to gain. And so we actually have useful cooperation. So what are some examples of mutually beneficial games? Good economic competition, right? You might think, well, if we're thinking market share, my getting more market share means you have less. But on the other hand, it might be that actually by introducing new products and competing, we're actually increasing people's interest in all of this, and so we're growing the market at the same time. So maybe the competition is actually improving all of our situations. And similarly, I sell you some product, and you like it. It makes your life better. I'm improving your utility. Meanwhile, you're paying me, so I'm getting a benefit out of that. And so we're both benefiting. In fact, typically,
helpless and Palestinians, and Hamas, and Israel, and Palestinians, and Islam, and Hamas, obviously. I mean, duh, no brainer.
Well, ending Islam shit would also
do the trick. My friend,
Yeah, but they're Muslim.
No,
my friend, with all due respect, I don't really like the way you said that question. That's not what I would.
Which question? Well, mate, you want to
Post on the poll. I don't want to get.
With all due respect.
You can write your own poll and send it to me in the back channel.
Well, that sounds.
I would make you a moderator, but you're not sober.
No, I don't want to be moderator.
If you were sober, maybe.
But that's a lot of work. So
yes, it is hard to do. I have trouble with it as well. I just have a different substance of choice.
Did you know that David did graduate and it is very bright?
Yes. Well, I am also an underwater basket weaver.
I don't know what that means. What does that mean?
What does it mean? David, were you Wharton on the college?
At Wharton Business School.
So the layer on top of it, not that that easy.
Also, not to flex, but, our boy, President of the United States, also graduates from Wharton. Let's go.
David, you're supposed to sell the tequila, not drink all of the tequila.
Exactly.
I actually have a friend that actually has a tequila business. I have a friend that has.
Do we sing it?
I have a friend that has.
I actually have a friend who.
No, I was gonna say, my friend has a tequila business.
I did hear you say that for the third time.
But not me. Not me. Wow.
David, have you ever had a vodka Sprite with a splash of cranberry, David?
Definitely not ducks.
David, have you ever
David, have you ever had a Miller High Life with a glass of orange juice?
No, I don't know what that is.
It's called a beer mosa.
A bear? No, I don't do that. No offense. I drink beer.
None taken. But with all due respect, David, what are you doing today? What are your plans and goals and dreams for this beautiful Sunday?
Well, it's Sunday actually, I don't say it. No offense.
None taken.
I'm gonna make some rhubarb jelly.
Are you in the Garden State right now?
Yeah, I'm in Jersey. Yeah.
Yeah, what, give me your approximate.
10 McKenna.
Okay. I'm right now talking to you.
Docs.
Yeah, I'm with Docs. I understand what I said.
Template exit 4.
David, what? What is your address in Cherry Hill?
I'm heading over to my Jewish friends who live on the east side.
David, eat some fucking Taylor ham for me.
Not there yet. I'm just heading over in a little bit.
David, you gonna be anywhere near the UL?
No.
David, I'm
I go to my friends.
I'm hitting you up in the back channel with your closest AA meeting place.
With all due respect, I'm not gonna answer your back channel. With all due respect.
Well, with all due respect, just consider going to your closest AA meeting.
I'll answer Abby's back channel because she's nice.
Abby, I sent another link for my lovely.
Thank you, Nicolai. These are great. I just thought when I listened to you, perspective out of the UK, I love the challenge statistics and backup.
Abby, are you supporting Benjamin Netanyahu's declaration of escalating and culminating the war by destroying Hamas?
So it's interesting because it's a 2-month period of time that they will almost act like what we know to be in the U.S., the Army Corps of Engineers, building makeshift hospitals and different areas for relocation, for housing and other services. So during that 2-month period, they'll also be assessing. They haven't touched Gaza City, but that's clearly where Hamas is essentially focused now, and their stress is coming out of. So in order to really win them, they're going to have to take them out there. But there's a 2-month period of time. I really don't know if you could tell me another battle or a war where there was a warning for 2 months. I mean, there's lots of wars where population shifts and moves and has to move because of they're within a danger area. But this is a 2-month warning, so they, as well as the food distribution, everything will be arranged during those 2 months. So, I mean, they're not going in tomorrow. There's a buffer period of time. So I think that's kind of interesting, and I think it'll be interesting how that plays out. But curious people's thoughts on that they're approaching it that way. I don't think people are talking about that. They think they're going in tomorrow.
How do you know it's not just a bluff?
Well, you don't. You really don't. And, you have the polling of the Israeli population where it's very funny. I said this in the room the other day. You've got like 45% feeling one way, 45% feeling the opposite, and 10% saying they have no opinion, which none of us know Israelis have no opinion, so it's kind of a funny poll. But everybody wants the war over. But you don't know if it's a bluff. But you do know that it's a 2-month period of time to build the hospitals and the areas for the relocation and the social services. So I can find there's stuff written about it, some analysis on it. You don't know. We don't. But we do know that that's where they're located. That's what's got to be weeded out. And we know what they found in other locations. We know when they were told not to go into Rafah, and they eventually went in what they found. And so strategically, they're at war, and this is what's needed to annihilate the enemy. I think it's interesting, the Arab League position, a unanimous coming out of the Arab League, and I think Justin knows that. They want Hamas gone as well. So, and I don't know why this dude has a problem with Judaism. Like, it's very bizarre. But anyway, that's my.
Why would I have a problem with Judaism?
I hope that I understood you.
Genociding people, Amalekites are killing women and children and I don't know, virginity
like Moses. I don't know.
Maybe a hater that he's the master one. You know, something like. He's a nuts. Isn't it funny that people, when they come into the room, when someone's talking, they just talk over them to troll because they want to put their propaganda and their narrative out there. It's quite sad, really, isn't it? Can you not wait your turn? So I was talking to Mikhail.
Yes, Mikhail was in the Uncle Steve room just now. And then we realized there's something called Nation of Islam in US. It started in 1930. I think what we are seeing now is unfolding. In what way Nation of Islam penetrating US. And so the Nation of Islam organization, their plan is to make the Black African American community emphasize that the white supremacy working on this, and so this group of people are called the Black Israelites.
The student you said the NOI is Nation of Islam Farrakhan, which is different than the BHI. Is that you're talking about Farrakhan?
Yeah, they're not different thing, but the BHIs are being held to form through the Nation of Islam in US. I think somewhere Michigan, I think. So I just found it in the ChatGPT, but because he came to Uncle Steve's room, he just non-stop spreading all the information to question the legitimacy of Jewish in Israel. So I think it's good that I think we pretty much defeated most of the pro-Hamas, pro-Palestine arguments over the last 6 months. Now they have no more arguments, so they are mobilizing the Black Hebrew Israelites to come here. And that shows that in order to have unity for America, we have to help the Black community to purge up this group of people who only trying to cause more division among the American population, using Israelite as a justification.
Well, there can be two very dangerous groups. I would tell you to pull up, if you're going on the internet, look at EDL's reports on NOI and Farrakhan, because there's a lot about Farrakhan. And he decided to do this termite. He does just find lots of videos of his speeches. And DHI has like many different stacks and components. I mean, they're on the south base. They have rooms. Have you guys ever gone to biblical smoke? I mean, it's like 700-800 people in a room at one time.
Exactly, in the clubhouse, right? So they really do.
John, do you go in that room and broadcast?
I've been in there, Abby. I've been in biblical smoke. I'm always amazed by the numbers they draw consistently. It's a little creepy. They don't really do it back and forth. It's like they just have somebody reading scripture and interpreting it their way, I guess. But I do have a question for Dave. Maybe I misunderstood. Were you saying the PHIs are anti-Israel? Did I hear that right?
I think they basically want to raise question the legitimacy of Jewish identity. They call them Edomite. And I think Jewish are Edomite, and then you have to figure out, okay, why do they want to call people Edomite? On what basis? It seems like in the formation of BHI, Black Israelite, Hebrew Israelite, they have a chart. They have a diagram of descendant, which is kind of their version of interpretation of Genesis, where they talk about the lineage. And so from this lineage, they justify that Jewish people are Edomite, and they have no claim to the Holy Land and all kinds of stuff. So I think it's good that we need to.
So you're saying PHIs are pro-Palestine?
No, they are pro Islam as well. So they are assembling multiple things from Christianity, Judaism, all kind of stuff, in order to like jihadists create more hate, more anger.
They're very stupid people, though. So why do they?
I know, but still it's important we understand what else the enemy have in mind, right? So we understand they come to U.S. University and destroy the future of children of many family, right? They are totally indoctrinated, and this is through direct donation. And now I learned in 1930 they already started this thing. Yeah, it's called the Nation of Islam. I think AB probably know more. But the question is, what else Nation of Islam are doing in US? If they are doing in US, what else the organization is doing in UK, in Europe? We have to understand all this thing. Then we know exactly how to deal with it. Yeah. This again just show to what extent the enemy of Israel would go to weaponize the West. And Nima, why are you laughing?
Sorry, Devin's put in the chat, aren't Edomites roasted soybeans? No, that was
reached his hand.
Edamame. Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah, just edamame. Dishes.
How do you say it then?
I thought it was edamame.
Well, of course, you like to put your E's on the end, like Nike. We call it Nike.
Oh, you just say Nike. Anyway, if there's nobody to fight with, then there's nothing to say. I'm here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, my friend, it's very quiet.
Fight.
Oh, Shapeshifter is here. Shapeshifter.
On the poll.
Shapeshifter.
Shape voted. That was a nice. Shapeshifter's not that bad. He voted correctly in the poll.
Shapeshifter. Do you think Benjamin Netanyahu's all bluff and bluster, or do you think he's really going to send in the hardcore IDF soldiers to go in there, blast out those terrorist cocksuckers, and liberate those hostages?
Whoa.
What do you think, Shapeshifter?
I think there is a chance there's a bluff in there. Do you? Are you still?
Why would they be bluffed out?
It's just strategic, David, so you can try to extract some type of negotiation.
No, I didn't ask you, I asked him.
But he didn't ask you, he asked him.
But I'm asking him. Okay, with all due respect, my friend, I'm asking him.
Well, what if somebody else wants to answer? Are they not allowed to?
Okay, well, we can do a poll. But
David, if you're even dumber than Julian, what does that say about you?
David,
first of all, that's not funny. That's not funny, by the way. I feel insulted that you were laughing at me.
David, what is 873 times 1,000?
It's okay.
David, I prefer coffee before 5 p.m. Happy.
It's a good choice. It's a smart choice, David. Coffee before 5 p.m. Don't forget the numbers there, David. You don't start drinking alcohol till after 5 p.m.
Yep. So I think it could be a bluff, and it would actually be really smart if it was a bluff. Really good move if he's bluffing.
Okay, so like me and her were having a conversation. You guys.
Sorry, me and her.
Yeah, I know, right? Like, we're having a conversation, and all these men, right?
She and I.
David, are you running?
I put him in the audience real quickly. I want David to simmer just a minute, because if you're gonna pre-announce that you're gonna take the whole Gaza Strip, and that means you're going to, engage and defeat guaranteed, So what I'm trying to say is, by making all or nothing statements or creating clickbait titles, you create that in order to see how, what the feedback is, what the response is. And so I think that, saying you're going to wipe your ass versus actually wiping your ass are two different things.
I think he could be a bluffer.
It's a little bit like chess, you put a feeler out there to see how they respond. And because, to sacrifice more soldiers to go, liberate Gaza from Hamas versus getting some type of negotiation or settlement or meeting of the minds through this type of negotiation tactic. But it could literally be him actually doing a neurolinguistic program and saying, hey, we're going to prep the world for this, that there's going to be some carnage. So, we told you 2 months ago, and now we're actually doing it, because that's most likely what's going to happen, where they're going to hope for the best, but plan for the worst.
Nice. It's moving the pawn on the rook file.
Somebody probably forgot that 12 days war. And you think that BP now could advise everybody that he's going to do something? Really?
Wait, so what are you saying, Shucky?
I think that it's completely blown, but we will see. There is no way that it's not a blow, to my opinion. Like, since when you're going to let your enemy know when you're planning to do something?
Well,
did he do that? Did he do that with Iran? Did he do it with Hezbollah? With who he did it? So now we decide to be the stupid to let the enemy know.
Well, I mean, they're in kind of a cornered position, no?
No? Why it's in corner? Do you see Trump saying anything against it? Do you see Trump stopping him from anywhere? He's in the best time of his life. 30 years in the political industry, never had so much support. Never, ever.
Well, in terms of how many enemy soldiers there are still, what's the actual number? Any idea? Is it 10,000, 20,000? Is it 5,000?
The problem with that, you're killing one, and they're grabbing another 2 14-year-old kids, give them a weapon in their hands, and send them to either kill a soldier or get died by the soldier. So, for every one that's falling, they have another 2 that they recruit immediately.
IDF estimates are 40,000 as of May. It could be as simple as just getting the Hamas to move out of Gaza City and establish a corridor for aid to flow. Could be a big PR move.
That's what I'm saying. It's all a blow.
What do you think about the theory that if you actually go in there and take them all out and engage in a very aggressive action, in some ways, like Benjamin Netanyahu's political power, by doing nothing but saying you're going to do something is the essence of politics, So the moment he actually completes or ends his objectives in the same way that some other historical figure, it's always a Pyrrhic victory. So there's never really any true victory per se. So I'm just saying that like Benjamin is so smart. This is like him just floating and flying. It's because Gaza has been neutered, terrifically. So I'm just saying that like from a Benjamin position, like he's infallible in a way.
Look, not really. Right now, I think he's trying to balance the bad PR against appeasing Schmoltrich and Ben Gvir, and this is almost like the only move he has. So he's got both sides kind of balanced off of each other. He's extending his shelf life, is what he's doing.
He don't need to extend his shelf life, no matter what he's gonna have until the next election. Now they are in 3 months of vacation, whatever, the government. So we don't need to extend his. If somebody gonna be able to vote the government down, the government not gonna go down until the next election. That's scheduled for November. So this is bullshit. There is no extension life over here. The thing of it is, the bad position that he has right now, there is no deal that can be good. Because no matter what's going to be the deal, hostages going to stay hostages. Because Hamas not going to give up the last leverage that they have. So no matter what, he's going to need to go in. And probably those hostages going to be the casualty of Israel. There is no other option. Think about it. You think that Hamas going to give you all the hostages? That's stupid even to think about it. They cannot, because if they give you, they lost all the leverage that they had. How you think that they're going to do that?
Well, does anyone want me to play a clip of Benjamin Netanyahu discussing the Gaza operation?
I watched that today. Yeah. Sure, go ahead. Are you going to include the reporters' questions and everything?
We can. There's a couple clips. I mean, it's like a 28. Okay, let me just play some of it.
Not anyone advocating the destruction of Israel. That's what we want to do. We want to liberate ourselves and liberate the people of Gaza from the awful terror of Hamas. And you were in the Gaza Strip today. You met Palestinians who are fighting Hamas because finally they see that they have a future. They can rid themselves of this awful tyranny that not only holds our hostages, but holds 2 million Palestinians in Gaza hostage. That's got to end.
Are you saying today that you will take control of the entire 26-mile Gaza Strip, as it was 20 years ago to this month in 2005?
Well, we don't want to keep it. We want to have a security perimeter. We don't want to govern it. We don't want to be there as a governing body. We want to hand it over to Arab forces that will govern it properly without threatening us and giving Gazans a good life. That's not possible with Hamas. The only way that you're going to have a different future is to get rid of this neo-Nazi army. The Hamas are monsters. Look at what they're doing to our people. Look at what they're doing to the way they massacred, raped, beheaded our people, our men and women, burned our babies. And they are really cruel to their own people, because when we try to take them away from the combat zones, they shoot them. They want people to be civilian casualties. They want starvation policy that they themselves are trying to put into being, and we're doing everything to reverse that. They have to go. I think President Trump has said it. You have to see two things in Gaza. You have to see Hamas eliminated, and you have to have the hostages released, and he's absolutely right.
There are 20 hostages that the Israelis believe are still alive. And in recent events, the closer the IDF got to them, many of them were killed. Are you prepared for that?
We're doing everything in our power to salvage the hostages. We've, in the beginning, the second day of the war, I think a senior command official in Israel said, you're going to have to get used to the idea that we're not going to see any of them alive. And I said, no, I don't agree with that. I think with a combination of the right military tactics and international pressure, we can get all of them, and certainly most of them, out. So far, we got out of 255, we got 205 released, 148 of them are alive. Nobody believed that. And I believe we can get the others, but we have to combine the right tactics, military tactics. Without military pressure, nothing works.
Yesterday, I spoke with Laron Berman. He has two brothers.
Yes.
His family believes they are still alive. He said the following: my advice to you, speaking to the Prime Minister, by all means necessary, we need to bring them back for stability in the region and for the future of Israel. It's a tough decision, but we will handle everything, meaning Israel. What do you say to the families of the hostages?
That's exactly what we're trying to do. People say you can't both release the hostages and eliminate Hamas, and I disagree. I think so far we've shown that we can, and I intend to complete the job. But we have three missions. One, to eliminate the Hamas as a governing and military power in Gaza. Otherwise, there's no future for anyone. And we'll have many more kidnappings and many more hostages. Second, achieve the liberation of all our hostages. And third, make sure that Gaza doesn't pose a threat to Israel again. And we're well on our way to achieve all three. Now, there are difficulties because there's so much vilification and misrepresentation in the press. There's an attempt to put blame on Israel for the interdiction of humanitarian supplies that Hamas is interdicting, and Israel is the international community is delivering the blame to Israel. They're doing everything to rob these food trucks. They're taking the food for themselves and then jacking up the price for the remaining supplies to their own population. That's monstrous.
We have seen some of that, and you're right about that. And you're also right that we went into Gaza while we've been here this week, and we were in the southern town of Rafah, near the Sinai Desert in Egypt, and that town has been flattened. And you have been accused of genocide. How do you respond to that?
Well, as Ambassador Huckabee said, if we're practicing genocide, we're surely doing a very bad job of it, because we could have, basically eliminated the entire population of Gaza, but we went the other direction. We did something that no army in history ever did. We're supplying humanitarian food to the enemy's population because we distinguish between combatants and non-combatants. We put in 2 million tons of food. I mean, if we wanted to commit genocide, we wouldn't give 2 million tons of food to the population. And also, the reason you see the flattened buildings is because Hamas booby traps every single building. So when we come in, we first have the population moved, even though Hamas tries to keep them in the combat zones. But after they move, and we start to move into the neighborhoods that are populated only by terrorists, they ignite these booby traps. So what we do is we put in an APC, an armored personnel carrier, with a lot of explosives, detonate it. It sets off all the booby traps, and the buildings begin to collapse as a result of that. They're empty buildings. They're not populated buildings. Secondly, they built this underground terror tunnel network with billions of dollars. They didn't build Gaza up. They built a Gaza terror city underground. So we now detonate the tunnels. The tunnels explode, and they take down the buildings that are above the tunnels. And the reason you see this devastation is not because Israel is wiping out these structures filled with civilians. It's because they've been booby-trapped by Hamas, and that's the kind of warfare that we have to do.
I'm hearing you say that you deny this charge of genocide.
Totally.
That's what you're saying.
Totally.
But last week, and you referred to it a few moments ago, President Trump mentioned the word starvation. And he pretty much said it is what it is from his observation, looking at video and pictures. Were you surprised by that?
No, look, I think President Trump has been terrific. He's supported us in so many ways. And he understands that we have to get rid of Hamas. He understands that Hamas is also using their own interdiction tactics to prevent humanitarian aid going. So there's been shortages, no question about that. There's been also suffering. And what I intend to do with President Trump, we talked about that and agreed upon that, is to overcome this with a humanitarian surge. So we're opening up safe routes through which aid trucks can go through. We're going to try to quadruple the distribution points that are manned by Americans. And they're doing a hell of a job distributing food to Gazans without Hamas taking over the food. And that's really what we're doing. And airdrops that we intend to do, we're already doing. And we invite other countries to join us. So it's Israel that's doing now, and has been doing for some time, an effort to give humanitarian aid to the population without letting the Hamas terrorists take it, steal it for themselves, and sell it at exorbitant prices.
Has President Trump given the green light for your plan to take over the remaining 25% of Gaza and occupy all of it?
Well, he understands that it's Israel who's going to do the fighting. It's not American soldiers.
Did he give you a yes?
Well, he just says, I know Israel will do what it has to do, and we haven't got into that kind of discussion. But we have gotten into a discussion on two things. One, the humanitarian surge that we're going to do, which will precede our... I want to free 2 million Gazans from Hamas terrorism. The second thing that we agree on is that the day after has to have certain principles. I'm not talking about a detailed plan yet because I think that'll be developed. But the 5 principles, the key principles are these. 1, Hamas has to lay down its arms. 2, Gaza has to be demilitarized. 3, all the hostages have to be released. And 4, Israel will be responsible for overall security. So if there's an attempt to have a resurgent Hamas or resurgent terrorism, we're the ones who are going to take care of it. And 5, let Gaza be governed by a civilian authority that is not Israel, because I don't want to occupy Gaza forever. I don't want to govern Gaza. I want to have a different governance there that basically is willing to live in peace with Israel and give Gazans a different future. That's entirely different from these unbelievable lies that are leveled against us, frankly against me too, by the international press that doesn't care to check the facts. It just takes Hamas statistics, arguments, and just swallows them hook, line, and sinker, and delivers this vilification of the one democracy, the one Jewish state that is fighting people who massacred. It's the equivalent of the massacre of thousands and thousands of Americans, the rocketing of American cities. Nobody would stand for that.
Come back to my experience inside Gaza this week. We went to an aid distribution site, food distribution site. Your own soldiers have been accused of killing innocent Gazans who are in line for food. That's the accusation, almost on a daily basis. Can you defend that?
Yeah, I can deny it because it's Hamas accusation. They're the ones often who are doing the shooting and waiting for our soldiers to respond. And in fact, very often they don't respond. But all these stories are repeated ad nauseum, and the people don't even bother to check the facts. We're doing everything that we can to avoid civilian casualties. And in fact, if you look at it, the town of Rafah that you saw all that, right?
All of it.
Right, okay. So I told you why there was devastation, because we moved the population out and then went to and dealt with the booby traps that were there. And we killed a lot of terrorists there. You know how many civilians we killed there? Practically none. Why? Because we told them, please leave. We showered them with leaflets. We called them millions of text messages and many other means to get them out, and they walked out. They walked out 2 miles to the coast.
People think it's hard to get to places like this, or this, but you can have all of this if you earn enough points.
Well, we can take a break if you want. There's about 10 minutes left. But any thoughts, comments, questions, ideas, opinions? No, silence is acquiescence. Okay, here we go. This is the rest.
And practically no civilians were killed. That nobody describes, nobody talks about. Israel is doing things that no army in history has done. Colonel John Spencer, who's the head of urban warfare studies at West Point, he said that he scoured all of his modern history. He said no army in the world has done that. And yet Israel is, of course, accused again and again and again by fake reports, by Hamas statistics that are fake. And, you know, if you repeat a lie often enough, it assumes the cachet of self-evident truth. It's still a lie.
Yeah, your chief of army says your military is exhausted.
Shugi, did you want to say something? Okay.
It's almost 2 years of war. And I mentioned 20 years ago this month, Ariel Sharon made the decision to get out of Gaza, bring the settlers out, and it's been that way ever since, and Hamas moved in. But you have 10 million people who live in this country.
That's right.
And they have a lot of opinions.
Yeah, well,
is it possible?
It's a democracy, you know?
Is it possible for you to keep Israel unified almost 2 years into this war?
Oh, I'm sure we can. I mean, there's an organized and systemic campaign against us. That's part of democracy. I accept it, although a lot of it is foreign funded by the same people who also encourage the demonstrations on your campuses and so on. But I'll tell you one thing, the people are united. Not every last one. This is not a dictatorship. But, you know, when it's a Southern Front war, and look at what we did. You know, we were attacked. We were on the verge. Everybody thought this is the end of Israel on October 7th. When Hamas cruelly invaded us and those monsters took the hostages and murdered the men and raped the women and beheaded, it's beyond belief, and burned babies, okay? And everybody said, oh, Israel is gone. And I said on the second day of the war, I said, we're going to change the face of the Middle East. And we went against Hamas, then we went against Hezbollah, the terror proxies of Iran. Then we had the downfall of the murderous Assad regime in Syria. And then we went after Iran, and President Trump joined us, which was a magnificent act of solidarity against a common enemy. Everybody said, oh, well, you know, Israel's not going to be together, but it is. Now we have to complete the job of eliminating basically the last proxy of Iran that's still standing.
And this is your job to sell it to your people.
Well, I don't have to, believe me, the people are selling it to me. You know, I go into Gaza as you went in. You've been to Rafah? I've been to Rafah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Talk to the soldiers. Talk to the division commanders. You know what they tell me? They tell me, Prime Minister, don't bother with the press. Just press on with the mission of liberating Gaza from these murderers. And we can do the job. We can separate the civilians from the combatants. We can eliminate Hamas. We can liberate the remaining hostages. Let us do the job. That's what the soldiers that cut across Israeli society are telling us. Doesn't mean that they make it to the mainstream channels. Doesn't mean that they make it to the foreign press. In fact, they don't. But if I had to run the country based on these vilifications, you know, I shouldn't be here. Because leaders should do what is right and what will withstand the test of time. And what will withstand the test of time is that in hour of peril, Israel didn't slumber like other democracies often do. In the face of this challenge to our existence, we took on a seven-front war, won it, and secured the peace, and expanded the peace after this victory, expanding the Abraham Accords, creating a different Middle East. That's what we're in the process of doing. The last part is hard, but it's doable, and we'll do it.
Let me come back to the Abraham Accords, because the president made news on that earlier today. In America, there has been a considerable rise in anti-Semitism, especially on American college campuses.
Yeah.
How did Israel, especially for the better question would be, how do you win them back?
Well, I think we will. First of all, you win by winning and shortening the war. And President Trump has given us the support to finish this war as quickly as possible. Of course, we have to contend with a campaign of vilification that is done by so-called reputable news media. I mean, the New York Times puts out a major story on the front page, a Palestinian mother holding a child, starved supposedly, and then it turns out that that child has cerebral palsy. It's a congenital disease. He has a brother who's well-fed, family is well-fed, but it's put out this thing, and then it corrects it with a denial the size of a postage stamp buried in the back pages. No, we can't work by lies. How do we win? Eventually, the truth gets out. It takes time. People will see the humanitarian surge. People will see our efforts to prevent civilian casualties. People will compare what has happened here to other urban warfare sites that were not nearly as dense, as difficult, without this, 50 meters below ground, these terror tunnels, and yet Israel will triumph, will succeed in this mission. And most of the people, I can't say 100% of the people, but most of the people are united, and ultimately, this is democracy.
So instead of shifting that argument on the media, whether it's the New York Times or maybe the Gazan Health Ministry, putting out, because you've said repeatedly in this conversation that they exaggerate, will you allow more independent reporters to go into Gaza and see it for themselves?
That's my conclusion. In fact, that's my instruction as of this morning to the military. And I said, that's exactly what you should be doing. Those who are lying are going to continue lying. But give honest journalists the ability to see the truth. A, the fact that we're trying to get civilian aid, humanitarian aid to the people of Gaza, the efforts that we're making there. B, to understand and explain why those buildings are destroyed, because they're booby-trapped, and we clear the population. And I'm glad you were in. I'm glad you did this thing. I'm glad, in fact, I would say you're blazing the trail. But there have been others, and we have the same result. Every time people see it, they see it in a more realistic way, in a more honest way than the way that it's presented in, unfortunately, in the New York Times. And others. New York Times should be sued. I'm actually looking at whether a country can sue the New York Times, and I'm looking into it right now, because I think it's such clear defamation. I mean, you put a picture of a child that's supposed to then represent all these supposedly starving children, yet they put in this picture of a child who has cerebral palsy. Then they took another picture somewhere else in other media, a child who had cystic fibrosis, got nothing to do with starvation, or another child that we actually sent to Italy to be cured. And Israel is accused.
But still, you can see there is suffering on behalf of people in Gaza.
Yes, because Hamas is interdicting aid, exactly. And what we're doing is overcoming it. I don't deny that there's suffering. I want to end the suffering. And I want to end it by ending Hamas rule. Would you like to be governed by 20,000 armed monsters who shoot you in the back of the head if you try to leave a war zone? Who shoot you if you say, I want to have my freedom from Hamas? We now have Gazans fighting Hamas. They finally have the courage to do that because they see that Israel is progressing, and they think that we're going to win. So they're not afraid anymore to stand up for their own rights. And they have their separate schools. They have separate programs because they don't want to educate their children for endless fanatic warfare, which is what Hamas is teaching. The Hamas is saying, death to Israel, death to America. They hate everything that a free society stands for. And ultimately, the people of Israel understand it. And I think ultimately, the free peoples of the world will understand.
I have one more question, but I want to clarify something if I could. Sure. You've said a few times now that the buildings in Rafah that we saw have tunnels underneath them.
Yeah.
Watch what magnesium does to your bowels.
If you have to wipe more than 4 times after you poop.
Yeah.
There's no way for us to see that when we're there physically with our own eyes, but you're saying all these buildings were booby-trapped? And they were not hit by the Israeli Air Force?
No, what I'm saying is...
Because it is building after building.
Well, remember, these houses are empty to population. In the beginning of the war, I remember my visit to Washington, and I was told under the previous administration, they said, there are 1.4 million people in Gaza, in Rafah, because we moved the population away from war zones, and they all concentrated in Rafah. Then we wanted to eliminate Rafah. It's like, we were told, don't go in there. And I said, what do you mean, don't go in there? It's like the Allies are, take over Germany, and finally they're told, don't go into Berlin, and leave the German army, 25% of the German army intact. I said, of course I have to go in. But they said, but there are all these civilians. And I said, okay, we'll make sure that they leave. In fact, they left within 6 days. They all left. Then we had to go in. It's full of terrorists in those buildings. in the streets. They booby trap the streets. They booby trap the buildings. So we go in and clear it away, and that's what you would do. That's actually that's what you did. That's what you did in your war zones too.
The reason why this point is important for me to understand is we only saw one part of Gaza, and we did not see the rest of it. The town of Rafah, as I referred. Last question, sir, if I could, please. The president earlier today put on Truth Social that he wants all the Middle Eastern countries to join the Abraham Accords. Who are the holdouts?
Well, you know who we have peace with. So if you look at the other countries, they're the ones that are potential and real potential candidates for this. And I think, look, the president and I joined forces with Arab leaders and had the Abraham Accords, which were historic changes, a real change in the Middle East. We had 4 peace treaties with 4 Arab nations in a very short time. And in fact, I think that the attack on October 7th, among other things, it was meant to destroy Israel, but it was also meant to destroy the possibility of peace between Israel and the leading Arab country, Saudi Arabia. So obviously we'd like to see, with the elimination of Hamas and the Iran terror axis, which has been our war. Our war the last 2 years has not been with Hamas only, it's been with Iran and all its terror proxies and its attempts to develop nuclear weapons.
Other than Iran, who would be a party to this deal?
Well, Iran could be too if the people of Iran rise.
Is that an invitation?
It's been something that I think many of them want. Many of them want to relieve themselves of that. And they openly say, I send videos to them, and I'm amazed. Bill, I'm amazed. Millions and millions of respondents from Iran, sometimes with their names and even their faces. You can't believe that they're doing that, but it shows you the thirst for liberation there. So, but if the liberation of Iran will happen because we delivered a very strong blow to Iran's seeming invincibility, and the people will rise from within. But who are the countries that we know we could make with once we finish the war in Gaza? Yeah. I think there are at least 5 or 6 countries here in the Middle East. And President Trump and I have talked about it a great deal. And he's been just an unbelievable partner.
When'd you talk to him last?
A few days ago.
Okay, so this week.
No, I think it was last week. I think, but we talk every week or so.
You talked to Vladimir Putin recently.
Yes,
a couple times.
Yes,
is that correct?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
Well, I can tell you what I told him. I said that I took note of the fact that he said that Iran should not have nuclear enrichment, which is the American position, and our position. I thought that was very good, and I also said that I hope that he'd come to an agreement with President Trump
on Ukraine.
Right.
We'll see if we get that peace. Yeah. Mr. Prime Minister, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Good to talk to you.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
So far as we can tell, it's the first.
Okay, that's the Fox News interview. That came out 3 days ago. It's got 361,000 views. The title is Netanyahu Announces Israel Will Take Control of Gaza.
I have watched Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson is not a religious figure for me.
Right.
You hate Jesus. I don't hate it. Why would I hate somebody I've never met?
Why do we need to have these like
Why would I hate somebody I don't know?
Why are you
and why are you being schizophrenic and trying to tell me how I feel?
Oh my God.
You hate people. Hang on, wait a second.
I'm just wondering.
So why did you say I hate Jesus? I never said that.
I never said you did. I asked you.
Why would I hate somebody I know not? Do you hate confusion?
Because
many people think that he claims to be the Messiah.
Okay. When did he claim? When did he claim that? When did Jesus claim to be the Messiah?
Are we listening to one of John's?
One at a time, guys.
Yeah, that's just a brief sample of El Normo.
Is that now?
Yeah, that's now.
I heard it from a distance. I thought he was in this room. I'm like, what the fuck's going on?
That's just hilarious, bro.
Here's a little
Keep
more.
playing it. I like listening to it. Go.
The guys are talking over each other.
Okay, for Norm.
And go ahead.
So for Norm, this Tucker interview would be good for. This is a good listen because Tucker, like he said, doesn't like. It's not like a religious thing. The person that he's interviewing, it is
okay.
It's phenomenal. It's an hour and a half, but I promise you won't.
Who is he speaking to?
Naples. How do I like? But how would you explain
Well, what's his name? Start with
this
that.
This is a guy who has academic background in just like Christian and like I think specifically Catholic like artifacts and.
Okay. So he's a Catholic.
He is, but it's he talks about like
You're in the Matrix, Naples.
200 academic
No, hold on.
I don't have any smoke with the Pope. I love Catholics. I think they have a great faith.
Can you hear me now?
What's that?
Naples was in the Matrix. Are you there?
Catholics have a great faith. Can you know what
Yes, you're perfect. Wait, hold on. You know, let Naples restate.
I don't dwell on the past. I'm living in the now.
Oh, look, here's okay. So, anyways, just about this Tucker show. He interviews this like, yes, the guy's personally Catholic. Okay. But what's interesting is he discusses like 200, academic sources. I think specifically on the shroud in which Jesus, peace be upon him, was buried.
Very nice.
And it's actually
to you, Jesus is a prophet, not God, correct?
No.
Yes, he's a. Yes, that's true. But he's
a prophet. He's not divine.
He's the Messiah. He's the Messiah.
Oh, I thought that the Muslims did not think he was Messiah.
No, we do. He's referred to almost exclusively in the Quran as the Messiah, Jesus, son of Mary.
I see. So you believe he's a Messiah, but not God.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the Christians believe that he's God.
Yes.
Yes, the Messiah. Muslims recognize that he's the Word made flesh, that he is the Logos.
Yes.
Right.
We honor the distinction between divine essence and the manifestation of the Logos. So yeah. So from
you honor the distinction between divine essence, which we all have.
Yeah.
And
no. On the ontological level of the divine itself. So what we call God is the divine, like that which is truly like divine on like in its proper place. Whereas Christianity.
Wait a second. You don't believe that there's a God?
No, they do.
No.
So you believe?
My whole point, everything that I'm leading up to, is that I don't believe there's a God. Yes, you're correct. Now ask a follow-up.
Stop it,
So the follow-up is that you believe that Jesus is the manifestation of God in Islam?
The manifestation is no. In Islam, he is we call him Ruhullah, the Spirit of God. That he is a word. That he is the Word made flesh. Right?
He's the Word made flesh. Which word?
They see him as a prophet.
Well, no, but he's going into more detail than just like he's not like Moshe. He's different than Moshe.
Yeah, he's different than Moshe. Moshe is not. Moshe hears the word and writes it down, right? Jesus, Jesus is the word, right? Like every single thing that he uttered was like in perfect coordination and emanation from the divine.
Yes.
Don't you believe that of all the prophets?
No. So,
because that's what I heard that Muslims believe, that everything the prophets say is perfect and divine.
Stop it.
We believe that.
I heard that.
No. First of all, the only thing that's divine is what comes directly from God. Jesus is, and so again, my perennialism. I would just point out this sort of thing. Christianity as a religion is the path of love par excellence, right? Okay. And so its starting point is love, and from that perspective, in every true love, and I think I'm quoting Rumi here or some other mystic.
Wait, did you say Christianity influenced Islam?
Say again?
Did you do you think that you're saying Christianity? No, him. He said that. You believe that Christianity influenced the Islam?
How could it not?
I mean, so.
No, I'm asking because I want.
I think that. So obviously, I believe Islam is a revelation from God, right? But in its unfolding, of like we have the polemics between Muslims and Christians. We know that there were debates and things, and of course, I think the intellectual trajectory, certainly there was influence, but in terms of it being a real revelation from God, as in like God Almighty decreed, like He willed that there would be Islam in the world. I believe that. Right? I'm a Muslim, but I don't believe that Islam upends or supplants or is meant to replace Christianity. Quite the opposite. I think I have more thoughts. I have more thoughts on that, but.
Would you say that majority of Muslims that like are practicing believe like what you do, or is this like? Because this is a person. This is interesting to me, and I appreciate listening to and learning from you, but I just have never heard this.
No, I like. First of all, I don't think that the typical believer, whether of any religion, like I've been very blessed that
Okay, I can't listen anymore to this.
They use their.
So this has been, how can Palestinians win the war while also being genocided? Just doesn't make sense, right? Like if you're getting genocided, like you can't win the war. So it's been an exciting room. I hope you have enjoyed listening to Benjamin Netanyahu talk to, I don't know, is his name Brett Baer? I can't remember. It's Fox News. My friend, Enigma, Daniel, Harry, I bid you all farewell and adieu. I am headed out into what's called a book.
All right, is anybody here? I guess I'm going to end the room here. We've all agreed that we have to end Hamas. End Hamas, end the room, end your thinking, and end your problems.
something that like gripped my soul, and I talk about it in the wall.
Well. What do we have here?
Three like Sister Lucia. I've read all about her life.
Prodigal daughter, but not really
like,
repentant.
I'm constantly
I don't.
looking up like Catholic YouTube channels.
It was so weird. Oh, we can't talk about it now. The room's being recorded.
It's not being recorded. Technically it's being recorded by Clubhouse, but it's being streamed, and then after the live stream, then a recording will remain. Slightly different concept, but I hear your point.
They're gone now. What are you calling me, a social outcast? What the hell?
I think you just proved it.
I'm amazing. Everybody wants me in their group.
All right. As usual, I'm going to mod the women because it serves two purposes. It makes me look like I'm a bitch magnet, and it's also just more civilized. Women are less likely to move people to the goo, mute them unnecessarily, or kick them from the audience. So I appreciate the ladies. Thank you.
You underestimate us. We kick hard.
Okay. Maybe I'll put an age limit on this.
All right.
I don't, because I don't like to hurt people's feelings. I do, bring it.
I just want to let the room know that last night's Mojo experience netted a skyrocketing 4,000 viewers on the YouTube Live.
Wow.
Excellent. Congratulations, Mojo.
What was the peak concurrent viewers? What did that get to?
I think like 70 maybe.
That's pretty good. What do you think opened up that portal?
I'm not sure either. Maybe somebody posted it, or because I posted the link in the chat and then people from Clown House went in there, maybe, and then it triggered the algorithm to show more. You have to have momentum, I think.
Yeah, well, something that used to be true about the Clubhouse algorithm, and it makes sense that it would work for other platforms like a YouTube, is the velocity in which you open a room. Alex New York and I used to talk about it, and this is why, like, if you remember when he would open rooms, he'd open a room, and then if it didn't have 100 people within the first 5 minutes, he would just shut the room down. He'd reopen it, and he might do that 6 or 7 times, and then eventually you build momentum because you get the people that were in the room when it got closed down, but then when you start a new one, they jump in, but then also new people. That doesn't work anymore. Clubhouse has like changed their algorithm, plus there's just not as many people on that, but I think velocity is important. So maybe what we should do is, before you start the live stream, maybe we could talk about how do we just get people to go view it over there, and where we could share it, like, you know, elsewhere, whether it's on, you know, for the older people, they could share it on Facebook.
I will say, Mojo, like, I do not consent to being recorded. Just to make it clear.
Those words mean nothing.
No.
Well, you know, I'm not an attorney, but, you know, it's...
You know.
So can I ask 2 questions?
Cackles is an attorney. Cackles is my,
David, isn't it too early to be drunk?
What's going on with Alex New York? He used to be holding rooms all the time.
I remember Alex New York. I miss that guy.
She's not 3 times. You don't say the name 3 times.
Beetlejuice!
Okay, well, whatever happened to him?
Well, I'll tell you, if I knew information, I would probably withhold it, because it's not polite to share. I think what we could just say is that there was a place for him on this app, and you know, well, I think some of his rooms were the dumbest rooms on here. I also think that why would you interrupt me, David? Why would you interrupt me? What have you been drinking today?
No, because...
No, I want to know what you've been drinking. Don't even tell me how many, because that would be awesome.
So there was a situation with Alex New York.
No, but what are you drinking today?
I'm not going to answer that question.
Okay, well then until you want to participate in the room, I'm gonna move you down to the audience. We'll move you back up when you're ready to tell us what you've been drinking. You don't have to say how many. That would be too personal, but go ahead and put it in the chat what you've been drinking. That'd be great.
Can I ask Kitover a question?
Yeah, go ahead. Do you guys formally know each other? Have you guys met?
No. I'm going to Chicago when the next festival is, so I wanted to know what is the next up-and-coming festival.
Why don't you meet him at the campaign headquarters?
I could do that and give him a little contribution.
You could go to the Air and Water show, or you could go to the Polish Fest, and then there's like another big one in Chicago, like downtown by Chicago Theater. You know, it's just...
That's what I thought. The Polish Fest. I go to all Polish things. I'm not a Polak, though. Thank you.
Hello? This is Cackles calling in. What's up, guys? Long-time listener, first-time caller? That's about right. I got a bone to pick with you guys.
What?
I'm just kidding. No way. What happened, Cackles? What did we do? And how? Nothing. It was a long-time listener, first-time caller joke.
No, keep on going. I'm feeling froggy. Let's go. The next part of that sentence needs to be... Cackles, the next part of that sentence needs to be, am I the asshole if?
Am I the asshole if? Yeah, that could be it. Ooh.
Alright, new poll. Thought it was relevant and timely. Hey, Liz.
That's a great
It's
poll.
definitely WWE women.
You know what I really like about the Positive Mojo Vibration experience is the changing titles, the changing polls, the dynamic nature of the room.
Your dynamic nature.
Hello, Monica. Or Christopher.
Who's Christopher? It's quite literally in his name.
Christopher is an Antifa radical anarchist who flicks off cops and says, F you, cop!
Oh no, John.
Wait, hold on. My understanding of Christopher is that he's a small town boy, military family, Republican lineage, that just wants to help make his neighborhood better.
Oh wait, that wasn't Monica? Oh, that was just serendipity? Hello, I'm sorry. Hello.
You're right, Mojo. But he's not serious anymore. We have an understanding.
So you're vouching for Christopher, so I should add him?
Dude, Christopher was one of the most epic voices on this app. When everybody else was chasing, the big names that were off the app, he made a name for himself on this app. He literally made a house called Chris Sweat, a rant, and he would get on the stage by himself, rant for 15 to 20 minutes, and there'd be 100 people listening with no ability to interact with him whatsoever. They would just listen to him rant. It was probably the most interesting experience. I don't think it was necessarily the most engaging rooms. He would then bring people up after the rant, but it was fascinating to watch how he could captivate people. It was like a one-man Broadway show.
Nice. Congratulations, Christopher. I guess no replays because this looks like a new-ish account, huh?
Oh, this was years ago. That's funny.
Thought it was Christian Lamar.
I don't think Christian Lamar ever got 100 people in his rooms.
True, Monica.
Christopher, if there was one thing that you wish Clownhouse users knew or read in a book, what is it?
Oh, I don't know. I honestly only come up here to fucking catch up with you guys once in a while. I don't think I've been on here for like 10 months or something, but this app sucks.
Isn't that projection, though? Because, doesn't the app actually suck if you suck? But, what if other people on the app don't suck?
No, the people don't suck. The app sucks.
Does the app bite?
It's a conference call. It's just people. The app is, basically a non-existent thing. It's a fucking conference call.
No, they ruined the app, and it sucks.
Well, what is the app other than speakers having a conversation?
It sucks now.
So, my interpretation of the app is it's your own choose your own adventure game. So, if you're unhappy with the content, you have the freedom to create your own.
Exactly.
Hi, everyone.
As is always the case.
To add to the conversation, I just wanted to come up to the stage so I could be included. Thank you.
Dylan, welcome to the Self-Adventure Club, Dylan. Congratulations on making your first step in your new self-adventure.
But yeah, it's group calls, okay? That's all it is. Just a big old group call.
Yeah. You're a big old group call.
With a picture.
Whoa, what the violence, Jackals?
Sorry, I'm feeling violent now.
I don't think any of you are real. I think you're all just dots on a screen.
Hey, Dylan.
Making noises.
Hold on. Do we move him down for outing us, or what?
Well, hold on. Maybe what we need to do is read the rules of the house to Dylan.
Exactly what
let me put them on my PCR.
Dylan, we have rules.
We're a real inclusive bunch, too.
What?
I just read the rules for the first time in my life.
Do you agree to abide by them?
I have so far. Hold on.
Would you like me to read them to you?
Just for us to hear more of your voice, we will answer yes.
In the mouse.
Okay,
In the
no
mouse.
violence, no problem. No doxing, no problem. Stay on topic. I'm going to try. Keep your shares brief, okay? Don't interrupt speakers. I'm pretty good at that.
Okay, so we didn't say read them out loud. We said Monica's going to read them out loud.
Yeah, but don't forget the last few.
Okay. In the Muff now has 1,029 members. This house, the rooms, and the chat are for entertainment purposes. So where did he stop? Number 5. Do not interrupt.
Just start from the beginning. We want to hear as much Monica as we can.
I'm so lost. Where are we starting?
The rules.
This is
Number 1. No. Bye. No threats of violence. No doxing. Stay on topic. Keep your shares brief. Do not interrupt speakers, especially mods. Mods may interject when appropriate. The N-word is forbidden on stage and in chat. Don't spam the chat. Do not bring drama here from other rooms, and English only. PSA. Assume that all rooms are being streamed. Paul and the Clubhouse team have taken away the mods' ability to remove people that do this when they introduce the Anon features.
So well written.
Who left in a temper tantrum? Hey, Bren.
I appreciate the English only.
I mean,
do you know the spirit of why we have the English only rule? Can anyone guess?
So the ICE will know who not to take?
Oh, that's a good guess. But no, I unfortunately only am fluent in English, although I do know un poquito when it comes to Espanol. And so because I don't have a mastery of other languages, it's just easier for me to moderate rooms, both on the stage and in the chat, if we agree that we're all going to speak English. Poker rooms have this rule to avoid collusion.
Poker rooms. I disagree. I think you might be fluent in sarcasm and have a doctorate in memology, but I could be wrong.
I also have a crush on Monica.
You guys are getting married. So cute.
Monica and Mojo sitting in the tree. Clubhouse style.
Where's Kelly?
K-I-N-S-I-N-G.
So uncomfortable.
Monica, I hear you blushing.
You guys, don't be ashamed of your love.
Seriously, can we get Kelly in here?
Kelly is making sandwiches at this time and eating watermelon. She might show up later.
I would like to join the Monica pile-on and also just say that you are a beautiful woman with the greatest voice on Clown House. And when I saw the moon last night, that beautiful light, I thought of your beauty and your grace and your magnificence, magnificent Monica, aka Scarlett.
He's trying to get me to leave, isn't he?
No.
Hello and welcome to Con House.
Fight with Mojo. John, we do not believe in duels. Settle down.
Well, when I hear flattery and compliments.
Hold on. I just want to say that if we believe what the Bible says about love, it's okay because love is not jealous. So there could be plenty of admirers of Monica.
Oh, good. Can we just throw me in the mix too?
Everybody, serendipity is now in these flash.
I'm used to dog piles, but not this kind. So
is it enough with the love bombing already?
I think you can only get great compliments if you truly anonymize yourself and remain, anonymous.
I like this poll. This is a fun poll. Should we go around and each have our own pet peeve poll? Like, what's the worst? Yeah. Chewing off mute just kills me. There's a very few number of people who can do it that I don't get over, but the majority, man.
Girl, you counted his ice cubes this morning.
But serendipity, was I wrong? I was rude.
You were not.
I was rude, but I don't think I was wrong.
You were absolutely not wrong. That's honestly all of my pet peeves surround noises. Noises trigger me.
Are we talking about pet peeves just on Clubhouse or in life?
In life. It's everywhere, yeah. Repetitive noises bother me. Chewing, smacking, gurgling, gulping. Anything you do with your mouth. Ugh.
Okay, I was really offended that I was watching a YouTube video and a foreign language ad popped up. not a ad about learning a new language or a new foreign language, but an ad in a foreign language. And I was like, this is America. What are you doing on my YouTube feed? Was not happy.
I have so many pet peeves. I guess one of them, I cannot handle someone tapping on my chair with their foot, or like even my kids a lot, they'll kind of keep pushing on the back of the couch while I'm sitting there, and that I cannot handle that. It's definitely a pet peeve of mine.
Well, that's an invasion of personal space, so I think you're justified in that one.
What about someone walking too close behind you, clipping your heel? I hate that.
What about someone recording you and putting you on YouTube?
I also cannot tolerate BO. I am very sensitive to smells, and BO is just, I just can't do it.
Oh, I'm afraid you're right, Holly. You got me there too. The smell thing is a big thing for me.
I remember being around someone who was very pungent, so pungent that they activated my gag reflex. Like, I could not deal.
Monica, what perfume do you wear? Can you answer that? Is that too personal?
No, it's not that it's personal. It's that there's the Michael Kors original was my favorite, and then it just continued. So.
Well, the reason I ask is that I'm thinking of getting your favorite scent and spraying it on my pillow.
Oh my! What? Is the world turning?
It could be a carcinogen, so sleeping in it might not be the best idea.
Yeah.
I wanted to sing Doobie Doobie Doo.
Yeah, I've definitely been in really awkward situations. I was on a plane. It was an international long plane ride. But before we disembarked, whatever, I was sandwiched between these two very, very large men, and they were really nice, very talkative, but very bad smelling. It was pungent, and I was like sweating because I was like, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? Like, I can't. I was literally sitting there thinking, like, I think I have to get off this plane. And it was a really full, like, the plane was full. It was filling up. I'm like, I honestly think I have to get off. Said, please, is there any spot I can move to? I honestly don't think I can do this. I think I might have to get off the plane. I can't sit where I'm sitting. And she was like, let me see, and she's like, just go back, let me see what I can do. I was like, okay, I'm praying. So thank God she came and grabbed me. And when I got up, those guys said, they made a comment like, it's okay, we're used to it. And I was like, damn, it was so awkward.
But so is it a natural scent? Is it a food scent? Is it bad hygiene? That's an open question. I have no idea. I'm not like the rumors of white people smelling like wet dog. It's not something that I was used to before Clubhouse, and I realized that the people that accuse white people of smelling like wet dog are around poor white people and not white people, and so they're actually outing themselves on their income level every time they insult white people. So I don't know. Holly, is it?
Wait,
it's definitely the BO that bothers me the most, but I know there are other smells. I mean,
so it's hygiene. Is it poor hygiene, or they're not using deodorant because their culture?
Well, let's be real. Yeah. So Indians, obviously, deodorant is not, I guess, a thing. But for the other people, I guess it's hygiene. Yeah, I mean, there's different smells. Like if you're really fat, there's definitely that like sweaty, kind of sweet, gross smell.
So you do, Scarlett, you do believe that there is a direct correlation therefore between income and personal hygiene and odor, correct? Because you said that income is it is a correlate, right, Scarlett?
Oh, I don't think it's an absolute, but if you have to pick between eating and soap, many people will pick food.
Well, let me ask you something, Scarlett, since you're talking about personal hygiene.
Axed away.
Let me ask you, do you use a water pick to brush your teeth with? And do you also use baby wipes to wipe your ass?
Too personal.
I'm just asking about your personal hygiene because the correlation would be your income.
Well, some of this is just culture also. Like we there's differences in the way we clean based on.
Do you guys clean your mouth out with coconut oil and oregano?
That's a thing? I use safflower oil.
Is that what do you think? Why would we want to do that?
Oil pulling?
Because if you use the over-the-counter mouthwashes, they actually kill the bacteria in your mouth that's actually good for you. It actually makes you less healthy. So I highly recommend doing the same way you would semen.
You got it backwards, Mojo. You're
Hold on. I need to know about Mojo's gargling techniques.
Oh no. What did I just get into?
We are talking about how you can use balsamic vinaigrette as a mouth detergent, essentially.
Balsamic vinaigrette? No. Was that one of the options? I heard it was coconut oil.
You gargle with balsamic vinaigrette as opposed to mouthwash because mouthwash is an alcohol and a carcinogen, and it kills the bad bacteria, the good bacteria in your oral hygiene.
And for oil pulling to really be effective, you should swish for about 20 minutes.
20 minutes? We've got time for
Yes. You should swish for 20 minutes.
I'm out.
Anybody in California get that Amber Alert?
Well, I met an Amber last night at the bar, or 2 nights ago, and she's marrying her second cousin. Do you think it's weird, that she would say, "Hey, my fiance's here"?
You shouldn't be going to the bar while you're running for Congress.
Why? I've got to listen to what the young people are talking about, not what the old farts are talking about on Clown House.
So you're going to the bar to do political outreach?
100%. I'm constantly live streaming my experience at the bar. I don't know if you follow me on X, but I call it the Emerald Island Chicago ASMR Experience by candidate Congressman John Kitover.
Yeah, that's a horrible strategy, bro.
Well,
I mean, if you wanted to post up outside the bar, you see what I'm saying, and actually have conversations in a way that's more genuine to having that conversation as opposed to listening to a bunch of, pulsing music and, I mean, I don't know. Like, I just feel like it would just be like
I get enough political conversation here.
If you were to have those conversations with people entering and exiting that bar.
Sometimes I don't want to talk and I just want to listen. And when I go out, sometimes I don't want to talk. But coming on Clown House, you can get all the political conversation anyone could ever get enough of. It's overload.
So when you go into the bar, do you make like an announcement in between like DJ sets like, hey, I'm John Kitover, I'm, running for Congress, this is like my platform. I mean, are you doing any of those things?
No, these are professionally run bars. They don't want some bald asshole
Who's your
interrupting. I'm the Clown House as a decentralized network of associates. You want to be the campaign manager, Scarlett?
Not.
John, I would highly recommend that you talk to Stephen Bader or Marshall Rankin and ask them if they either would volunteer to be your campaign manager or if they could recommend somebody that could.
I will ask them if I happen to see them. Thanks for that suggestion, Mojo. Thanks for that positive vibration. Pay them?
They could do it on a voluntary basis. Smaller campaigns don't have the money to... you want the money going into actual marketing of the campaign, not to pay for volunteers that could have done it for free. You want to find people that are aligned with your mission, that they want to help you get elected as much as you want to be elected.
I agree. But if you are on Clown House and you're not we get to Washington, D.C., I swear we're going to throw the biggest Clown House party. All your expenses will be paid. The campaign will fly you out, put you in a boat, put you in a hotel, put you at the bar.
John, if I were in your campaign, I would tell you that those are the kind of promises that you should not be making.
Well, maybe I'm having grandiosity, but I'm just saying.
John, have you spoken to Augustus?
Yeah. He said he's broke, but he wants to work on the campaign.
Yeah, I mean, he's actually very politically astute.
Good for you to think of him, Adams.
Yeah, I am going to try to work with him, but today and tomorrow, I'm getting a new campaign website set up so we can actually take donations and actually do real operations. So,
are you setting up anecdote in the background?
Yeah.
Good call.
Kind of reminds me of the Build the Wall campaign from the veteran who was injured, and it was a joke that the American people will fund the wall since Congress and the government won't, and then it turned into a real thing. So the meme became reality. It's kind of the vibe I'm getting with John Kitover's campaign. Mojo, one quick question. Mojo, you had turned off the house wall, our ability to post on the house wall. You can. I was just going to let you know.
I did not.
Oh. Well, I can't post. I can't post on the.
I will go take a look. That should not be the case. As long as people are not violating the rules of the house, they should be able to post freely.
It's open.
Oh, well, maybe. Well, let me double check because I was restricted. I was going to post the link to the replay this morning, and I could not.
John, can I recommend you embrace an education choice? Strong Keys, and I can connect you with funders.
Yeah, absolutely. Chicago and the CTU here is run by a bunch of cackling communist witches.
100%, they're a problem. So the guy's name is Paul Diperna, Diperna. Goggle him and tell him I sent you if you embrace an ed choice agenda.
Well, we have a gentleman, maybe I can get him to come on Clown House. His name is Governor candidate Joe Severino, and he is getting attacked by the Illinois GOP in a way that you can't believe, but he's getting a lot of views, and he is the only Republican who has any visibility running for governor. The Illinois GOP doesn't field anyone. They have no candidates in any election cycle for judges, for committee people, for Congress people, for senators. They field nobody, none of the other. $5,000. That's it.
Have you guys seen KB on the app? Serendipity?
No, I haven't seen him in a couple days.
No, I'm talking about the female KB.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
She goes on X Spaces with Andrew Meyer a lot.
I haven't, Adams.
What the hell is going on? Sean, what are you listening to?
Hey, Sean, mute your mic or drop to the goo.
Hey, Sean, you have a hot mic.
Is he watching more Povich?
So the one thing about launching a campaign and using a platform like Clown House is because there really kind of is this force multiplier effect of having like what you could call a networked brain or a positive groupthink to a certain extent, or utilizing Clown House as your rocket pad. There's just a lot of benefits to launching a political campaign and doing communication with individuals, in this type of social audio dynamic. And, because almost all organizations constantly have meetings, to me, Clown House is the perfect place to conduct business and use it as a conference call, a teleplatform like Zoom. So to me, Clown House, can be revolutionary and create real change. It's just a question of the users and whether or not they're able to successfully work together to actually do anything other than just like have casual entertainment conversations.
Yeah, you have to show up prepared. I ran 3 successful state, local, and national school board campaigns and won. It's work, but you have to be very targeted.
You also have to define success on your own terms. If winning an election is not the only strategy. Sometimes it's an awareness thing. Sometimes it's a learning thing. There's a lot of things that you can do. Libertarians love talking about Joseph Overton and the Overton window. But you got to be intentional about that. What is your goal? And if you have exit criteria of like, man, if I do this, that will be, I can hang my head, very well. Those are the things you should think about, because winning is for the people that are going to throw a lot of money into it, right? But you can also define success in your campaign without winning in the election. If you were to cause doubt or at least introduce into the conversation an issue that you care about. Like, if you think about Ron Paul's biggest contribution, he certainly didn't win the presidency. And when he was in Congress, most people didn't even know who the fuck he was. But once he ran for president and it was on the debate stage, he started talking about things that said, I wonder why the rest of them don't care about these things. And so what you need is more people like Ron Paul. And I think that when you do it on a low level, you can have a lot more impact.
Yeah, I mean, even putting out videos about property taxes in the top towns in the district, income taxes in the top town. Like the current congressman, probably, if I were to do a quick Grok search about how many times and give me the content where he has talked about lowering your property taxes, income taxes, gas, plastic garbage bag taxes at the grocery store, everything. I mean, there's ways to create content which cause doubt and bring up relevant topics that are priorities.
I would like to have more people like Ross Perot. Ross Perot, I can't remember the lady from Texas, but just more people who had a different political and economic viewpoint. I think what America suffers from is the agree with me because I say so crowd. I think we got to have several different conversations, and of course, let the people decide.
Well, you know what I kind of wish we had was more long-form debate structure. I don't like the way that the debates are structured now. They're like
that's because the parties themselves had formed a committee to choose the rules, and those rules, the first big rule that they make is how to exclude third parties from those debates. And so the good news is the debate commission has fallen apart, so there's at least an opportunity for something new to emerge. But John, I wanted to throw a name at you. You should look up the Free to Choose Network and look up the chairman, Chris Rufer. He was a guy that he founded the Morningstar Company. He's the wealthiest pure liberty donor that you're going to find. And if you were to message him, and all you have to do is go to the website freetochnetwork.org, send a message, put in the title of your message, principle of human. Oh God, how does he word it? Hold on, I want to make sure I don't bastardize what he says. Hold on, I want to make sure I get this exact. Hold on, bear with me. I apologize. I just don't want to fuck it up because this is important. these are his words. So if you put them in his words, it'll go a long way. This is somebody that was by far the biggest donor to the Libertarian Party and a lot of libertarian campaigns. But I'll tell you. Hold on. Let me find the email from him. Principle of human respect. If you can send him an email telling him that your campaign is all built around the principle of human respect, you'll get his attention and you might get a donation.
So for the people who say that, the parties need to have a different structure, Mojo's correct. A lot of those ones that we see are structured a certain way, but you do have the opportunity as regular Americans to bond with some people who may be having a similar conversation with people who are not part of the structure. I think the sad thing is that when people who are not aligned with how the Democrats want the Republicans do their thing, Green Party, Colby Party, Forward Party, the people who want a different structure are not paying those things attention as you should. Give those things eyeballs so that over the next 4 or 8 years they become at least number 16 or number 10 questions that you want.
With all due respect, that doesn't work. The third largest political party in the country has been at this for over 50 years, and the system is designed. It works that way. I think a better idea is you take your ideas, you organize, and then you look at the way that the game is set up. You have to play within the rules. If you break the rules, they'll kick you out. So what you do is you have to bow down to the fact that there are two parties, and then you have to push your idea into one of the two major parties.
I think that's a different premise. I don't disagree with that premise. But I think that what they were talking about was hearing different conversation structure. Well, what you're talking about is not.
Well, what I'm saying is I want to see that on the national stage. I get what you're saying, but I'm just saying if I could paint a perfect cycle, election cycle, I would change the style in which they're doing the debate. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but you got to understand, they don't want that because they want to frame the conversation for the American people in the way that they want to frame it. And if you have an outsider that's on the stage that might change the conversation, what if the American people got excited about that new idea? They do not want that.
Yeah, that's why I know it's probably a pipe dream. That's just I wish that was the way it was.
When Ron Paul, would scream out, "The government is broke. America is broke. We are kicking the can down the road and borrowing and spending ourselves into an inflationary state." That perks people's ears up. But unfortunately, he just didn't have that bravado and strength. But the whole point is Ron Paul's Liberty Institute, and even though his co-host may not be that great, the point is it's his messaging, it's his communication outreach, which will have the lasting effect on Americans and people who are part of that communication network, and how essentially they know that they're getting not a square deal and it's not a fair bargain. So part of my campaign is really educating myself and educating hopefully the constituents in the district, because if Congress people and senators were educators and sharing actual information as opposed to propaganda or redistributing their lobbyists' messaging, I think their constituents would be better off. And because education is hundreds of billions of dollars a year federally and locally, with all your property taxes going to education, I don't think we're getting the education that we're paying for. The return on investment of our dollars towards education just isn't there. So it's up to us to maybe re-educate ourselves to hopefully re-educate the population on what a fair deal is and how we got here in 2025 and why we have to stop doing what we're doing.
Real quick. So the problem that Ron Paul ran into is that the party itself does not allow these ideas to be able to see the light of day. So when people started liking what Ron Paul was saying, there were states in which he had delegates in 2012: Maine, Minnesota, Iowa, Louisiana.
Bryce,
And what happened
sorry,
was,
I'm taken. I'm married.
when they got to the convention, they actually challenged the credentials of Ron Paul delegates. They unseated them and they replaced them with other delegates. When they were voting for the speaker slots for the convention, they didn't select Ron Paul to even speak at the convention. When that happened, all of the we're going to change our own rules to exclude you. Go ahead, Adam.
I mean, doesn't the Constitution almost doesn't say you can do that in the party? But I mean, doesn't the Constitution give them the right to even do that?
So, Roger, I wanted to ask you, what are your thoughts on Donald Trump pulling over $500 million from UCLA?
I think federal funding should never go to education, period. I think the people that are asking for it are asking for trouble. And now some people might like the idea of why he pulled it. Some people might think that it was the reason that he pulled it was a bad idea. I don't even care what the reason was. I want federal funds pulled from K through 12 as well as the universities.
I would agree with you, but I also want to introduce the context that the student population at UCLA is 2/3 foreign students. So, I mean, the fact that we're even funding on a federal basis, a campus that doesn't actually have attendance from, United States citizens, like that to me is my main point of contention with UCLA. It's disgusting. Like back in the 70s, like UCLA used to be free. Like, Roger, what people have to go through, to get their kids into schools in Southern California is disgusting. Like, I'm all for Becky from Full House. Like, I think that every parent that does have those means and their kids are able to academically qualify, I definitely think that they should be utilizing that pathway.
So this kind of happened when, in my view, it kind of happened when people tried to make a degree as the benchmark for a job, and so we took it away from the GED people. We took it away from the people who may have 8th grade education, but they did way better than the college degree person. And we kind of put ourselves in this little conundrum of, well, we're just going to, out of the blue, glorify this thing. Well, in doing that, now you start to weaponize against many of the Americans. So it may not seem that way, but from my point of view, in my culture structure, the way we see it, the minute you start saying, okay, this is okay, but now to just left it alone, let it live and die organically, it would have been okay. But we tend to, here in America, weaponize for one group or another and not realize that you're basically getting the outcome that you just spoke of a moment ago.
So, do you believe that in certain concentrations of study in college, it's to have you recite information, or is the whole concept to teach you how to think?
I'm an honor roll student. It is to recite information.
I don't know. I tried. My teacher, it was a lot of critical thinking.
Right. So, when we look at the state of social issues in America, the fact that a school like UCLA has an enrollment of 2/3 foreign student attitudes towards educational goals in America, that's indicative of people selling seats abroad.
Dr. Adams, let me ask you a question. Why do you think mathematics is so difficult to teach or so difficult to learn?
Average attention span of the American populace.
But it's also the material itself, correct? I mean, it's a giant large language model with all kinds of symbols and abstract concepts that, it's kind of difficult for the average person to just adapt because it's essentially its own language.
there's a reason why they don't allow you to have programmable scientific calculators when you take your SATs.
They do now, and it's not the SATs anymore. It's the.
Oh, they do now?
Yeah.
I'm about to say, what is he talking about?
Let me finish. And the test now is ASVAB, which is aligned with career tech.
They don't take SATs and ACTs anymore?
No, 80% of the country has moved away from that. And they're moving towards a company called ASVAB. That's the test.
You know, I asked this Indian gentleman, a guy who had a master's degree in computer science and was a software developer working on apps for Walgreens and Boeing and other major Fortune 500 corporations. I said, why are there so many Indian H-1B visa software developers? And he goes, John, there's 1.4 billion people in India. That's a lot of engineers.
You know, they pulled the nice scam during the automobile situation where they weaponized that. It was actually genius on their part. They weaponized that, and they had these little call centers in certain parts of the country. Pakistan did it too, where they would teach people how to pass interviews. And what's so amazing is they weaponized the way for the people who trampoline, it's called trampoline off of the automobile industry into these other certain areas, and they would pull their people in by getting this type of scenario where those people who came from the centers would get interviews from people who were placed in certain areas. So I speak a little bit of Gujarati, and what's so funny is I remember a lady in the HR department tell somebody, hey, just get here, I'll guarantee that you get an interview. So it isn't that these industries necessarily need it, it's just they did a very smart thing. They said, hey, here are some people who want to get cheaper labor, and they don't really want to pay the American-born IT guy. Let's...
Wait, hold on. What you're saying doesn't make a bit of sense, and it tells me that you don't know how these visas are issued. You
interrupted me, so let me ask you a question. What happens here in Silicon Valley, teacher?
Well, considering I've been in Silicon Valley for 30 years, what exactly do you want to know about it? Because it sounds like there's a lot of things that you don't understand about it.
I just asked you a question and you're avoiding it.
I don't understand your question because what you said was gibberish, but go ahead.
You interrupted me, which is your right. Then I asked you a question about how does it work.
You ask me or ask me?
Oh, well, let's use the Oxford Dictionary. OSC is the correct pronunciation, but we all got different dialects here in America. So you can play that game if you want to. The correct pronunciation is OSC. Even you're not pronouncing it correctly. So
I disagree. I would pronounce it axe.
Again, you have an American.
I'm going to start asking questions.
I'm not going to get you upset. And now here comes somebody trying to help you.
Wait, Sile, are you sure that the Oxford Dictionary says OSC?
Trying to help you. I'm talking to the one guy who interrupted me. Hold on for a second. So can you answer my question for a third time? How does the process work here in Silicon Valley?
Which process are you referring to? You're talking about
the one you interrupted on.
Oh, so you want to explain how visas work? It's perfect, thank you. So if you're hiring, let's say for an engineer, for example, the first thing that you must do is you must open the job rec for domestic applicants. You cannot open the applicant pool to foreign workers. You're forbidden from doing that until you've exhausted all options. And once the job rec's been open for a reasonable amount of time and you don't find qualified applicants, then what you do is you have to get approval from HR to be able to create a job application that would allow you to take on people that come from elsewhere. Now, do you want to disagree with what I just said?
yes and allow me 60 seconds, and you can have a final word.
You can have 90 seconds because I prefer to give more time for people to interrupt.
I know you're going to interrupt me.
No, I won't. I'm going to give you 90 uninterrupted
seconds. I have been in software since the days of this American Megatrends, Earthlink, Mindspring before Earthlink. I've been around for quite a while. People have jumped past the process that you just claimed is in existence, which it is, but they jump past it with these contracts through temp agencies. So you're saying they have truth, and that's why when you interrupted to try to be obtuse, you actually failed. They've been doing this for over 2 decades, jumping all that entire process that you're talking about, getting people in through the temp agency. But you got the last word, sir, because it was a great conversation. You got the last word.
Yeah, let me ask you this: Are you a hiring manager?
In the field that I'm in now, yes.
Great. And so you have hired people. You have hired foreign workers.
No, I personally refused.
Gotcha. Okay.
So you haven't seen the process through, then? That's kind of what we're saying.
No more questions.
Yeah, and I think the restriction, Roger, is they have to have that applicant pool open to domestic employees for a year. And if it's a long-term thing, then you have to demonstrate like a 10-year period or a 4-year period. There's all sorts of restrictions like that, at least in biotech, for trying to find talent. So, Trey, the thing you said about the temp agencies, that's only one exploit. So I'm not sure.
No, I agree with you, sir. It's just that he's talking in absolutes as if these things don't happen. So thank you for acknowledging it is one aspect. And I acknowledge that he spoke half-truth also. But when he interrupted as if what he was saying was a superior thing. And it's only half-truth.
Well, typically what I say is a superior thing, but carry on.
It's just good to have good competition. I mean, hey, you may be right on some days. It's all good. But respectfully, this conversation has many layers, and the way people outside of the country, and I think Dr. Adams might appreciate this, weaponize the loopholes that you may not know exist. That's where the problem really lies, and that's why people like Dr. Adams get frustrated, because there's a lot of loopholes that Americans have not closed because they're unaware that it even exists.
But the loopholes help Americans because they're American business owners. So it's weird to say like Americans versus Americans. I think you should specify the special interests and what the loopholes are.
So I before we go down the rabbit hole, the way that this conversation started was I asked Roger what his personal opinions were as far as Donald Trump and his administration pulling $500 million of funding away from UCLA. Roger gave his opinion. I gave my opinion in saying that in greater context, people should also understand 2/3 of their population are international students. And I feel that it's inherently unfair that even $500 million funding goes to a public school, to basically have an enrollment that is 2/3 international students.
Yeah, that is weird.
And they're also, they're paying like double, right? I mean, international tuition is typically significantly lower.
Yeah, but what I think Dr. Adams is talking about that money, or some way, somehow, the Americans are not at the forefront of the benefit. And even kind of
that's my whole point. And I also mentioned the fact that in the 70s, UCLA used to be damn near free. Okay, so the fact that, as a state citizen of the state of California, born and raised, I'm not an implant, okay, I find it very troubling at the fact that, my nieces and nephews applying for college now have to pay, $40,000 to $50,000 a year.
Yeah, that is troubling. Keely, I'm just saying they're raking it in, right? If they're getting size.
Oh yeah, they're getting it from both ends. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think colleges, their number one thing, and maybe you, Holly, and Doctor may appreciate this. if they would just stop changing the book structure every year or two, they can cut at least 1/3 of the money off.
That's not the issue. That's not the issue. UCLA's issue is that they're selling seats abroad. Okay, and this is also why I brought up Operation Varsity Blues. People in Orange County found a loophole that went across the whole entire country into buying their kids into college, which in my personal opinion has always been historically consistent. And I don't think that it should have ended in the federal government coming down and throwing Becky from Full House into jail. So when you have text of people at UCLA selling seats abroad, 2/3 of the population in a public school that does not benefit its state citizens, I can understand why the parents found the back door.
Respectfully, the curriculum changes every 7 years per state, and I can validate that if need be, but I don't think you guys really want to read it.
So, Joe B., that's one part of it, but the main linchpin of where this becomes an issue is the enrollment outreach. They're not showing up to college or high school campuses in foreign governments the same way that they're having conversations with state governments here in America. They're not. It's the enrollment outreach that's the issue. They're selling seats abroad.
And you're not even...
Career Tech is growing, and so it's going beyond college bound.
But let's expand Dr. Adams' point just on another part of the spider web. It used to be, and I'm going to speak up for the GED class, it used to be where we used to have shop and we used to have all these things for those children who maybe were not college ready to be part of a lot of these unions or workforces or industries or what have you. So to his credit, what he's bringing up now, if we use this as an example where we're weaponizing the college, which for many people is a prereq for entry level to an interview, then where do all these other American people go? Because they're already separated from no college degree already. The shop steward and half of that stuff is gone, except in certain little counties here and there. So what is really the outcome if we were to stretch his theory all the way out? Well, that means that a lot of Americans are going to go without, and people on the outside of America who can financially pay for people to exist in these colleges will be the supreme people in 2040.
But it's not individual people that are sponsoring those F1 visas from kids outside of the country. It's foreign governments. Let's be very clear.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
The donors put up like a token quota, right? So they're like, hey, we need this many or whatever. It's interesting because I think this is coupled in with the problem of like a low birth rate in competition. Something like India has more children in honor roll, like meaning they do well in school or higher than we have people. And so I think there's something to be said about abandoning the children of America in the face of scouting for talent elsewhere. So maybe it makes sense at a like national level, but at a local level, it's very vicious and unfair.
That's why when he asked me, was it about critical thinking or just reciting? A lot of it's just reciting at this point. Critical thinkers are kind of shut down. It's not, if you want to compete against something someone said in the class or have a different rule set that you created in your mind, it can't even get flushed out because the way these things are moving now, it's just like, okay, recite what you want me to recite and let me move on.
That's split in half nationally now. Literally, career tech taking 50% and college bound the other 50%. And what's happening is it's choking colleges. Some need to be choked, and building
campus for Wharton. Like, there's no skin off the university's back to take a couple kids in, and they got this massive donation from Huntsman. Like, I don't know. That's how universities got built and buildings got built. Like, traditionally, go walk on these campuses and see the names on the buildings and, the families and the legacy families that contributed. I know everyone's going to say this is horrible what I'm saying or completely unpopular, but it's really, at least on the East Coast with so many of the universities, it was, the heart of the buildings and the endowments on the chairs of the departments and families that donated them. I think there is a difference with foreign governments and what we're seeing and what like Virginia Fox's committee has been able to sort of unravel. And I forget the bill in the House. I think it became law. Someone can correct me with respect to the disclosures from foreign governments into universities and how much they can contribute. And there's like some kind of threshold where a certain amount of money contributed in has to be disclosed. It's where its sources are from. But yeah, I don't know. Did that become law? I know I saw the proposed legislation. I don't know if it happened.
That's true for lobbyists. I don't know if that's true for donors of universities, right?
It was put together through, Virginia Fox's committee, which is Elise Stefanik is on that was doing a lot of the hearings with the university presidents on the anti-Semitism. They were also pushing to find out, and a lot had to do with the Qatari money that was coming in and the sources of the money. I have to check if it actually got signed into law, but I think that's important. But I don't know. I mean, you can all jump on me for this, but I really never had a problem with the donations from legacy families onto campuses and building buildings there.
I don't have a problem with that either, Abby. My whole thing was like the whole Mark Singer case. The fact that, Becky from Full House.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like it's ridiculous.
Okay,
the fact
that became like an institute, like what he was doing, he made a whole business out of it, right?
Okay. Yeah, and recently the judge allowed him to return back to his business practices as long as he discloses his, past, criminal history in over the course of his business practices. So I feel like it was just fake outrage. I feel like people who have the money to be able to find a back door, given a system that has a thumb on the scale against American students, I don't find a problem with it.
So, well, hold on, Abby. The legacy admission thing, I remember hearing a lot of people, complaining about this and saying how it's unfair. I think if a university wants to set up rules where their admission standards are for high grades, or if they want their admission standards to be based on, legacy members, or you found a loan to get in, the only thing that I would like to see applied is that if they can't pass whatever standardized application process you have, for example, if you're going to let the legacy student in and they couldn't pass the exam, I think that's a fucking big problem. I think that level of nepotism is a problem, but you have to balance that with the fact that if you made a hard and fast rule, where are you going to get the funding? Because first and foremost, my goal would be to make sure that the government doesn't fund these universities at all. And if the government, and if I get my way and the government doesn't fund it, the universities are going to have to fund it somehow, some way. And I don't think that if the government's not backing these loans, then you're probably going to have to rely more on legacy. And so I wouldn't want to send my kid to a school that practices nepotism to that level. If they would allow students in that couldn't get in on their own, I think that that's a huge fucking problem. But I also think that's a problem for me. But I don't think that they should be disallowed from setting their own rules.
100% agree with it. So I know with legacy, they still have, definitely with the Ivies, they still have to reach a very high minimum on their SAT scores and their cumulative averages. There is a very high bar. There's, by the way, a high bar for athletes at the Ivy level. They can't take a dumb athlete in there. And by the way, they have to survive the university. So they still, they're getting into Princeton. They got to stay in and get through those classes. And these, Chris, a lot of these schools have classes that are the easy ones to take, but they still have to matriculate through for 4 years. So I 100% agree with you, but you know, these like sports centers and you know, like the what do you call it, the aquatic centers, the swimming pools, and these different facilities on campuses, especially on the sports, get built by alumni. It gets built by alumni money. I mean, it's not, except maybe if you're at, I don't know, I mean, maybe a really rich school has it, but most of these campuses, especially stuff like sports. So you're going to have to rely on that, and you're going to have to rely on the goodwill of the alumni. And I 100% agree with you. But if there's, you know, there's got to be a minimum, and I think there is. I mean, at least I know with, you know, the one Ivy where my kid was, and the kid was, you know, had family legacy, but also, and by the way, got in because of, you know, her own merits in sports also, but had to have a very high, it had to be extremely high. They wouldn't even look at it if it wasn't. So I think it does exist. I mean, I can't speak for all the schools, but I know with some of them, at least at that level.
I think it's unfair to introduce what happens after they get in. I think it's unfair to introduce a particular building that's, you know, a quarter of a mile away that somebody built for lacrosse. The thing is, if you're promoting, hey, this is what the rule is, wow, really started when people start saying, nah, you're this and I'm that. And then people start saying, okay, well, let's dig into that. Oh, you're not really this. You bought your way in. Oh, yeah. And now people go to their political connections and they say, okay, let's make this a little bit stronger because the people who are talking about and have gotten caught. So in that particular case, you did, and we're talking about the tennis guy, I think he was in tennis, who leapfrogged a lot of people in. He was in either tennis, lacrosse, something like that, or was it swimming maybe? But he got a bunch of people in through athletics, and some of them didn't have the scores. So it's like, it's the same thing the Asians are going through now. The Asians said, hey, we don't want this policy and that policy. Well, now many of the Chinese, not all, are suing some of these institutions because they can no longer get in. They can get into MIT. Let me just finish the MIT point. They can get into MIT, but some of these other ones, they have lawsuits against them because it's more than just your scores, and they were thinking about that.
Wait, but I'm confused. Are you talking about the lawsuit that they won? Because they sued Harvard in North Carolina, a Supreme Court case, and they won it. So it is now the law in the country that exactly what you're talking about, that the Asians have to be considered on their merit, because it was exactly what was happening to them at all universities now. It counts. They have to be viewed that way. Is that what you're talking about? Because they won that case.
So enlighten me. They won the case that says you only get to be considered for your academics only.
The Asian Association, someone help me with the name of the plaintiff, with the Asian something association, sued Harvard and University of North Carolina against the affirmative action program, claiming that there was discrimination and they were not getting accepted into those schools, even though their test scores and their cumulative averages and their academic credentials were greater than those that were getting in. And the schools were relying on affirmative action, which was a case, decided by the Supreme Court 25 years ago, or someone helped me also on the date, that set out affirmative action, and it only was supposed to have a shelf life of about 25 years. That was Justice O'Connor's opinion when they passed when they ruled on affirmative action way back. So the Asians sued, and they were successful. And now the law across the country is you cannot discriminate in admissions, that the admissions have to look at merit. You can't, that affirmative action is not going to be the guideline for admissions. So let me try to find I'll put the case.
Yeah, I'm going to look at it also, but I think we're talking about two different things. So what happened with a lot of the Asian students, they have to get judged for other things like volunteering. They have to get judged for things they did during the summer. They didn't calculate all that. They were only off of scores. Only. I'm not even talking about the affirmative action thing, because that's up and down. They were benefiting off of affirmative action. You're wrong. No, let me just finish. It's hard to finish. Let me just finish. You'll get the microphone. But they were complaining about, because they were benefiting from it. So most of their complaint with Harvard was that, hey, we have these scores. And their rebuttal was, well, you don't have all these other things that regular students get vetted on. And so what you're saying is, and I'm going to look it up while I mute myself, but what you're saying is now we're not talking about affirmative action. What you're saying is now they only get to have merit-only conversations. And I find that interesting, but I'll go research it.
Yeah. Hold on. So the Supreme Court decision, they ruled 6-3 in the Harvard case and 6-2 in the UNC case. And it was a violation of the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. And so, according to Chief Justice Roberts, he said that the programs cannot use race as a direct factor in deciding who gets in. But they do allow that applicants can discuss their race in the essays that they have, but the schools can't use that as a backdoor way for racial quotas or preferences. And so I think, first of all, you have to applaud the Supreme Court for their decision here, because regardless of what people might think, we are a nation of laws. And if the Constitution is the supreme law of the land, then we should look to the 14th Amendment for this guidance. It's a sad thing that it took this long for the Supreme Court to step in and overturn those wacky rules that were ignoring equal protection under the law. And on Clubhouse, the only people that were complaining about it were white progressives and black racial essentialists that thought that it was unfair. I didn't even hear Asian people weigh in on it, other than the few Asian people that I did hear from said, yeah, of course race should not be considered. In fact, by considering race, what it did was it discriminated against Asians, and it's amazing how white liberals are always in favor of putting their hand on the scale to make things racially unjust.
So, Roger, have you ever been to University of California, Irvine?
Nope.
Abby, have you ever been to UCI?
Never on the campus, no.
Oh, okay.
We went there. I've been there.
I've been there many a time. Spent a lot of time there. If you go onto campus, Roger, I'm telling you, it looks like Hong Kong. Okay, there's very little American representation that exists on that campus. Like, there's very little. So when we talk about the discriminatory practices that exist in the collegiate system in America, yeah, I believe that there is a discriminatory practice that's taking place. It's putting Americans last. Putting Americans absolutely last. And it's really, really, really disgusting, to grow up in California in the 90s in Orange County. I played many soccer tournaments over at UCI. One of my favorite restaurants is over at UCI Village, right next to the In-N-Out headquarters. My whole point in my grievance, it is slowly turned into an ecosystem that is just un-American. It's simply just un-American. Look at the housing situation there, bred by UCI. And, Abby, to your point about, the benefactors of universities and ecosystems that give representation, it's a game. It's a game. He continues to donate money to UCI to benefit the real estate development that's taking place in southern Orange County and in central Orange County. If you go up to some of the developments in the Irvine Ranch, it's all Chinese decor in $5-6 million homes, in model homes, all Chinese decor. They're making people comfortable to replace Americans. That's. I mean, you know, I may sound crazy, but this is just my personal opinion.
Can I go back to something Sila said just a minute ago? I'm confused why the Asians that you described, whether they were Chinese or Japanese, I don't know, but that they were troubled that they had focused all on the academics and not on the extracurriculars or volunteering, et cetera, and so forth. I mean, when I was growing up, there was no secret that extracurriculars, volunteer work all helped you not only in getting scholarship money, but also just to get accepted, as well as the academics. So I'm a little confused why didn't they know that?
So I think you know, in my world it's a little bit different because, you know, we as Americans don't talk enough to experience each other's world. So from the Black perspective, what we saw a lot was people would weaponize appearances, weaponize things that may have happened with civil rights or affirmative action to get their particular situation, right? You even had Indian guys. One guy wrote a book about it, how he couldn't get into school to get his schooling paid for what he wanted to do in medical. So he pretended to be a Black man so he can get access to the Negro College Fund. That's a real thing. So I'm answering your question in a linear way. I think what happened is many of our Asian population, whether they're Japanese, Laos, whatever, Vietnamese, I think they were getting benefits from a lot of these things and were unknowingly thinking, oh, well, we're only really getting it off of these scores. Well, no, many of the people in administration, not all, have been letting you in because your predecessor or previous predecessors fought to bring up the point that there's not a lot of Laotian representation at this particular college, or not a lot of Vietnamese representation, and then you cattail that off of some affirmative action thing. Well, they're like oblivious to it. So when a lot of this went away, and I just looked up the thing that Abby was talking about, there's still no change in the policy, which is my point. You're still getting vetted off these extracurriculars. So I don't even know what you won because it states in the opinion that they would have to prove individual damages, which they opted not to do any money thing. They just wanted a symbolic win. Okay, you got a symbolic win, but you still got to go through the vetting process the way everybody else does. So that's what we see it in my culture.
Sheila, one of the arguments in the Harvard case, because I think we were actually in clubhouse rooms listening to the oral arguments. I think, Roger, I don't know if you remember that, but one of the arguments was that they were painting the Asians as the character of the Asian applicant as having no personality and no extracurricular. So it's interesting what Holly was asking. They were being lumped in as just academic, and there was a negative view towards the personality of the Asian. And that came up in arguments, believe it or not, in this case, in the Harvard.
You mean Indian or Asian?
Asian.
Asian. And some Indian people do weaponize the category of Asian.
But this was a Chinese. I mean, that's how it came out in those oral arguments in front of the Supreme Court. That when they started to investigate Harvard's admission process, that they were openly discriminating against the Asian students for not having, and it was. I'll have to read the opinion again and see if it's in there, but it had something to do with characterizing their personality in such a way that they didn't.
But let's be honest, they don't participate in a lot of extracurricular.
Yeah, they don't participate, Abby.
They're really boring.
Don't really do here, guys. I'm just telling you what came out.
What do Asian people really do for fun?
I mean, just to be fair, Abby, even if they argued it even if they argued it, they never solved it. It's still as this other lady, I'm sorry for interrupting you, lady, as this other lady is demonstrating, they don't participate.
Are they talking about that specifically to that case, or as a group as a whole? Because
nationwide.
No, well, that is dead wrong. That is absolutely wrong. Okay, the question I think is what kind of extracurriculars do they do? Because we have this issue in New York City with our specialized high schools. They dominate, and it's not just scores and grades, even though the tests weigh heavily. Okay, I've seen this in white suburban areas. Oh, you know, they're either getting affirmative action or, but the bottom line is, listen, as a community, and I've seen, like I said, I've seen this in white suburbans, they prioritize the wrong extracurricular, and they don't prioritize education. There are communities and cultures in America that don't.
White people?
I'm talking about white people, but I'm saying, like, I don't think
I'm black, but I know white kids, they play baseball like our kids. Football, shit.
Okay, so what if they're in the chess club? And what if they're in the chemistry club and they're not playing football? Like, I guess, is that what you're saying, Christine? Music is huge. Music, orchestras, music. Academic clubs are extracurricular. There's model UN, debate team. They're just not sports.
No, we're not saying they're sports. I think you misunderstood. Even if it's chess club, let's use chess club. Let's use spelling bee, even easier. A large percentage of our Asian friends are not participating. But when they apply, you're looking at, hey, were you doing this? Yeah, you got a 3-point whatever, or 4 whatever. But what else were you doing? Were you on somebody's ping pong club? Were you on somebody's a Go championship, a Pokemon, something? And a lot of them don't. So when people were getting in, which is my argument, many of them, not all, they were getting in based strictly on, hey, it's not many of you Thailand people here. Your grades are outstanding. Come on in. Well, and I'm using Dr. Adams' talking point, I'm just weaponizing his talking point. To people who are really Americanized, well, we got that plus a 3.2. Isn't that superior to this guy? I got 4 points of administrative checkoff compared to this one guy who only got one checkoff, and that's his grade. That's what we're arguing. And because some of the public funding is taxed to that, it has to be fair for everybody. It just can't be, hey, I'm an honor roll student, therefore I should get in over this person. No, this person is doing way more stuff than I am.
Yeah, but my question is was that discussed in the case, and where is the data supporting what you're saying? If it's an overall or within that case at that time?
I put it in the chat, Christine. What was argued?
Thank you.
I don't know if it's really data, but I mean, just even preparing my kids for college, like, I'm not gonna say my kids were straight A students, but because they weren't, you're just an average student like everybody else. You're average within the average median ranges, even what you're scoring on the ACT. Okay, you need to have some other shit to kind of buff up and hook up your application. You need to send in a professional headshot. What else are you doing? Because you're just an average student. It's a lot of average students.
Your piece, let me ask you a question.
So you need to, like, do some other shit.
Your piece, let me ask you a question. If you were in a position as, you know, Massimo Giuliani and, you know, Becky from Full House, right? You had $100 million in the bank. Can you not understand why those parents did what they did?
No, I really can't.
You know, I also wanted to just delineate between community engagement and extracurriculars, although I guess that's a form of extracurricular, but like clubs and stuff is kind of different than community engagement. And I do think some of these admissions counselors do look at the community engagement as well sometimes to help beef up the applicants, compare them. So that may play a part too, if indeed it's true that the Asian student population, I'm not saying they don't have a good excuse to not be community engaged, but maybe they aren't. Maybe they're, maybe that's not as much a thing. Perhaps that was kind of hurting them too.
I don't know.
Why would they not be in community?
Whoa. Guys, what school? So let's say you're MIT, right?
Can't use MIT. Can't use
give me
not MIT. Come on.
Guys, just hold on. Let's say you're a school that has a lot of research and an emphasis on research and an emphasis more on technology, and it's not, it's not reaching out for these great personality traits that you're talking about. I mean, that's what came out in this case, that the Asian community's personality traits were being judged generally and lumped into one area. But some schools maybe want to graduate research nerds. Maybe that's more of an emphasis at that school. Like, all right, I will not use MIT. Find another tech type school, that has that emphasis. But I think, you're right. It didn't get fully resolved as a result of the Harvard case. Whether they can't use race as a basis now for admissions. Affirmative actions expired. It was, again, according to O'Connor's ruling when it first came into place, it was not in perpetuity. It was to expire. And she guesstimated at the time of her ruling 25 years to correct society. However, this personality issue is interesting that you all bring up because it's totally subjective. So imagine all of you are sitting on an admissions committee for a university, and one of you is sitting on admissions at a school that's got, like a big sports school and a big social school, and the other is sitting on admissions at a school that is more research and tech based. So, like, where do you go with that? I mean, it's subjective, right?
So it's not so much tech based.
I apologize for using
No. Even engineering. Let's just
Drexel. Okay, you're a Drexel. I mean, I don't know. Find an engineering school or something.
Anything that's taking public dollars has to be fair. So if you're MIT and you're getting a lot of your funding from military, if you're MIT and you're getting a lot of your funding from some secondary science department that's connected to government, then yeah, you get to do what you want to do. If you're super private and you're taking no public funding, no tax dollars whatsoever, you get to do what you want to. St. Mary's of Graces of on the Hill, whatever. You get to do what you want to. But the minute you start taking funding, public dollars from all of us, then there needs to be a different conversation about that particular school. And we don't mind, like, I'm speaking for my community, because many people give us Black people hell. We don't mind things being merit only, okay?
But we've always been merit-based.
Yeah, I'm about to say. But when it's like that, and C-Lay shows up with a 3.8, don't all of a sudden change the rules and say your favorite friend from Russia, who has way less than me, gets to do XYZ based on his optics or based on his daddy or uncle's money.
Hold on.
Let me make a point before you get angry.
Hold on. I'm going to interfere.
Never mind.
That's fine. Listen, read the House rules. If you don't like them, you can piss off. Moderators will interject when appropriate, and it's appropriate here. The idea that you think that a grade point average entitles you to a spot over someone else, to me, that's the funniest thing that I've ever heard. Because what is a grade point average actually telling you about innate talent? Absolutely fucking nothing. And so while I do agree that we should be on a search for finding people with innate talent, and we should look high and low for it, the idea that people think that a grade point average is a good measure of it are just, you're fucking insane.
That's what they just finished saying.
It's merit-based. Hold on, we're going back to merit-based. The whole D&I thing, that was a crock of shit. Some Black people did benefit, but a lot of us, we've always had to jump higher, run faster, harder, and everything. Any job I've ever had has not been because someone knew me and I was Black, they let me in. No, it's because of what the fuck I can produce. my merit, my performance. Never ever got anything from fucking DNI. Never.
And
hold on. What is DNI?
I think.
I'm asking your piece. What is DNI?
DEI. You know what I meant.
DEI. Okay, got it.
Okay. So the other people introduced merit. I think you didn't realize the other people were suggesting let's not use all these other measurements. Let's only use merit. So you're disagreeing with them. I'm not.
I want it to be judged on innate talent, and we need to find systems to be able to measure that.
We could have been doing that, but many people.
But if we did that, somebody like yourself with the 3.8 might not get in.
Exactly, because of optics. No, you're absolutely right. Because of optics. So I got the 3. Go ahead.
Sorry, you keep saying merit and using it interchangeably. I feel like with academic.
No, he brought it up. I didn't.
Okay, I just want to throw out there merit isn't only academic, unless I'm wrong.
He's the one that brought it up. Maybe he can answer.
Actually, you're the one that brought up the 3.8 grade point average should qualify you over some person that is connected to a wealthy family that lives in. Your point was just weird. You're all over the map, but this is typical for you.
I don't think you were paying attention to what Abby and I were talking about.
I think I listened more carefully than anybody.
I was responding to Abby, and you jumped in to solidify my point as if you were against my point.
Well, you mentioned the grade point average, and if anybody on this stage thinks that the grade point average is a good measurement of who would be a good student, I would just say that you're wrong.
There you go, Abby. He proves my point. That's why we can't do just merit only. He proves my point.
Well, hold on. But now you're saying that you're using the word merit. I'm talking about grade point averages. I want to measure innate talent. And I would say that merit based on innate talent is what we should be looking for. And we need to develop the best tools possible to uncover that. And when I talk about innate talent, we're talking about a potential to learn, a hunger to learn, and people that just have a capacity to do bigger things. If we're going to let people into a university, we should be thinking, who are the people on the other end of this? If we look at this group of students that are applying, which ones are we going to bet are going to have the biggest impact when they get out of this institution? And I think that means we need to throw away the traditional models. I think test scores are a good measure, to be honest, because test scores are testing at least the ability to take a test. But I think what a grade point average does is it really just measures who is present for the class, which is not nothing, but it also says, who is conforming the best to the way that a teacher is teaching. That's not innate talent, and it's not the ability to actually learn. It's simply grading those that conform the best, which I don't think are the people that are going to change the world for the.
How do you measure academic skills and academic success? The ability.
Great question.
How do you measure that?
I was just saying. What do you mean by your question? Are you saying like merit scholarship, being able to scores on your tests? What are you asking?
I have a background in vocational evaluation, and I'm asking you because all of you all are so smart. How do you measure?
I just put in the chat. If you look at some of the ways they were measuring them, they were looking at scores at national merit scholarship programs. They were looking at Intel Science Talent Search, various national awards that they give for high school students. I mean, in my profession, you'd be looking at people that won mock trial, debate, awards. I mean, you're going to look at people that have assumed high levels nationally, and definitely in scoring. I also put in the chat something that came out of the Harvard case. Look at the differentials on what Asians had to score based on the old SAT out of 1600, how much they had to make up of a difference in their SAT scores.
No, you're not listening. Sheila, you're not listening. I don't want grade point averages factored in because I think that that's a measure of conformity. I think test scores are definitely something that we should look at. I don't think that we should weigh it completely on that, but we should absolutely be looking of who has the most innate talent, who has the most grit. Those are the things that we should be rewarding. Grade point average, once they get out of university, because what they've already proven is that they conform to the systems that already exist. They're not going to be challenging the systems that exist.
Well, grade equivalency is taken into consideration when they're determining if a person has a learning disability, like where they stand. I think we, especially in these days, we need to go back to career interest. What do the kids really like to fucking do? Like, no one's asking them that, career interest, personality things. Because you have people that are high functioning on the spectrum. They might have the grade equivalency. However, they don't have the ability. We all know ability is speaking about the future. What could you possibly do? What could you do? What may you be able to do with intervention if you may need it? I'm done speaking.
Can I just jump in? I just wanted to say, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say that more than 50% of the Fortune 500 CEOs do not have MBAs. I think some people place this education thing way too high on measuring or even predicting success. If we are going to keep these institutions prestigious, though, what we should do is set some pretty high standards. And I think the biggest point I would make is that when you start introducing identity as a qualifier in any way, shape, or form, I think that you're completely missing the point of what higher education is for and why we would want to send certain individuals to get a higher education, right? We want to send people with the most talent, with the most grit, with the potential to change the world in a positive way. We want to send the best of the best. And I would say that if we were searching for innate talent, if that ended up meaning that an entire race of people, whether it's white people, black people, Asian people, Hispanic people, even if an entire identity group found themselves that they didn't have a single student in a university, as long as they were indexing for innate talent, I would be totally okay with that. I think that identity is 100% irrelevant when you start thinking about who should we deem worthy to get into these prestigious universities. So I
totally agree. That's all my community was asking for. I totally agree.
Can I just jump in?
Please.
So I just want to say one thing. Number one, for those people that know me, my background, I can honestly say, unless your high school can kick anybody out and not worry about funding, the grades are inflated massively. Everybody just wants their job. So I don't hold any GPA coming out of high school, even if it's over 100, as a marker, which is why these colleges went back to, whether it's a perfect system or not, SATs or an ACT, because they see what happens. And it's gotten progressively harder over the decades. It really challenges knowledge, skill, and ingenuity. And that's like, to all this conversation is if you're not for a standardized test, if you're not for GPA, I'm very project-based, or if I do agree with awards and competitions and things like that, because it's extremely competitive. And to get into elite colleges, whether it's arts or science, if you look at their tests, it is extremely.
We haven't gone.
Well, hold on. No, you did cut her off.
It's competitive out here.
No, hold on. Your piece. Hold on. Your piece. If you interrupt again, I'm not just going to mute you or move you down. I'm going to remove you from the room. I'm going to block you, and I'm going to tell every person on this app to do the same, so you can never interrupt ever again in your fucking life. Christine, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying there are examples out there that really sift through the candidates and have nothing to do with the GPA or a score. And by the way, I taught college for 20 years and I now teach high school. And I will tell you this,
I have had students that could draw anything they could see, but they have no creativity. I've seen both sides of this. And it probably agrees, my point is agreeing with some of the things. Just because even from an art perspective, you could photograph or replicate anything you see, that kid is not creative, and I would not want them. Like, I would challenge them. But I'm saying, like, even in other fields where, they could draw really well, guess what? Okay, invent a surrealistic painting. Take one of your dreams and turn it into a work of art. They couldn't. And if you want a worker bee, a factory worker who's going to replicate anything, great, hire that person. And I really appreciated their skill, but they couldn't think outside the box.
Christine, can I just respond and then your piece? Christine, it's interesting because I think when you apply to grad school is when you might take that portfolio of work you have, or maybe what your criteria shows up more with applicants into grad schools. At least in the arts. I have two kids that went in the arts, the business of the arts, but they had to show what they could create and produce. Not so much in getting into college. So I don't disagree with you, but I think that gets demonstrated a little more, unless you're applying to maybe like, I know people that went to Carnegie Mellon in the arts and they had to show their portfolio at a high school. There's some schools and the drama programs where they have to show those skills prior to acceptance. But most of the time what you're talking about might get displayed in the grad school applications. I don't know if you agree with that.
No, well, I'm in a career technical education. I've taught in 2 career technical specialized high schools, and even the science programs are extremely project-based. So these kids have portfolios of massive, like big projects that they've worked individually and as a group. I mean, how high level they are, I don't really know personally because I don't teach in some of those programs. I agree with you. Well, that's for me, where I am, there's a huge shift in changing whether the colleges are up to that or not. There's a huge shift in getting beyond like grades and scores to produce a resume on the high school level that is not just, I was in I played an instrument, or I'm on a team, or I played chess. They actually have, it looks like an entry-level job to land my plane. That's what it is.
So here's something that happened yesterday, and I think Roger and Dr. Adam may find this interesting. I totally agree with it, but it goes to something that Roger was kind of suggesting, even though Dr. Adams might not like it. So yesterday, there was a lawsuit that went in. It initiated with Washington U, but it's other, probably like 30 or 25 other elite universities. Basically, what they're doing is they're saying, hey, we're going to treat you and your scores like an athlete. As long as you sign a binding contract, Dr. Adams, get this, binding contract, that you will forego other people that you're considering, will guarantee you a spot. So now the alleged thing is it violates antitrust laws and so on and so forth. But look what's happening in reverse of what Dr. Adams complained about with the whole, going against Americans. Here's a structure where somebody came up. They said, hey, we're going to pick and choose based on talent. Okay, using Roger's talking point, talent. But I'm going to make sure you get a seat, pre-admission. And as long as you sign a contract, then you're good. And this flies in the face of what somebody else brought up about they still have to do the work. They're under contract at this point. So they're almost guaranteed at least half a darn degree. All they got to do is not mess it up. So I find this really interesting, but I'm okay with it because as long, and I'm landing here, as long as we know what the rules are, everybody will play. But I find it unfortunate, all this flip-flopping. So now that these people have got busted with this, who's the next person that's going to say, hey, we're from a particular community. We're now going to just weaponize. I know people hate the word weaponize. We're now going to come up with a system that benefits our group and our group only. And nobody's going to like that. Let's make it fair across the board. and the cream of the crop rise.
So, Sile, let me ask you. Oh, sorry, Abby.
No, I mean, I'm listening to what Sile just said, but across the board fair, but schools are different and their needs are different, right?
100%.
But Roger, that goes in the face of what Roger is saying. Roger is saying he wants a talent base, and you just cream of the crop. But go ahead, Dr. Adam.
So Sile, let me ask you a question. As fairness and consistency is concerned, and there are many parents on stage that struggled through the woes of having to conduct distance education during COVID. Don't you think that foreign students can still benefit from that said education, pay international, premiums, for logging?
I totally agree. Give me 30 seconds. I totally agree. The sad part about it is we've been picking and choosing who gets what since the Reagan days and probably even before then. And it's unfortunate now that we got these camera phones and internet, we're just exposing the fact that we've been doing this for a long time. I would love for it to be the way you want it, Doc Adam, but the problem is Americans have been working against Americans for so long that they're like, they hate each other so much. Here's how we can sneak in and use their tax dollar to benefit us. That's all that's happening.
So I think what I would prefer to see for colleges is where they have spontaneous testing of creativity, improvisation, and problem solving. For those that are you could do a hackathon, you could do an art contest where you don't give them the assignment until the last second. I think the fact that people prep for tests, we're actually looking for the wrong thing. You're looking for somebody that could go study something and then recall it and then follow a structure. I want to improvise. I want to give them something that can display the skills that would give you long-term predictability on their ability to solve problems. And I don't think standardized testing does it quite as well as it could. Although I think standardized testing is a better measure than not testing. But ultimately, we need to put people to the test. We need to stress test them. We need to give them complex questions and give them a time constraint to see what they can do with it. This is where innate talent comes up. Like you can teach people. This is going to sound controversial. Stupid people can recite shit by memory. You could give them skills to have a better memory and to be able to recall information, and you can give them repetition. You can get a child to memorize their timetables. Most kids in America, even though they suck at math, could recite things, from a timetable, multiplying numbers that are 1 through 10, for example. But if you start asking them questions for math problems that are not on a multiplication table that they stared at in the 3rd grade every day, all of a sudden you realize that they don't know how to answer a math question. They don't know how to solve for it. They don't know. And again, you can memorize a formula, but when you introduce them to a new concept, do they have the ability to think through it for themselves? Those are the types of people we should identify, because those are the people that are special, and the people that aren't special, we should have jobs for them too. There's always going to be a need to put bottle caps on a bottle. Oh, that's right. We've already replaced that too with machines, because we can do that better with machines. So uplift your skills if you can, but we should absolutely reward people with innate talent.
And the workforce should reward those people, right, Roger? The workforce should put those people at the forefront of their interview and not at the lab. So we got an HR problem too, where the HR people are not rewarding the person you just described. They're rewarding somebody based on identity, based on, hey, we're from the same Delta sorority. So yes, I agree, should not even be considered when it comes to getting a job.
But you do get reward. So first of all, I put this in the chat. What Roger's describing, there are schools and you see it more with the engineering schools, like Drexel, you do work study when you go there. So you go to school and then you work and you do an internship at an engineering firm, and then you go back to school and work again. And it's work study. I think it's like 5 years when you finally get the engineering degree. but you've had all kinds of work experience, and you've had to perform, and you've had to do exactly what Roger is describing, and that's at some universities. But I will tell you, Sile, that when you go to law school, the people that excel, that make law review, that are the great writers, or the great orators that win all the moot court competitions, they do get the better jobs, and they do make more money when they get out of school because they've excelled and they've showed that they can excel in school. I mean, there's a reason you try really hard to make law review, because you're going to make more money when you get out. You will get rewarded for that. So I don't think that it goes without notice. When you achieve, if you graduate summa cum laude and you've gotten great grades and you've been in national honor societies, when you're in college, you will get a better chance to either get a job at a better firm in the field that you're going into, or your grad school. You'll get into a better grad school with those achievements. So I don't see where that's not happening.
Here's my final word to Roger and to what Abby just said. I'm going to go hit the gym. But here's the final word. A lot of us did not really want DEI, but here's what was happening to us based on optics. Hey, your appearance is more important than all these great accolades that you have on your CV. Wow, really? Or the optics of you is more important than the fact that you have a certification that none of us have in this whole department. Cool. I even got told, it was so funny, just to put in one anecdotal thing. I got told one time, because I've had a lot of discrimination because I'm dark skinned. And no matter what I had, because I had certifications that a lot of people didn't have, right? And what was so funny is one person told me, and this was an HR person, right? You're too dark skinned to be in front. Literally. Okay. And I didn't respond to it because I'm so used to hearing it at that point in time, from 18 up until that period, that I think DEI came around because there was a subset of people going through stuff that many other people had no clue that they were going through. There was a lady, great lady. She happened to be a Caucasian lady, great lady. She wanted me to be in her department. We interviewed. Everything was great. Well, the HR representative falsely told her that I didn't want the job. And I'm up here waiting and everything like that. And finally go to the lady. I'm like, what happened? Well, she told me you didn't want it. So see, stuff like that happened prior to DEI. And I just want you to understand, Roger, that it would have been great for us to be a little bit like England, to where it's not so much about optics, a little bit like France, not so much. Here, it's been about optics for quite a long time. So DEI only came about because so many of us was experiencing this nonsense, and all we really want is a fair shake. So if we want to go back to just, hey, things are merit only, Sile got 5 certifications, great. He should be at the top of the interview list. Doesn't mean he get it, but at least be at the top of the interview list. And that's all we want many a time as Black Americans. But go ahead, I'm gonna fall back and listen as I go to the gym.
Okay, since nobody's speaking, I just wanted to say that to the title, Legacy Enrollment, I think that even at HBCUs that does happen. There are traditions, sororities and fraternities. It's like, you grandfather in your legacy. But that is still just kind of very, very small to other colleges, like the last speaker was just talking about, what's his name, Trey. Like, I kind of wanted to piggyback on some of his sentiments because, it is true. Like I said earlier, like, people of other groups seemed like they were cheering on that DE&I was going away, and affirmative action was going away. It was like, it really didn't bother certain professionals or people that's really, okay in life, because I've never benefited from that. So it doesn't matter if it stays, if it goes. DNI, and through my lens, it seemed like it only benefited white women and gay white men. And then black or other groups, gay men, or the LGBT community, LGBTQIA community. So I will have to say I think those are the only communities that really, if you look through the lens, really in the dynamics of those are the only people that really benefited from DE9. I'm done speaking.
I'd just like to clarify, I think you're talking about equal opportunity, which is different from DEI. White women did not benefit from DEI.
I would have to beg to differ, because
you can beg to differ with DEI is diversity. It's diversity, equity, and inclusion. White women absolutely benefit most from equal opportunity, for sure, and it was not established for white women. You're not wrong in that respect, but DEI was for diversity, equity, and inclusion. That did not impact white women.
But white women still say that they need to be diversified. And I was having a conversation with Roger a couple of weeks ago as far as even talking about feminism. I mean, I'm not trying to go here with race, but black women only really got turned on about feminism from white women. Like, white women share with us what feminism was. Oh, you're being oppressed and you shouldn't have to do this. These are things that they was telling us. When we was like, oh, she might be right. She might be fucking right.
Your piece, hold on. I graduated law school. There were 20% women in my class. What we're talking about with equal opportunity was the change that women started getting jobs and we started getting accepted into professional schools. But that wasn't DEI. That was something completely different. And it was bringing women into the workplace generally. It was benefiting all women that were coming in. And the percentages now, I think law schools have more women than they have men. I don't know what the medical...
My brother was that's in the gay community or the LGBTQIA community. It's still a hierarchy, you know. White gay men being black gay men, you know, even with equal opportunity still, white women being, you know, black women. It's just still always like that, even in the workplace in 2025.
So do you think, so your piece question, do you believe that the workforce is looking at, let's say, an identity such as gender or race, let's say black women in this case, and they classify you and they label you based on your identity? You believe that happens?
Not in my workplace, because the majority of the people in my workplace look like me.
Okay, where do you work? A nail salon?
No, I don't. You heard me have conversations. I'm not going to dox myself.
No, that's fine. But here's the point.
I work with
that I'm making.
Youth, and I assist them becoming rehabilitated vocationally.
Wow. Your ability to listen is crazy. So the point is that you have society is going to make their own labels and try to put people into buckets. This does happen. Typically, it happens for simplification of things and to just better understand, okay, these are men, these are women. We divide up sports that way. At least we traditionally did, till the wacky white progressives decided that men can be women and vice versa. But the point is that I would make to you is if society has made a mistake in over-indexing the importance of race and gender, why do we then repeat that same mistake and self-identify and over-index the importance of these things? For example, if it was wrong in the creation of the United States to emphasize special rights for white male Protestants and minimize the rights of people that don't fall into those groups, and if we could recognize now, 250 years later, that that was a bad idea, why would we fall into this trap of now saying that perhaps if we set up rules that gave favor to people based on gender and race, why do we now think that's a good idea if we've spent 250 years unpacking the idea that it's not a good way to organize?
Because I'm gonna tell you what it is called. It's an illusion of inclusion. That's exactly what it is. It's kind of like, oh, it sells. The illusion of inclusion, that shit sells, Roger.
Yeah, just because
but that don't mean that it's really
just because what you said rhyme doesn't make it make sense. My question for you is why do you want to? Because the ideology of placing a huge importance and decision-making criteria based on race and gender is precisely how we got things like war, genocide, and slavery. And I'm just curious why you want to continue down this path.
No, I do not want to continue down that path. I'm not sure why are you even making that assumption? Is that something that I'm displaying?
Do you think that race and gender should be prioritized?
It depends on the situation.
Well, that's exactly what the founders of the U.S. said, and we've after
like the all-white town in Arkansas. I'm not mad at that. I've always been for delineation. If that's not a problem, if they want to do that, I don't feel no type of fucking way. That don't mean all white people are gonna do that. My mind is so much broader than that. I
think your mind is so broad that you have an inability to respond to anything that I've said.
No, that's not true.
Okay, then respond to what I had said.
You said, should we prioritize gender and race?
No, I'm asking why you think we should do that.
But you can't make that call. You can't make that assertion and say that that's how I am because you don't know that. I never claimed to be this.
All right, I'm done.
Okay.
So, sometimes you have to know that if somebody is incapable of having a conversation, that the mistake would be on my end to continue the conversation.
I just tend to get frustrated when I hear people use DEI synonymously with equal opportunity because they are not the same. And I hear a lot of tropes about DEI is taking away handicap access. No, it's not. That's covered under the ADA. And you hear people that get upset about the DEI initiative being canceled thinking that they've lost equal opportunity, which is they're not the same. DEI was essentially about employers that wanted to make it fair and give men and women the exact same pay for the exact same position. So instead of increasing women's pay, they lowered men's pay. DEI was about, you can't get your little merit-based raise every year because you haven't attended our diversity, inclusion, and equity programs. It was a bogus program to begin with. It never should have been there, but it is not equal opportunity. And that's a big misconception.
Do you think this?
Hold on, no, your piece. Hold on.
Okay, I had a question.
Well, you could save it for a second. I think that was a great point, a great distinction. But I do want to call attention to Wizard Wicked, who says, Mojo Jojo thinks he is the main character. Smiley face, you're a fool, Mojo. I've invited this person up to the stage. They've declined the invite. So basically what this person wants to do is make personal attacks without coming up and having a dialogue. Probably a friend of your piece, but that's just a guess. Go ahead, your piece.
Not a friend of mine, because one thing I do know is when I'm really passionate about something I'm talking about, I don't look at the chat because it's only distracting and it's usually trolls in there. I mean, you just take that advice, if you will. But what I was going to say was that, I was going to ask a question. Do you think that disabled people have the right to be included in the workplace? I mean, from what...
Of course I do, and the ADA guarantees that for them.
But what you was just saying was that that's not, I mean, there's a very, very thin line.
DEI does not give them that, though. That's the problem. Equal opportunity is not DEI. Equal opportunity is not
Diversity, equity, and inclusion allowed in the workplace.
No, ADA requires that, your piece. DEI does not. ADA does. The Americans with Disabilities Act
Let me
is
say
what
something
enables
else.
us.
Do you think disabled people should be included?
Of course.
Okay. Okay. Well, that I on inclusion on DEI. That's what I stand for.
That I on inclusion is let's have a gay pride parade at work today, and everybody comes participate.
That's so far right perception.
No, that I on inclusion is let me govern your morality and make sure that you're treating everybody inclusively.
But then one of my clients called me and say,
Your piece.
Can you writing them up every day?
Your piece, before you talk about
because you don't have a wheelchair around outside of your business.
Hold on.
I'm on your ass.
Your piece. Can you define the word equity to us?
No, I can't.
But you're using it. You're talking about diversity.
Can you define inclusion for me?
I can define equity.
You coming off mic because you've been over there Googling and got your paper and pen out, and then you're going to try to put me on the spot.
No, I'm not. You're using
the term
equity. I'm asking you to define the term equity. I know the
definition. Can you look it up for me? Because I know you over there writing down everything we're talking about.
Why don't you define the word
No,
equity?
I want you to read it and tell us. Because I can sit down and Google some shit just like you did.
I didn't ask you to Google it. You're using it in a conversation.
Exactly.
Define it. I didn't ask you to Google it. I asked you to define
the word.
I'm
asking you to define it. Because you've been on mute all this time. So I don't have a moment to give you the exact, precise fucking definition.
Well, but you're using it, right?
So give me
what are the maxims?
Give me a moment. I'll look it up, the definition for you, because these are the type of fucking games y'all play.
What are the maxims?
Wait, hold on, everyone mute for a second. Everyone mute for a second. It's that time again. I have to do this. I apologize. But for the sake of the 1,089 members of the House, I'm going to read the rules, and we'll emphasize a couple of them. Rule number 1: no threats of violence. We've done really well there. Nobody's threatened any violence today. No doxing. We haven't done that today. That's good. Staying on topic. We're doing better than average of doing that. Keeping your shares brief. I actually think we're doing okay there. But here's one where I'm having a bit of a problem. Do not interrupt speakers, especially the mods. And then just a reminder, mods may interject when appropriate. Number 7 is the N-word is forbidden on stage and in the chat. Actually, I'm going to update this right now. The N and K-words are forbidden. I'm updating it as we speak, as we discuss this another time. Bear with me. Boom, 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 are forbidden in the stage in the chat. Okay, rule number 8, don't spam the chat. Rule number 9, do not bring drama here from other rooms. And number 10, English only. Those are the rules. So the interrupting thing needs to stop. Thank you very much.
Hey, I'm driving and I want to get educated. Serendipity, what do you believe DEI was supposed to achieve? Because I hear you talking around it, but I just want to direct. What do you believe it was supposed to achieve?
The purpose of DEI was to encourage employees to come all together to celebrate all various types of lifestyles, whether it's LGBTQ, different marginalized communities, to just encourage an inclusion of community within.
Oh, hold on. I hate to interrupt, especially in the middle of that bar that you were spitting there. But I want everybody to look at the chat before I remove this person. But Shodu is talking about some very hateful things. We're going to all go ahead and click on that profile. We're going to click the 3 buttons. We're going to hit the word report, and then we're going to report this person, and we're going to get this person kicked off the app. So everyone do that now. Oh, who removed him? Who removed him?
Not me.
Not me. Which one of them?
I might have. I was trying to report.
Damn it.
I just done it. I'm sorry.
Okay, listen. In the future, when we
report him.
Good. In the future, when we have people that are saying things like that, it's not enough to just delete the comments or remove them. We have to report them so we can get them kicked out.
I did. I think I accidentally hit the remove report option. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Look, Scooby, a clue.
Anyway, I was asking for a definition of the term equity. And I wanted to
she was trying to talk about. You mean when you got the
when people use terms, I was asking them to define the words and what they think those words mean. That's all I was asking. I know what the word means, but I have a different meaning for it. So I'm curious when people talk about it, what they think it means. That was my question.
So I guess serendipity, you can answer mine after they finish doing their thing.
So your piece, once again, how do you define the term equity?
Demanding something from me?
I didn't demand anything.
Because I already told you I'm not answering that question.
Yeah,
and I have had time to look it up. So that should let you know I don't give a fuck about what you asking me.
Good.
I don't owe you shit, Abby.
We come into equity with clean hands. I will tell you that.
So you can go ahead and tell the people what the fuck it means, because I know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Equity is a term that's been in our world, in our legal world.
I work with employers every day who don't give disabled people a chance. Able-bodied people just because they're on a fucking spectrum. Leave me alone.
Okay, with all
Is that enough interruption?
You're saying way too many F words. I mean, just saying.
Thank you, David. That might have been the best contribution you've ever done on Clubhouse.
Yeah, but Mojo, like she's saying a lot of F words. Like, come on.
No, you're right. That's why I'm thinking.
What is a positive?
I don't know why Abby even asked her or even went back to her.
Equity.
No, it has nothing to do with Abby. I was talking about the other person that Abby was talking to.
Why do we have multiple people speaking at the same time?
I apologize.
I was just saying one of the maxims of equity is it regards substance over form. I'm just stating equity as maxims. They're old legal maxims. You can look them up. Everyone, since we're all into Googling, you can read what equity is. But when people use it, I'm curious because it's taken on a whole new meaning under DEI than what the term equity is or how we use equity in our system for centuries and also prior to us being a nation based on old common law. So that's what I was
saying. Abby is correct, and also somebody who deals in mathematics. If anybody wants to ask me.
HR. Hold on, real quick. John Kitover, do you have a question for David? David, that he's good at math equations. Do you have a question for David B., Mr. Kitover?
What's 565 times 1,000?
This is too. No offense. Actually, I shouldn't say the S word. It's not a question that's to be. But go ahead. Sorry.
Got it. Well, that's what we like to call a test of IQ. David, you failed.
Yeah, but Mango, like when I was at my college, like they said that you should never say the S word. And so I try very hard on Clubhouse to never say the S word.
David, please, what are you doing? Oh my gosh.
Dude,
I
always wonder. No, but my professor said, like, don't, whatever happens, don't ever.
Can somebody please, anyone that knows David, give him a list of local AA meetups so he can get the help that he needs? Thank you.
Yeah.
Your piece, do you think employers should be forced to hire people that are neurodivergent? Your piece? All right, I guess everybody has left the building.
No, I was washing my dish. I just finished my delicious meal. What was the question?
Do you think that employers should be forced to hire people that are neurodivergent?
I don't think they should be forced to, because in real life, they are not forced to. But one thing I do notice about some of these big wigs, these big employees that I come in contact with, these business relationship representatives that they send before me, you know. These motherfuckers make a big deal about it. They want everybody to know when they do hire somebody that is able, when they do partner with a nonprofit for kids with autism, they want it on the television. But when they don't want nobody to know about that. What do you think about that?
I have no idea what your point was.
I thought earlier Abby was asking you piece what definition of equity is. Are we still on the point?
You can go in. I'm putting the maxims in the chat, but go on. I'm just curious, when people use it in the DEI fashion, they I don't want to say hijacked the word equity, but they've reinvented the word equity. So I'm always so curious how they define it and what they think it means, because we've lived in our system with the word equity in such a different way. So I'm just curious. I was asking the question when people use it, what they think it means. That was it. Do you want to answer, Hanson?
I would like, with all due respect to Abby, like I have my reasoning and who I picked.
No, I just wanted somebody to answer the question. When a company refuses or bullshits and goes, like a rehabilitation company that are trying to get disabled people jobs, when they back off the deal, you don't think we should put that on the news or put it?
We don't say disabled people. We don't say that.
Well, people with impairments.
Yes.
Exceptional people.
Thank you.
I have a long list of fucking words I can use. This is what I do. Special people.
I have a question. Your piece, like if I'm an employer, should I be required to hire retards?
Whoa! You don't say the R word.
Yeah, that's highly disrespectful.
No, it's actually a term. I mean, there's. Look,
yeah, they haven't used that term since probably 1954.
Listen, do you know what the word retard means?
That's not even utilizing any norms of assessments that we use.
Do you know what the word?
Determine if somebody.
Do you know what the term? David, do not interrupt me. This is why you spend more time in the audience. Your piece. Do you know what the word retard means?
From my understanding, it could possibly mean someone that may have an intellectual or learning disability. But it's subjective. I can't say because that word is not a word that I use.
Yeah, so this is why I think the language police are so dangerous. So the word retard means to slow down or to delay. And so I think that if you have someone that's mentally retarded, if their mental development has slowed down or been delayed, impaired in some way, we could say that they're mentally retarded. Now, you could say that you find that term offensive. You could say you don't want to use that term. Textbooks can choose different words, but I think it's very descriptive. And the question really stands, even if you want to replace it with a different word. Do you think I should be required to hire people that are mentally retarded?
No, but I think that the community that you serve, any community, any business that you, I just think that they should know that you're not willing to do business or even do any type of volunteer, or maybe it might just be you might just want them to come in and just do a view of your establishment, do a tour. Some of these businesses is very shady when it comes to people who are disabled, and that's why I said it's a fine hair with equity, inclusion, and what have you.
So hold on, Your piece.
Do you want disabled people there or not?
Your piece. Well,
can the guy in the wheelchair get in the picture or not?
Hold on.
And a lot of times the answer is no.
Hey, shut your fucking mouth while I'm speaking. How about that? Did you understand those words? Sometimes when I talk about mentally retarded people, I'm referring to people like you. I shouldn't have to hire somebody that doesn't know when to shut their fucking mouth. You can't even obey the simple rules of conversation. Why would I hire you to speak to customers for me? Absolutely not. You don't know when to shut the fuck up. So here's my answer to this. If I have somebody that's mentally retarded versus somebody that's not mentally retarded and they're applying for a job, you just give me a job at random. I would just ask you, what job could a mentally retarded person do better than somebody that's not mentally retarded? And I think you're uniquely qualified to answer this, considering you're on one side of that spectrum. Go ahead.
Well, their abilities. That's the biggest thing. I think a lot of people automatically assume that if a person is deemed mentally retarded, that they don't know anything and that they don't have the ability. Remember, ability is futuristic, not futuristic like what you're thinking, but the ability. What could you possibly do? And a lot of times we can possibly do a lot of shit with a job coach, with training, someone taking out the time to show us how to do the fucking shit. The ability is very high. So a lot of people, time is money, and employers don't want to slow down for that. Maybe one or two people so they can take a few pictures and be on the internet that they fuck with disabled people too, but not really. You don't gotta do it, but when you don't do it, why can't that be on the front page too? That's all I'm saying.
We got a topic change for the room, and I think we'll get a poll going here in a moment. Hanson, what do you think? Do you think I should be forced to hire retarded people?
Of course not. You should be able to, should be allowed to hire whoever you want, whether retarded or genius or whoever, the midgets, the cripples or deaf and whatever pleases you.
Yeah, I would agree. Vintage, you said you wanted to say something real quick. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm enjoying the room, by the way. I've been cutting my lawn here and just kind of laughing and enjoying you guys' conversation, so I'm new to your space. But this is an interesting topic because I guess I'm not old you guys are. I'm assuming you guys are probably in 30s, 40s. I'm guessing. I'm just technically a wild guess. But I'm probably on the older side than most people here. I'm 51. I just stocked myself on that part of it. But I came about when DEI was kind of in its infancy, in a sense, being rolled out to corporate America. Because I remember one of the earlier DEI initiatives. So I used to be an engineer, a chemical engineer. And I will say in the beginning, it wasn't how it's been politically positioned in today's time. Like I listened to the one young lady, I don't know if she was talking about the classes and the mandatory. That wasn't what it was about in the beginning. And I agree with you. I think forcing a culture shift in the company side. But at that time, I worked for a company, well, I was recruited by a company, I should say, that was a global Fortune 500 that had a VP who looked and said, guys, we have all these engineers, but we have no representation of our customer base. And he said, we should really do a better job of having at least representation on the inside for what our customer base looks on the outside. So imagine you're going to your customers, and your customer base is different ethnicities, groups, et cetera, Hispanic, Black, Latin America, et cetera. But your engineer base is all white American, from the Midwest. And so they went out, and based on that VP's discussion, they went out looking for engineers that were of different ethnic groups. And they came back and they said, we can't find any. We can't find any engineers that are non-Caucasian based, blah, blah, blah. So the next question was asked was, well, where are you guys looking? And they went to, and this kind of goes back to something I said earlier, people tend to go to what they know, right? So if I went to Purdue, if I went to UW, if I went to Notre Dame, you're going to go to your alumni, because, I mean, I naturally do it myself. I know my program, I know my school, I'm going to go get where I know where people are, I know the professors, et cetera. And that's what was happening. So they challenged that group to say, hey, you got to go outside of your norm, and they did that. So that's how I was recruited with that Fortune 500 company in '98, and I literally was one of the first 80 Black engineers they brought in, with the purpose of diversifying. It was a successful program. I mean, some people stayed, some people left, but what it did do, and this is the part we don't talk about a lot, is it gave people opportunity. It gave me an opportunity because I wouldn't have been recruited by that organization. No telling what would have happened, but at that time in '98, it was about opportunity. And the thing that people leave out is equal opportunity. I was just as qualified, and I ended up going, just so you know, I got my master's from PWI. I'm another doctor, but I got from a PWI in the northeastern part of the country. And again, with the undergrad engineering, chemical master's, it still took something like that just to give me a chance to get my stuff looked at. And from there, my efforts and all my merit kind of spoke for itself. So I just will say that in the beginning, just summing up, it wasn't about what it became. And unfortunately, I agree with what the one lady said. But in the beginning, it really was trying to take people who were truly qualified, but who just didn't get a chance because they were not at those institutions where normal people were going back to recruit. Was I in the matrix the whole time, or?
No, we got the.
No, we heard you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sometimes the silence after you speak is a good thing.
I'm like, was that the matrix? I'm like, damn, I'm wasting my whole time. No. But that's all I wanted to say. I'll mute up. I just wanted to share that story. That's all.
So, Marcus, what do you think is the biggest myth surrounding DEI on either side?
I think it's the same thing that would happen to affirmative action. They started calling it quotas. And unfortunately, that in itself, I'm not for quotas, but that in itself, from what and again, I have as a one end of one, case study. I think that's the unfortunate part, is that we started labeling it and we started putting general categories on it where you lost the true effort of people who were qualified. And that's true even for affirmative action. My dad's good friends, he was an attorney from Duke University, and his wife was a doctor from Duke University. They both lived in Scarsdale at the time, and they were benefactors of affirmative, and they were proponents of affirmative action in the late 70s, early 80s. And literally what happened to them, unfortunately, was a shame because they were benefactors, but a program like that wasn't about quotas. So I think, to answer your question, I think quotas, that whole nomenclature, maybe some people did do it for quotas. I see the other thing too, and I meet up, KPIs, you guys know what KPIs in the corporate America, the KPIs are measuring the number of women in colored bodies. And I think that's unfortunate because you diluted the benefit for something that was designed to just give people a fair shake. So I think that's where my sense of that was where it went astray.
One of the myths that I hear is that not explaining. Well, actually, I use DEI and I use critical race theory to get history by not teaching in schools. Like either they're denying it or that we're not doing enough of it.
Right. That's a great point. I'm from the South. And for me, in the school system, I never was taught my history in schools. That was part of it. But I think, how can I say? I do understand some people's argument with it. We should put certain things in the programs because we are taught Christopher Columbus, we are taught Abraham Lincoln, etc. But for me, in my standpoint, I was always taught at my home. My father had a whole encyclopedia of things from our culture, so he made sure that we understood. And I have no different from friends of mine who are Indian. They know their culture, and my other friends who are Hispanic, they know their culture, and that's part at a family home level. But the unfortunate part is everybody doesn't have that benefit of having a stable home where that can be taught. So I see both sides of that argument, honestly, but I don't know. I'm not too stuck on it.
So, Mojo, I would answer the poll, but I'm a little conflicted. I almost need a fourth choice to say I don't like that word when used to discuss intellectual disabilities. I have no problem calling stupid people here that word.
Just pick the choice that best suits your response to this.
All right. Well, let me. All right. Anyone else have myths regarding DEI that they hear a lot on the app? Oh, your piece left. Oh, and I had gotten reports that she was being ever so charming. Shucks.
Oh, look, there's a chillism person in the chat. Let's see. Let's bring Eric Kahn up. He's from the retard room. He might have some thoughts about the poll question.
Hey, thanks everyone for your time. I'll go back to the audience. I can finish time my grass. If you guys have any questions, thank you so much.
Good luck with the lawn care vintage.
Great contribution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was nice to hear from you.
I guess the retard Eric Kahn does not want to come up and speak to the title of the room or the poll that we have.
What did you think of Roland Fryer talking about DEI with Patrick Bet-David? I thought his points were sound, and some I never contemplated before. Do you need me to remind you what he said?
No, I'm very familiar with the arguments. His thought is that if you're going to use DEI as a way to gift jobs to unqualified people based on their identity, that it's a terrible idea. And I think most rational human beings agree with that, but he does support the idea of looking in the highways and the byways to find people that have innate talent. And if that's what you mean by DEI, then great. The idea of equity, though, I would throw that out. I don't think equality is a thing. I don't think it's real. And if equality is not real, then why are we worried about giving equity?
Equality of outcome is horrible. It's just.
I think equality of opportunity is horrible too. Equal protection under the law is what we should be striving for. That's the only thing that we should be looking at.
So can we dig into that a little bit? Because if there's limited resources in a community, there's little chance that the people in that community will rise above. There's generational wealth, but it is far outpaced by generational poverty. And if we don't provide extra resources or access to resources or even information regarding resources, it's like road to Wigan Pier.
Monica, but I think the problem is the flip side of it, people taking advantage. When you do provide resources, people will game the system on those resources. I also think, with respect, and this is going to be really unpopular comment, but I'm just going to say it, as much as I think, as we talk about, as equal opportunity laws came in, and I definitely was a recipient of being able to get jobs as a woman, I also watched a generation after mine take advantage of it and litigate and overly litigate on, so you go back to on the basis of sex, and we can talk about, as Ginsburg, if you ever saw the film where you saw the fight to get equality for women, and then we put the laws in place, and we see a lot of people over litigious when they lose their jobs. And that's a big issue. And Dolly made a funny comment in the chat, but I was laughing at it because the problem isn't hiring of the women, it's the firing when someone doesn't perform their job. And some people just don't work well, and they shouldn't have the job because they fail at the job. And when you go to terminate them, you end up with a lot of these issues that have nothing to do with anything but job performance. And it's become a roadblock for employers. And I think, I don't know, you guys can totally disagree with me, but if you're an employer and you're looking at a situation are you looking down the road? If the person doesn't work out, will they sue you for some type of discrimination? I think it's been a hindrance, and we're overly litigious under those laws. So that's just my opinion, and I'm sure it's unpopular.
No, actually, Dave Ramsey talks about this. He said the solution is don't hire them in the first place. So when you go to apply for Dave Ramsey thing, it is a long, involved onboarding process. And I think they have six months or maybe even a year of probation and like high expectations of all of their staff. So they cut that off in the beginning. And they're like, you're just not a fit for the culture of the company.
Well,
and that's brilliant.
What's different now is the advent of the internet and what you can do with respect to researching a prospective employee. And if you see of hostile work environment in their last 6 jobs, you're going to take pause as to whether, that would be a good fit for you if the person doesn't work out, what your risk factor is with litigation. And you wouldn't have known that necessarily before, but now it's a pretty easy search. And that knowledge, that's an interesting factor of how that knowledge plays in the hiring process, kind of what you're saying.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, these litigation, the laws should not be placed in the first place, and then the employer should the at-will employment is the key.
But Hanson, we needed them. Hanson, we needed them initially. So the at-will is. But no, you're right. At-will is important, but so this is the dilemma. So help me through this, Hanson. We needed these laws initially because we did have hostile work environments and we did have situations that needed to be rectified. But now you have an abused law. So how do you work through that, Hanson?
Yeah. So I mean, I'm not sure initially what's the need. I mean, the boss, if let's say Mojo hires somebody and if you have an environment, you have bullying, whatever, that affects the productivity of his company, I think Mojo, it is in his interest to fire whoever that instigate that environment. And if you don't like the environment, you should be able to quit anytime. I mean, there's always the market provides just supply and demand. So I don't see why the government should extend its claw into the subtle relationship environment in the company or any place.
Do you know how easy it is to? I'm going to say easy. I'm going to take back that word. The ability to create in a litigation posture a hostile work environment is an environment that I would tell you 30 years ago was a very normal work environment for a lot of people. And things that you may have in your work environment that seem perfectly acceptable and perfectly acceptable social behavior could be couched as a hostile work environment. So I guess my point is, how do you keep the laws there to protect those who really need them without having them so taken advantage of? I don't. It's a problem.
Yeah, no, I understand. But what I'm saying is, I'm not convinced that the laws is needed in the first place. I'm not convinced that the quote unquote hostile environment. I mean, what kind of hostile environment would it be, and so that the free market cannot take care of it. I mean, I'm saying that just like in many cases, the regulation was the culprit in the first place. That it is usually the legislation, the regulation, government regulation that's the culprit that initiated this whatever hostile things, whether it's work environment or some other things. It's the government regulation that initiate that, and then people blame the free market for it. But once the regulation is lifted and let the free market actually come into work, the thing would have, I mean, the troubles would have vanished in the first place.
I don't know. There was definitely stuff happening in the workplace that in today's norms we wouldn't allow. We wouldn't allow some of the conversations, some of the, emails that were sent. I mean, you lose your job for them today.
Well, yeah, I understand. I mean, many of the things are kind of draconian. I mean, I can say when I was working in the first joined Wall Street, the traders said, "Oh, we used to have these fun parties, and now we cannot do it because some women who were first very few, they will just make a fuss, and then the people who organize it will get fired, and so just killjoy and all that." And so I joined the wrong time, but yeah.
That's a question of serendipity. As we talked about the equal rights and women coming into the workplace, have we shot ourselves in the foot at all? Do you think?
Yeah,
making it so
exactly. I think that's the case. I mean, and then people just don't want to work with you and all that. I mean, the thing is, let the boys play their game. Their game. You can have ladies' nights, right? I mean, so if you don't like the thing, just have a segregated fun group, right? And do your own thing, and let others do their own thing. So I mean, what's the point? I mean, why are you? Basically, you're sabotaging yourself. I mean, that's the whole point of free market, right? I mean, you find people who want to trade with you, who want to be associated with you, and then you exclude other people who you don't want, and others don't want you, and go on your separate merry ways. That's the whole point of free market capitalism.
Necro, what did you mean by that comment?
Which one?
Your last comment. So you think hard law makes Let me try to read what you just said.
Yeah, whether
hard cases.
Yeah, hard cases make bad law. It's a legal maximum. And,
yeah.
Yeah.
No, but I'm curious how you're connecting it to these cases involving discrimination in the workplace.
Yeah, it was just a random comment I threw out there. So. I would like to know what your thoughts are on the ADA mojo.
What was the question?
Yeah, I just would like to know what are your thoughts on the ADA, the Americans with Disabilities Act?
I don't want the government to impede the market at all. If I have a job where somebody with a disability can do it well, I should be free to hire them. And they should be free to make their case of why they would be a valuable contributor. But the idea that I need to bow down and accommodate people, I think that's just fucking weird. I should be looking for the best and the brightest and the most capable, not giving jobs out of pity for people that are physically or mentally handicapped.
But employers, like there's studies that show that employers, especially in certain occupations where they have high turnover rates, like you're claiming that, oh, well, it's probably going to be a turnover because this person is disabled mentally.
Is it your theory that that retention rates would go up if I hired retards?
I don't know. What's the definition of a retard, first of all? Because I don't even know. I don't go by that.
Okay. Well, just say incompetent.
Let me ask you this here, piece. If you had somebody that that was highly intelligent, highly capable, displayed the ability to do a job at a very high level, validated through past experience, and perhaps you have some sort of means test that you put them through the recruitment process, giving them, hey, display what you can do for me, so then I can have an indication. If somebody performs better at that and somebody performs worse at that, you wouldn't want me to hire the person that's worse at that task, would you?
No, but you should all. I would put that, and speaking to employers, consider this person because this person can definitely do the job with some support.
Well, that's up to the employer.
That's all I'm saying. It's the ability, again, it's speaking of the system, and they might even get better at it. Have you all ever seen Rain Man? Rain Man, some artistic people are way more high functioning. Just give them a fucking chance.
So let me get this straight. So your argument of why I should consider hiring a retard is because you enjoyed a film with Dustin Hoffman and Tom Cruise. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. Well, look, when it comes to retard movies, The Other Sister is my favorite.
I don't respond to stuff with retard. Like you need to grow up, Roger. And you shouldn't be using retard.
So now you want to police my speech. Why does the word retard offend you? Is that a group you identify with and so you're personally offended, or is it a group you don't identify with and you're getting offended on behalf of someone else? All right, back to Necro. Necro, you were saying.
I just was wanting thought.
Well, let me qualify this. So let's say I hired somebody to be a warehouse worker and 50 pounds, and let's say the disability that they now suffer from does it allow them to lift 50 pounds? How would you, how are they going to do the job if they can't meet the requirements?
You keep them employed by accommodating them. You utilize, you bring in a vocational engineer or an evaluator and accommodate.
Sounds expensive.
It probably may be, but do you want to keep the person or not? They might have to go. They might have to go to light work.
No.
That job might have been heavy work. Now they're on light duty.
Okay, what if I don't have light duty work? What if I have one?
Create one. Create one.
What if it's losing money to create one?
Yeah, so I think the Americans with Disabilities Act, I mean, the only thing it requires is to give accommodations to any person with a disability, and so be willing to accommodate for their disability.
Yeah, but what if it loses money?
Well, I mean, that's the thing with anti-discrimination is that, essentially, you can't discriminate against people against who they are.
Well, wait, hold on. Yes, I can. Let's say the job requires you to put books on a shelf that's let's say 6 foot tall, and let's say the person that applies is 4'10" and they can't reach. Why would I not hire tall people?
You get a mobile ladder. You can accommodate people in a lot of ways.
But I have to pay for that ladder.
It don't matter.
But hiring a taller person just makes more sense.
Yeah, I don't think necessarily hiring someone is necessarily the same as anti-discrimination. I put in the chat about...
You're talking about firing them. Like, what if someone gets pregnant and they're...
It is a condition, though.
It would be covered under the act. I mean, the other part of this too that you're missing is what a business's money is to kind of accommodate for that. I think that's probably also a good thing that we give businesses money to accommodate for people who can't walk, et cetera, in our society.
So let me ask you this: if I open a restaurant, let's say I open a Greasy Spoon restaurant that's off a highway that doesn't have a ton of traffic, and it's like hundreds of miles away from a major city, but there's a few town folks, and then there's the people that are traveling the road that might be hungry. If the people in my town don't have wheelchairs,
I mean, a business decision. This is not a business decision. This is a decision that a society decided we're going to be accommodating to people that have disabilities and enforce uniform standards based on that. So you're asking the wrong question.
People like me come in and I'm on your ass. I'm writing your ass up.
Hey, y'all, I'm back real quick. So I feel this is a great discussion again, this new one. The problem is I have a real estate license. I've been licensed since like 2001, 2002. And I get it because I'm a real estate investor. And most of my stuff is like 4 units or less. I have buddies who have 10 plexes and so forth. And they have to abide by because they're now 4 units or more. They are now considered commercial property. The problem is I get it as an individual business person. You're looking at it as it doesn't meet my needs. But the reality is they're federally protected classes and you have to abide by federal law. So even though you may not ever see a wheelchair person come to your little diner, when I work with builders back in the day when we used to do like projects like flips, some of this stuff when you look at what they're doing is based on what the rules that were written. And unfortunately, it may not be beneficial to you, but it's designed to benefit the whole.
Right. But Vincent, here's my point, right? I'm not arguing that these laws exist. And I'm not arguing that because they exist, that it may behoove you to follow the law. What I'm arguing is philosophically that I don't believe that the government should intrude in the market in this way. I think that if somebody decides to go into business, it's because they want to meet a particular need. They want to provide a product or a service, and they want to invest their money or raise money to be able to build this business. And if they want to do so, I don't think that this is me personally. My philosophical leanings is that the government should not put their hand on the scale. We should let entrepreneurs do what they do. And I think if there's a market for people that are in wheelchairs to eat, then I think that restaurant owners then should accommodate that. But if you're going to lose money to do that, I don't think the government should make decisions that's going to cause you to lose money.
I think that's where just philosophically, I 100% disagree. That's where the government does have a role, and that's where we have a role through our democratic processes to kind of provide regulatory structure to face non-discrimination in employment.
Keep in mind, there's a reason why
you do acknowledge there are some jobs that would have, you might have a justification for discriminating if you're the spearmint rhino and you're hiring the girls.
Absolutely.
She better have a thin waist and big titties.
Did you ever guys work UPS in college? And for the guys, I never did. I had buddies work UPS in college. You know, UPS, they had a requirement before automation out where they were lifting boxes to go on trucks. You had to have a certain physique, or you had to have lifting capacity. Otherwise, you wouldn't get a job. So you can discriminate based on job functionality.
Hold on. I'm going to go a step further.
Go for it.
If I want to have the authenticity of a Japanese restaurant that is making sushi rolls, I'm not going to hire a Mexican to be the one that's
different.
Listen, he might be fantastic at making sushi rolls, but the authenticity of the restaurant is going to be shot. I need somebody that's going to fucking just nod his head, sit there and look extremely Japanese. I might hire a Korean if they could pull off looking Japanese, but I need the authenticity to be there because that's what I think people are going for. Conversely, I don't want to go to a Mexican restaurant and see the Japanese person making burritos. I think that that's perfectly acceptable because in a restaurant setting, authenticity is a big part of what you're trying to sell to the public.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Mexicans are frying chicken now. They're working.
Mexicans are doing everything. I got friends of mine with Ethiopian. They're doing Ethiopian food too. I was going to say this real quick though. The reason why, so every year I have to go get my, for my real estate license, I have to do my license requirement, and we have to do fair housing and all that stuff. And the reason why, no lie, and I'm like, why do we have to do this every freaking year? And when you listen to these instructors, because every freaking time somebody's being violated for these rules. So the reason why we have the Disabilities Act, when it comes to religion, race, sex, people with AIDS, the reason why these things came about, because I agree with you. You would think a rational American would do right by people, but unfortunately, there's some assholes out there, and they haven't proven that they don't do right by people. So you have to now put borders in place to protect those who unfortunately don't have the ability to fight against.
Vince, the asshole creates a business opportunity for the guy that's not an asshole. If you want to go and discriminate against people, then here's a perfect market opportunity for somebody that doesn't discriminate against people. So,
go ahead, sorry.
Look, this is like, some of the consumers were like, I should be able to go into a place where they're not smoking. And they even impose this in bars. It's like, you're going into a place to consume alcoholic beverages, which is a carcinogen, but we're worried about cigarette smoke because it's a carcinogen. Smoking and drinking kind of go hand in hand. I would have rather allowed the marketplace of ideas to prevail. And if the market really decided that I would prefer to go into a place that's not a smoke-filled room, Abby could probably talk about smoke-filled casinos versus non-smoking casinos. But if we just look at the bar example, I would prefer to be in a world where you have a non-smoking bar sitting next to a smoking bar, and then let consumers decide which one they want to go to. Let employees decide if they want to apply at the job that allows smoking and being exposed to that during their shift. I think that we should allow choices, and people like Brent are anti-choice. They want the government to put their hand on the scale. They don't believe in individual freedom, period.
But you believe, though, fundamentally that there's an equal balance market. We know that markets aren't equally balanced, right? So if I'm the guy who has the best, let's say, restaurant in town of fried chicken, or makes, let's say, the best Sammy, and I like people who are, non-wheelchair, we got steps, too bad, but I'm the only guy, even though you have, quote unquote, say, an opportunity, if I'm the guy who's cornered the market, this is why we have monopolies and all these other oligopolies, you really can't just say, oh, I'm going to open up a system that's going to pretty much allow competition, because we know that in certain free markets, people have a dominating effect. It just is not always, it sounds good, it doesn't happen. It reminds me of like a Greenspan in the oh my gosh, early 2000s, where Greenspan had his philosophy of equal markets and fair markets, and we saw that worked out, right? It didn't work out. So it sounds good every time. That's like almost like trickle down economics, but it doesn't always play out in terms of reality, I guess, in a sense.
So Vintage, here's the issue, right? Let's say I want to open a restaurant, and let's say I don't want to invest in putting a wheelchair ramp, right? The specifications, the grade of it, how long it has to be. I mean, you're talking about a lot of time and material that it takes to build this ramp. And it's an expense that I should, as a business owner, be able to calculate, is this going to be a net loss or is it going to be a net gain? And what we're saying is that the government should come along, and even if a business is going to suffer a loss, we're going to do it because it might help one person. I would say that if there's a benefit of helping other people, then what you could do to solve this problem is you could either have a nonprofit that says, hey, look, those of you with disabilities that want to order fried chicken from Mojo's Chicken Shack that doesn't have a wheelchair ramp, we will pick up and deliver the food to you. Now, if you don't want to do it as a nonprofit, you could just have a food delivery service. We have those today. There's no reason why the business owner should be forced to make a decision that's going to harm their business.
And by that simple statement, even though it sounds simple, you've actually discriminated against that person. Because what if they wanted to come into your restaurant and enjoy the ambiance, just like the people who walk in there?
That's fine. That's
discriminate against them. You know what I mean?
You know what might be cheaper?
That's exactly what it is, discrimination.
Well, I don't care. I don't. Well, I think as a
people
business
who are discriminate online.
Yeah, listen. I think as a business owner, I should have the right to discriminate. If I manufacture automobiles and I sell automobiles, right? By no other reason than economic. If I have a Hanson, I can make this point. Let's say you go to a Nissan dealership, right? You can go and buy yourself a Nissan Versa if you'd like, and the people that have less money might go buy that. Some people might not even have money for the Versa. That would be discriminating against the poor people. And so the thing you have to be careful of is like, where does this fucking thing stop? Is it discriminating against people if they can't spend $150,000 on Nissan's high-end sports car? It absolutely discriminates against the people that can't. Hold on, let me finish my fucking point. Everybody read the rules or I'll read them to you. The point is there's this slippery slope of when you give the government the ability to interfere in the market, you're creating signals and distortions that harm the market. And you discourage investment and you discourage people from taking the risk of doing this because you're saying that the government can come along and make a rule that makes your business unprofitable. And so I reject all of the government intervention that would impede my ability to make a profit.
So are you against all types of regulation on, like, the conversation isn't, or I thought wasn't about all types of discrimination. There are certain prohibited discriminations under the law.
Yeah, I want to get rid of those. I want to get rid of all of those.
All of them.
Correct.
Okay.
And here's why. Because I think the market better decides these things. I think that when you start saying that you can't discriminate against this group or that group, you're now forcing a company of what they should do. And here's the reality. The reality is that there is a logical reason why companies would want to accommodate certain groups because it's profitable to them, and it can be a good image thing. By the way, if you have a large disabled population that has a bunch of wheelchairs in town and they're pissed off at that restaurant, you know what they could do? They could go boycott. This is something that they could do. They could try to get public sentiment to turn away from that restaurant. In which case, now it's a good business decision for the business owner to say, well, shit, maybe I should build that fucking ramp.
Well, I mean,
they usually do. They usually do. That's usually how.
I think Emperor was still talking.
I mean, it's not only me. But do you think that market always produces good, like it produces, let's say, efficient outcomes, but does it always produce normatively good outcomes? Always?
No. Here's the point. I want a world in which companies are free to fail or succeed based on the choices that they're making. And what I don't want is the government to come in and make these choices that create failures and successes. I don't know if you remember when Obama and his administration decided, hey, let's go ahead and pick a winner in this industry over here. We're going to go give money to this company called Solyndra. I don't know if you guys remember Solyndra. Well, this is what happens when the government is picking and choosing the winners, picking and choosing the rules. They then give the money to the companies that they want. This is why tariffs don't work. When you have tariffs and you're putting your hand in the scale of the market, what you're saying is that the company that wants to be protected needs to have a relationship with the government and make their case to the government to be protected, rather than letting the free market decide whether that company has the best product, the best service, or the most desirable one for the price. But go ahead. Yeah, let's talk about child labor. It's the issue. If society finds child labor to be abhorrent, then what happens is the consumers can say, I'm not going to buy their product or service. They employ child labor. And then that's a much more efficient way to correct this market than to rely on the government to do it.
And also, depends on the, what do you mean by child labor? Some actually it's great to have child start working. It's a great opportunity for a child to build up characters and then business acumen and make money.
Well, let's let Emperor finish.
Shut up, Anthony.
Hold on. Everyone's gonna shut up. All right. Okay, hold on. Here's what we're gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do. Emperor's gonna be next, but before we do, I have to read the rules of the room. The rules are: number 1, no threats of violence. Number 2, no doxing. Number 3, stay on topic. Number 4, keep your shares brief. Number 5, do not interrupt speakers, especially mods. Hopefully you guys get that one. Number 6, mods may interject when appropriate. Number 7, the N and K words are forbidden on stage and in chat. Number 8, do not spam the chat. Number 9, do not bring drama here from other rooms. And number 10, English only. If we could abide by that, this room is going to be a smashing success. So we're going to go to Emperor. He's going to finish his point. I'm going to remain on mute. Everyone else will remain on mute, and we'll have what's called a conversation. Go ahead, Emperor.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to make a standard Carl Polanyi argument that people are not only market participants, but they're also social beings. And social beings have also morality, right? And certain things are beyond morality. And those things are much more efficiently regulated through systems like representative democracy rather than consumer choices, right? And in their own countries, they should be free to make those changes through those vehicles. The market is not really good at eliminating things like child labor, forced labor, and other repugnant activities that are not even sometimes accounted in the market. We call those things externalities sometimes, right? And yeah, that's why we need government. And I'm not arguing for like very big, enormous regulatory framework. That's not necessary, right? But again, powerful Polanyi argument, representative democracy exists to fix the market.
Okay, let me respond briefly to that, and I'll go to Hanson, who I know wants to weigh in. Just a quick question, Emperor. If I am a Japanese American and I want to open a sushi restaurant, should I be required to hire a Mexican sushi chef if I don't want to?
Is it a protected category? No, I have no idea.
So here would be the reason why. Yeah, here's the reason why I would want to hire a Japanese sushi chef is because I would say that not only people that participate fully in that culture, that identify with that culture, are going to, but you're also going to have people that want to have a genuine experience in another culture can do that. And I would want the Mexican restaurant next door to have the same, to have the freedom to have the same standard, to be able to have Mexican chefs.
Okay, let me rephrase my answer.
Are they legal though? Are they even legal?
I'll be quick. I think that type of thing is better put in terms of, at least to my palate, it's better things to put in terms of experience. I see no reason why if you're opening a Japanese restaurant, you wouldn't hire a Mexican who has studied under a Japanese master for 30 years and knows the ins and lived in Japan for 40 years and would be a great addition to your business as a chef, whatever, right? So I think the important thing there is experience.
Yeah, and I say, preface real quick, because I've been kind of waiting, Mojo, not I'll let you be in your room, but if you're going to do the way you're doing it, I would say that, and I know it's not going to be popular with the attorneys, but you need to change our legal system in America. It's a very litigious system, and this is why we got, at least I can speak on the housing side, why there's so many things that the government has got behind, because there's been so many lawsuits that have come to the Supreme Court, and they had to make a decision. So I would say that if you want to do these type of things you're talking about, free market and free, you need to take our legal system and just gut it, because right now you can get sued for any little thing. And this is why they end up being years later laws that are put in place to either protect or remove or hinder people from doing certain things. I just want to land with that.
No, I think you're hitting on an important thing. So I'll put my cards on the table. Something that very few people on this app like to do. My desired goal would be to have philosophical conversations, starting with what's metaphysically true. Then we would have a philosophical conversation, when it comes to epistemology. Then we would get into ethics. And where we get into ethics, that would be where a conversation around what are the rights of man. And I think it's important to have those philosophical discussions. Unfortunately, we go the other direction. But after ethics, we then figure out, well, what political system would best uphold the standard of the ethics that we've just agreed upon. And then once you have that political system, then you would want to have a philosophical conversation about economics. And so I would argue, if we work our way through this, I would be in support of the idea that people should be free to do what they want to do, provided that they don't harm other people, right? The John Stuart Mill interpretation of the harm principle, I think, is a good one here. And you could work with that, and there's going to be some debate about what equates to harm, but that's fine. But then I would say a representative government that upholds the standard that individual rights reign supreme, that people and markets should be free, which is where, in the economic sense, if people should be free, then markets should be free. And so a representative democracy like we have that leans into laissez-faire capitalism is the only thing that would be consistent in the ethics of people and markets being free. And so with the system, what I would like to see is the federal government being responsible for enforcement of contracts and having a military to protect against domestic or foreign threats, and a police force that protects against domestic threats. That is the full extent at which I want the federal government to operate. I think all of the extra asks that people have are the things that get us in trouble, because everything that you're layering on top becomes
protect us from ourselves and from foreign aggressors. It was basically what you're saying. I agree with that. But I'm just saying, those other pieces that we're talking about, we have a legal system right now in place where,
or various other kinds of things that violate contracts effectively, or violate norms of commerce. You buy something and it isn't the thing, and you get it and it's not the thing you were sold, right? You agree to a certain deal with someone, I don't know, they're going to fix your car and they destroy your car, right? Those are all injuries that most legal systems recognize. But we have magnified the extent and scope of wrongs by passing laws to the effect that, like, well, if you maybe could have got this thing and somebody else got it, and we have some, statistical model implying some kind of bias, then you're wrong and we get you for it, right? And then the net effect of that is, like, you do everything in such a way to set things up so that you can prove that you couldn't have done things this way. And this is completely outside of wrongs like that you're talking about, or that some of the wrongs you're talking about, which are injuries, okay, which are violations of commerce or harms to persons, right? There's no way you can have a functioning legal system if you can just do harms to persons, concrete harms to persons, or, you know, their property and get away with it. But it's quite another thing to hypothesize some kind of harm to people's potential. And the more abstract that is, I think the more litigious we get. And this is the real problem with the situation that we have in the United States. This is the way the U.S. is different from other countries also, by the way.
Yeah, so we need to lessen the litigious process, actually legal process that we layered on.
Which was my point before, right, Hanson? That the litigiousness is what the problem that's come out of these laws. That people take advantage and people think they're losing a right when in fact, I mean, in the employment setting, it's really a problem. I hear what Jason's saying that, and I hear the weighing of the risk. But there are circumstances, just like the Japanese chef, as I brought up the strip club or the cocktail waitresses, or, you know, the same with whether you have smoking or you don't have smoking, and whether that will affect revenue.
Yeah, I have a question for your piece on this topic. Your piece, do you think that it would be wise for an airline to hire fat stewardesses?
Did you say cost effective?
Do you think it would be wise was the thing?
No, I do not. But you know, again, going back to this whole inclusion thing that we have now, they do that now. It's in a lot of their clauses that going back to this illusion of inclusion, right? They say that they support that, they don't discriminate, they don't do that anymore. But you don't see any fat stewardess.
Yeah, well, hold on. Let me explain why. Hold on. I want to respond. Nina, thank you. The reason why it's not wise to hire fat stewardesses is every bit of it that you put on a plane causes you to burn more fuel. So you're going to increase the fuel cost. The other thing that you're going to do is you have an unpleasant sight for the consumers. If you have different airlines and one airline, let's say, has fit, attractive stewardesses, and another airline which has fat stewardesses, it's less attractive. It's a less pleasurable experience for most people. There's people like Necro that appreciate a more rotund woman, but for the most part, most of us prefer a more petite woman. They're prettier, typically, that our standard of beauty. But the practical reason, aside from the fact of branding and consumer awareness, is the simple fact that you're going to raise the cost of tickets for consumers by hiring fat stewardesses because you're going to have to burn more fuel.
Yeah, it's also dangerous, right? Like, how do these people get other people out?
I didn't know that people took flights, solely just to have a good view of a stewardess. I thought people were really trying.
It was a thing from the 60s or peace, and I will say that he's right.
Trying to get to where the fuck they're going.
So historically, stewardesses and airlines, if you go back to the TWA eras, they looked at beauty. You had to be that Twiggy-based model, and it's changed a little bit. But that was a thing that was born out of, because remember, airlines were for the wealthy. It was for the privileged. It wasn't for the everyday consumer. People took Greyhounds and Trailways, but that's where
they had to get weighed in.
Right, that part has changed for the way.
It's still like that.
You get in an emergency.
It's relaxed a little bit. It's not as bad as it.
Yeah, but you get an emergency on an airplane, that person better be fit to help.
Yeah, that's another factor, right?
Yeah, and also, exactly. I mean, the thing is that it's because of the regulation that you have to hire fat, ugly, old stewardesses. And also, to answer, continue the conversation I had with Abby, the litigiousness is also, it's taken advantage of the law that's regulation that's put in place. I mean, not just because if you have no laws to hang your hat on, there's nothing to hang on, and there will be no lawsuit. And so it's too bad that emperor has disappeared, and so. But anyway, I can answer his question. He was talking about the morality, and morality is a subtle thing. There's no better tools to adjust and then tune the morality than the market, because you have your skin in the game, you have your dollar that cents and dollars and census to execute your morality, and you speak with your dollars. There's no better weapons to speak for your morality than dollars, rather than the legislative or so-called democratic process, which is a very blunt tool, and usually it's at best is the 51% imposing their morality on the 49%, and worse, you can have. I mean, not you can have, but usually it is the 30% that's most interested that the vote laws into place to serve their interests and their so-called to impose their morality. That is the worst thing that you can extend your morality or express your morality rather. And so, and then we can talk about and then why the market is a better tool to express your morality, because you know your surroundings, your local conditions, that you can express your morality better than other people who are very far away from your local conditions, that who don't know anything about your local mores and the morals and all that. But when you have put the legislation, and it will the worst case is a federal legislation, that the legislature will control the whole of the United States, and irrespective of the local conditions. So this is a very, very blunt tool. And then with respect to the people always say that so long as democratic process, everything is honky-dory. And precisely for that reason, we need to curtail the democracy as well as the state power. They should all be put into the cage. And so you have many cases that democratic process generates very the adverse the laws. We can think of the Third Reich, the Third Reich, that anti-Semitic and anti-Jewish laws stripping Jews of their assets and curtailing their freedoms were voted into the legislation through democratic process. So that it's not just because it is, and also we can have nowadays the Venezuela. Right? The Venezuela voted the parasitic government into place, and it is a democratic process. Not just because it's a democratic process, everything would be fine. And also, with regard to the child labor, the Mojo already said that if you don't like child labor, you can boycott it. And then also, if we're talking about the historical, and also I said earlier, not all child labors are harmful. There are jobs that child can do. Actually, I have always been advocating that children can start working, should start working at an early age, rather than go to the useless public schools. And a lot of the jobs nowadays with AIs and computer technologies, a lot of childs are doing better jobs actually than the adults who are illiterate of computers and AIs, and they can earn money, great money. We can see that actually a lot of Doge employees working in factory is a better work environment than in the in their farm, on their farms and toiling away at the farms. So just saying that it's child labor, I mean, it's a misconception. Okay, I'm done speaking.
Can I just point to the poll here that not everybody's responded to yet, but the poll is, should companies be forced to hire mentally retarded people? And option one is must hire retards. Number two is no requirement to hire retards. And number three is I don't like that word. I want to point out that 37%, over a third of the people that responded, were led by their feelings on this rather than taking a stand on the question about whether you should be required to hire a retard or not. And so the virtue signalers that chose the purple option, the I don't like that word, I see you.
You know, the only people that have a problem with that could arguably be said to be retards for that reason.
I will say this, though.
Hold on 1 second. I want to just emphasize that I think we should look to define the terms. Like, what is a retard? Some people would say that those that are neurodivergent are retarded. I would say that depending on what they do with their neurodivergency, it could retard them and it could be a superpower for them. There are some people that take neurodivergence and they weaponize it in such a positive way that they have unfair advantages over other people because they see the world and they navigate in the world in a much different way. And so you need to be able to optimize the skill set that you have. And I would say that the people that I know that are on the spectrum, they either they start with, oh, poor me, I'm a victim, or they say, oh, wow, I'm unique. Let me see how I can take advantage of that. And I think that's the key difference.
Could I go quickly, Mojo?
Yes, I prefer quick shifts. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. So my thought about the original question of should companies be forced to hire certain people and the poll and everything. I mean, if you look at, like, I don't know, for example, one sort of thing like meritocracy, like, you know, you want meritocracy to a certain point, right? If you get rid of meritocracy, all of it gets thrown out. But if you kind of balance meritocracy, maybe a bit of representation of, like, the people that live in the country. Because, I mean, imagine a country where it's hardcore meritocracy, it's extreme meritocracy. So, like, everybody has to do, like, blind CVs and, you know, I mean, it's not the worst idea, but I feel like it could go bad at some point. And then
Ewan, can I just share my observation that the people that tend to have objections to meritocracy tend to be the people that don't get quite as much pussy as the rest. So, like, if you're charming, let's say if you're handsome, let's say if you're fit, you really appreciate the idea of meritocracy because women are awarding the fact that, you know, that you're blessed with these certain attributes by throwing you the cookie, right? And then the people that are not blessed in those areas and don't have those attributes, they're always looking for a distortion of the marketplace of sexual, proclivity. And the reason they want to do that is because they know that if there wasn't some other story to tell, then it didn't have the social norm of monogamy, you would have like 1% of the people fucking all the women. Like, that's the way it used to work. And I think the whole creation and the enforcement of monogamy, which, by the way, I'm a monogamous, and because it's self-discipline for me, I believe in monogamy, but usually the arguments that I hear around this anti-meritocracy is because there's an inferiority complex somewhere baked into it. And so I'm just curious, where does your inferiority complex come from with your criticism of meritocracy?
I actually don't have, I actually think meritocracy is the best way to deal with it. I wanted to hash my whole point out, which is like, I think that you could very, very loosely base sort of, a healthy maybe equalization of all of it together, where you have like in one circle meritocracy, so the best of the best, and then you also have relative representation of the country, but then at the same time you have like another section that is focused on the market and what people want in the market when it comes to, I don't know, representation in jobs or like within. So if you looked at like all three and then you made like, 3 circles and you tried to like find the best in the middle, I feel like that would actually be almost a better way. And it's not forcing.
So what you just advocated for, Ewan, is you said, okay, we should find the most efficient way to do things, the least efficient way, and some middle ground. And then rather than, we'll ignore doing it the most efficient way, what we'll do is, because of some odd definition of fairness, we want to have a blend of these 3 things, despite knowing that doing that is making the choice to be less efficient.
No, that's a fair point. I mean, I actually would personally advocate for meritocracy. I actually like meritocracy the most. I think if you're the best at what you do, you should absolutely excel. It doesn't matter what your background is. That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying, though, is that I think that if you add cultural representation of a country into the mix, it would actually be a lot different than what's being pushed now, which I think it would actually be a lot more fair to everyone.
But
it's not what's being pushed right now.
When you were talking about efficiency, you said you acknowledged that you want the best, most efficient state, and then you say you don't want it. So which one?
No, but I'm saying if you work with all 3, so the market. So if you make a circle and put all the employees together, let me make the point. Let me make the point again quickly, Anson, so I can clearly enunciate it. So you have 3 circles. One is market value. One is the market focused on the market. One is meritocracy.
Hold on. Can we call that the efficiency circle?
Sure.
Okay,
yeah.
Cool. All right. Yeah. Now give me the inefficiency circle.
Okay. Okay. But some sort of representation of the makeup of a country or whatever, right? Because it's not just dudes. It could be different things.
To help you out in a sense, it kind of happens now if you think about it, right? Apple and Google have friends in the IT security space. They look at the best. If you guys are keeping up, the AI engineers, they're paying almost $1 million for anybody with AI capability. But at the same time, you go to Panera Bread, there are kids or there are ladies and gentlemen who have obviously some spectrum delay. They're hiring them to wipe tables. And I know for a fact they're not getting paid the same as the person who's running a register, if you do have a register runner. So it kind of happens depending on, I'll just put a foundation on it, the job requirement. So we had that, like here in St. Paul, we have a special needs area where all those kids do is they pack boxes. That's the skill. All they do is just stuff boxes. So that skill level based on their neural ability is what they're limited to. But at the same time, we have engineering firms where obviously it's a higher level requirement. So you kind of have that naturally in our society anyway. Because if you want to compete for those jobs, you've got to be the best of best to work with Google and the Metas and the Apples. Does that make sense? I'm kind of just trying to help you out a little bit.
I literally just said that though. What I'm saying is within a company, for example, you would have the people who, based on the meritocracy circle, be, on the lower end, packing the boxes.
The efficiency circle. We agreed on that.
Sorry, the efficiency circle. Yeah, you're 100% right. So in the efficiency circle, yes, on the lower rung of things, because of their experience or what they can actually do, they might be packing boxes. They might be doing lower level jobs. But then at the same time, you're still representing the country. And at the same time, you're still focusing on market value. So you're putting all 3 in one. So you're balancing out all 3. That's what I'm saying.
You still have the inefficiency circles. I mean,
are there still?
Those are actually called inefficiency squares, Hanson. Okay, get it right.
Let me ask this question.
Yeah, but I'm also trying to get rid of, just say, unemployment.
You hold on. Let me ask you a question. So let's just say there's a downturn in the market, and the company's going to do a reduction in force. Let's say they're going to get rid of 5% of the work staff. If I have these three circles, the efficiency circle, the inefficiency circle, and the hybrid the hybrid efficient circle, which circle do you think the cuts would come out of?
Yeah, of course it's going to come out of the inefficiency circle, yes.
So if they're inefficient, then they're a drag on the company. If they're a drag on the company, then if you're spending money on inefficient labor, what you're not spending those same dollars on is research and development, process improvement, and doing the things that could either innovate and create new products to go to market, which would make the company even more profitable on a per employee basis, or you're also eliminating the possibility of creating efficiencies that could lower the price to the consumers. Why would you want to structure things in such a way?
Well, there's a public policy reason.
I asked Ewan, but Jason, if he wants to yield his time to you, I'm happy to hear from you.
I mean, I'd love to hear Jason's point, but could I respond after?
Oh, go right ahead. We'll mix it up. This is amazing. Jason,
all right, I'll be real fast. Yeah, if we don't give these people jobs, they'll get into trouble, and we'll just have to raise taxes to deal with all the trouble. So it may be better if, the idle hands are the devil's workshop, right? It may be better to have easy jobs and make work and these kinds of things and work with corporations to provide that, to keep people out of trouble and avoid various other disruptions, to the economy. So that's the public policy view.
Thank you. Wait, one sec. Can I respond to that?
Efficiency. So you don't want don't want to maximize the efficiency. I
think Ewan was going next, and then I'll respond to you, Hanson. But
arguably, the government does the opposite of that, though, maximizes inefficiency.
Yeah, exactly.
I know, but this is the problem: is that if the circles get out of whack, then of course you got inefficiency at maximum levels, and that's what we're dealing with now. So, but what I'm saying though is that yes, there are incredibly efficient people. And if you have it balanced correctly, you could literally employ a bunch of people who are going to make you so much money. But also, if you think about the greater scheme of the country that you live in, especially if you care about the country that you live in, you also have to care about the human level, is that there's going to be people that are not going to be at that level, and hiring them is going to help the overall country. Well, just like Jason said, we're going to minimize.
Hold on. Let me ask you this question. Let's say you are the owner, the entrepreneur of a company that, let's just say you manufacture shoes, just for the sake of argument. You make shoes. And let's say you've developed over time processes for being more efficient, but that there's certain workers that, based on their hustle, their determination, their care, their attention to detail, can be more effective than others. And let's say you went out onto the factory floor and you divided this into three cohorts. You have the most productive workers, you have the least productive workers, and you have the mid productive workers. If you were saying to yourself, okay, I want to scale this business, I'm going to get a new manufacturing plant, would you model that over that same production level and say, I want to find people with the qualities across all three of those cohorts? Or would you think you might look at what makes those efficient employees good and try to over-index there? Or would you try to democratize it and have equal bunches of efficient employees, mid-efficiency employees, and low-efficiency employees? How would you do this if it was your company?
Okay, well, I mean, if I wanted peak efficiency, I'd probably outsource most of the jobs to other countries, which is what we don't want, right? You guys don't want people, not getting jobs in the United States.
I don't know who you guys. I don't know who you guys are. Yeah, I'm
not in America. I'm talking about the United States.
Hold on. Who define with clarity what you guys means in this?
Sorry, I mean Americans, because most of you guys are in the U.S. So,
so you believe that all Americans are anti-capitalists?
No, I actually think that you guys are the most pro-capitalist country on the planet.
Well, no, because a pro-capitalist would recognize that to your point, you might be able to find better efficiencies by outsourcing labor to other places, and that's a good thing to do, because if you create these remote workers in other nations, you could actually bring the cost down. The only reason why you would it's not about I need to create American jobs. Fuck the patriotism. I'm a capitalist, right? The only reason why I might want to make sure I don't outsource it is if I have quality control concerns. Because if the product is not a good quality, I might lose business there. So to control the quality, I may nearshore it, source that to the cheapest labor possible, and the cheapest labor that eventually will be available is going to be robotics, and will replace them. Instead of those filthy Chinese hands making the products, we'll just have robot hands doing it.
Filthy Chinese robot hands, Roger.
I agree with you, but so we haven't thought about what's going to happen after this post era when robots sort of take over, things that we have to deal with, especially with logistics and stuff like that. But what I will say, though, that I think that any country that I live in that I care about, I think that there should be a certain care of employing people that, they might not be the most efficient people, but if they are jobs that don't require high efficiency,
why don't you frame your ideology when it comes to how businesses should organize is that you want them to be nationalistic and pro-anti-efficiency?
Well,
uncompetitive in the marketplace is what I heard.
But what I actually think that you're looking at like very short-term gains, where I think Jason earlier made a point that I really agreed with, and that's sort of what I wanted to talk about, was the fact that if you get people maybe out of poverty in certain regions, you could actually make those regions like more economically efficient. You can get more efficiency out of people over maybe 20 years. If you bring a bunch of manufacturing into an area.
Ewan, that's not what he said. And secondly, we already have this system in place with fiat currency where we create these jobs. Hold on. Let me fucking finish. Don't interrupt, you cocksucker. I want to finish what I have to say. The inefficiencies that take place here, the government is already figuring things out. They're taking a wealth transfer, and they're taking from people like Hanson and myself, and they're giving them, they're transferring the wealth to other people. And here's the other thing. They don't even need to do that, because with fiat currency, with the borrowing that we do, the fact that we could have an unlimited debt, we have $37 trillion in national debt, not to mention $100 trillion in unfunded liabilities. What we're doing is we're putting money in people's hands. We're subsidizing the consumer economy because we don't have a real economy, because people like you and every other form of anti-capitalist have destroyed what the market could be if you allowed it to operate on its own device.
Well, I think we could do something slightly different there. We don't have to put money in people's hands through taxation. We could have.
Can you acknowledge that that's what we do?
We could have jobs.
Can you acknowledge
yes, that's exactly what we do?
Okay, good. Hold on. I just want to emphasize the point that, because sometimes because you're going to disagree with part of what I said, but I want everyone to hear that you're acknowledging that the way I outlined the way it works today is 100% correct.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Acknowledging that. Yes.
Go ahead. And carry on.
It would be better to give those people jobs, even that are not particularly productive, and keep them out of trouble. And I think actually Asian countries do this. And because if you look at how some of their jobs work, it's like, wow, this is you spend a lot of time on the spreadsheet or moving your hands a certain way or whatever. We can get into that. And it keeps people out of trouble and helps them feel engaged with the society if they have something useful to do. And that's better than giving them even slightly useful. And it's better than giving them money outright, which is what we've chosen, and it's a big mistake. And I don't think we can avoid doing something, because if you just have the less efficient people just like hang around, then they get into trouble. and they're angry, right? And so you gotta throw them a bone.
Jason, why don't we do this? It's just a consideration. I'm not saying it's my idea, but considering we have such a pro-death culture in this country and in the West in general, you know, they want to allow physician-assisted suicide, baby murder in the form of abortion. Like, why don't we just take people that can't contribute at a certain level, and why don't we just kill them?
Not how statistics work. You just get them back to the next generation.
What if we were diligent about continuing to eliminate them?
There would always be there would always be a rebellion, Roger, because genetic drift means that will always happen, even if you have a clone army.
But it will be such a small number. It will be such a.
But it'll be enough to start a rebellion.
No, Roger is correct.
Listen, hold on. I want to walk this back because some people are going to say that they heard me advocating for this, and with IO's contribution of how it wouldn't work anyways, I just want to take that option off the table so nobody that's listening to this that thinks, oh, that was a really good idea, maybe we should kill people that don't have skills. I just want to say that's not my position, and I'm walking it back 100%.
Too bad. Mecha Hitler has already heard it. The next version of Grok with Elon is going to feature Mecha Hitler with that as a campaign slogan.
Yeah, but the thing is, what Mojo said was not wrong, because going down with the same rationale Jason was advocating, we might as well just take Mojo's path.
Well, no, I think in the long run, it would have a positive effect on genetics, but it would introduce chaos. And it doesn't work, I think. I think people have tried that in the past. And the net effect of it is destructive to social harmony. So that's why I think as a practical matter, it's actually easier and cheaper to allocate these people to relatively do-nothing jobs. I mean, killing people is also expensive and hard.
Well, no,
I mean,
really? China kills thousands with one rope. I don't know.
How much do you think it took to gather those people and kill them? It took a lot of effort on the part.
Like $12 rope kills 1,000 people.
That's not the total cost. That's not the total cost. That's just a stupid comment. That's not the all-in cost. That's not the all-in cost.
No, if you're talking about appeals court, all that.
I'm not talking about appeals court. I'm talking about all the admin costs of running this operation. It's going to be a big operation. They're not just going to come to you.
No, but they're retarded. They're not going to be that good at hiding. What do you mean? You're like shooting retarded in a barrel.
Unproductive people are not necessarily retarded.
I got a question though.
Wow. Oh, that's a different metric. Hold on, sir. How dare
I was
you?
talking about unproductive people. I was talking about unproductive people.
Yeah, so if
we're talking about retarded people.
Exactly.
Look, so all I wanted.
Really smart, and then we should get them to work. You just defeated your argument.
Look, Hanson, and look, Jason and Mojo. All I thought was that it would make sense to put a characteristic like that together, because, I mean, the U.S. is sort of culturally a Christian nation, so including those people into it would probably also help, push that culture forward.
These retards are already among.
Yeah, let me deal with you, Ewan.
In fact, you could be one.
So, hold on, vintage. Let me finish. Ewan, that you at the very first advocated for the maximal efficiency, right? And then you proceeded to say that you have an efficiency circle and an inefficiency square, and then you want to put them together, and then to make the less than maximal efficiency. So which way you want to go? I mean, you first started with maximal efficiency,
I can
and then you ended up with inefficiency. So I mean, how do you square yourself?
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's three circles, so there's no squares involved. So one square.
You're talking about.
I'm gonna be nice and play by the rules. So one circle is an efficiency circle. The other one is an inefficiency circle, and the third one is market value and focusing on markets. If you look at all three and you know how markets change and everything, making sure that you're balancing all three properly, then I think that within one company, you could actually probably be fairly successful.
But the thing is, you want the maximum. I mean, did you, or I mean, I don't know if people can attest to that. Did you actually start with saying that you want maximal efficiency?
I would say that meritocracy is like the most important to me. I completely believe in meritocracy. I'm bringing these ideas on board, not as someone who's like, this isn't my religion. I don't give a fuck about it.
Okay, hold on, guys. Everyone's talking. Hold on. Everyone's talking at the same time. Okay, you said you believe in meritocracy, but you wanted 3 circles, which include the efficiency circle and the inefficiency circle. Can you tell me, how do you determine meritocracy within this circle of inefficiency?
No, I mean, of course, you want to probably, I would say it would probably be the biggest piece of the pie. I think that meritocracy is probably the most important part. Market value and looking at the market second, and then the inefficiency circle is the way that you want to say it.
How are you ranking the losers? How are you ranking the losers?
Well, that was my question. How do you know who's winning?
Can I just submit that can I just submit that everything like any program like this would require a slogan, and I just want to offer up the idea of sponsor a retard, because you're essentially saying that you want the efficiency circle to sponsor the inefficiency circle. So I think what you want to do is sloganize it with sponsor a retard.
The other option, wait, can I say this though? So the other option though, Mojo, is that those people that are inefficient don't work for me. And then what happens is that I get taxed. And then those taxes go to them instead of them working for me.
Ewan, have you ever watched Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory?
Great movie.
Please, me. The Oompa Loompas right now. I would love for the Oompa. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I just want to walk you through this. So, Willy Wonka was were treated terribly, right? And Willy Wonka, what he did was he rescued these Oompa Loompas, and he brought them. I don't know if he paid them. That's another thing that we need to look in. I don't know if anybody's ever read the book. I've only seen the movie with Gene Wilder, but I love the movie. But I'm just wondering, do you centric chocolatier and you have them sing songs in between making chocolate? So I simply named the circle, and you agreed.
I didn't say, no, I said, let's just go with it because I didn't want to argue with you about it.
Well, that sounds
but I didn't say that it was an inefficiency circle at all. In fact, I would say that there's tons of efficient people in my circle that I originally named, and that was equal representation of people within the company. I think there's tons of efficient people.
Okay.
So
the efficient people would be inefficient.
No, I would say that. No, I would say that
you sucked the cock, have it? Had you sucked the cock? Have it? Had you sucked the cock in your adult life? Cock in your adult life?
No.
Well, it sounds like you've probably got experience sucking cock. My point is that if I was to hire, let's say, workers to monitor the glory hole, I would want to have experienced, efficient cocksuckers on one side of the glory hole. And I would want the less efficient people to work for the glory hole company that's across the street. I want the efficient cocksuckers. That's why I was just trying to get a gauge of your proficiency at sucking cock.
I mean, you tell me what it's like to suck a cock. I would love to know. You literally, like, your inefficiency part of the circle, that was your idea. I literally said that having a certain amount of equal representation that makes up the actual state of the country. I'm not talking about what's going on now, where they're trying to push, like, wokeness or whatever in every direction. That's not what I'm talking about, because that's extreme. I'm just talking about having a certain amount of care for that. Do you know what, though? I would even add an inefficiency circle for the people who actually can't compete to the same level of the people who are adding to the meritocracy. Because I think that, isn't the USA a Christian nation? Isn't it a nation where you're actually supposed to look after the downtrodden? Why would you rather pay them your taxes instead of hire them and bring them into your company?
I don't want to do it.
And make them employees. So
no, I don't
get it.
I don't want to do any of that. And if you're worried about this group of people that have low skills that are inefficient, why don't you start a nonprofit and then you get like-minded people to fund it, and then you could do a skills-based uplift for people that then could become efficient, and then they could get good-paying jobs.
You could become the Moses of retards. That's a good idea.
But I mean, don't you also want to serve your community? Like, aren't there, there could be downtrodden people in your community.
I just gave you an opportunity to serve them. No, I don't. I do not want people that are inefficient taking jobs from people that are efficient. I would much rather have the efficient people having the jobs.
I think the part that doesn't miss is jobs have all types of people. That person working shipping and receiving is not a high-end person. That person is just a general labor person. You have all types of inefficient efficiency in a corporate job.
And by the way, there's a logical problem. Right? When you said it was an efficient circle, then outside, and then the other two circles are outside the efficiency circle. Is that right?
Well, I said meritocracy, and then I said roughly representation.
So meritocracy has efficiency and inefficiency. Is that what you're saying? Enhance it. I think I see what.
No, you didn't even listen to what I said. No, meritocracy. Okay, representation of the actual country, and then market value. Focusing on the market. Those were the three circles.
Timojo wanted it. He kind of yielded to it.
No. It was meritocracy,
not
representation, and market value.
No. I said, yeah.
There was the three circles. Those are the three circles.
Yeah. Did you say efficiency circle? One of them.
No, I just agreed with it for the conversation. That's fine.
No, I'm asking you. You had three circles, right? Did you have three circles or not?
Yes. Meritocracy.
So one of them is efficiency circle.
No.
Correct? We're talking about efficiency circles, and then your representation.
Well, I just went along with it because Roger wanted to change the names of it, so it's fine. So I went with originally 3 different circles, and I think if you balance them out well, I think you actually have a good company. 1 is meritocracy. Okay. 2 is representation, and 3 is the market. Those are the 3 that I thought would be a good 3 circles to talk about when it comes to the modern market and how it works in the United States. And so those were the 3 that I wanted to focus on at the beginning of this conversation.
Okay, fine. The meritocracy circle. So all the 2 other circles are outside the meritocracy circle. Is that correct?
I mean, yeah, they're literally all different circles.
So these 2 other circles are dis-meritocracy circles.
But they all intertwine. You realize that, right?
No, outside of it.
Of course.
Outside.
No, wait, no, they're not outside. No. No, they intertwine with each other. How does the market and meritocracy not interact?
What's the 2 circles you said?
Okay, meritocracy, and then representation of the country, and then the market. They all intertwine.
Why is the market? Why is the market outside the meritocracy?
They're not outside. They all intertwine.
It's a subset of the meritocracy.
What are you doing, Hanson? This makes no sense.
It's a simple question, right?
Can you look at 3 circles and have them intertwine in your head?
Your algebra, and your diagram is not Venn appropriate. You have been dismissed.
Yeah, let's do a simple logic question. Just like I was saying.
Go for it.
Venn diagram, right? You have meritocracy circle, and then I just want to now we don't have a whiteboard or a blackboard. So where does the market circle situate? Is it a subset of the meritocracy?
No, I would say put them equally and then figure out what matters the most within all three.
No. I'm asking you. I'm just
and
asking
adjust all three.
Okay, so fine. You have you have three circles, and then they have the meritocracy circle and the representation circle. You said have a non-empty intersection, right? Right. Did you
so all three interact equally.
No, I'm
There's a
asking
middle ground.
one thing at a time.
They all interact.
One thing at a time. Yeah. So the meritocracy circle and the representation circle, you said they had a non-empty intersection, right?
They all intersect equally.
Yes. Okay. Fine. I just said yes, right?
They all intersect equally. Yeah. There's three circles that intersect equally.
Wait a second. The meritocracy circle and the representation circle have a non-empty intersection. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Cool. And then, so the representation circle minus the meritocracy circle is also non-empty, right?
Do you realize that, Hanson? It's not just when it comes to, for example, I could bring up a great point that you might agree with me with. I don't know. Incredibly intelligent, coming from an incredibly working class background, right? And they've gotten a very high GPA.
Representation circle that is not in the meritocracy circle.
That's a good point. Well, the market, because that is another circle.
No, I understand. Well, I'm asking you just the two things. The meritocracy circle.
You're asking me what's not in the circle, though. So I can name a million things that would be in that circle.
It'd probably be a good idea to grab a piece of paper and a pen and just make sure these circles make sense, is what I think Hanson is suggesting.
I am. Do you not see that that's like, this isn't that difficult, what's going on?
Exactly.
Three circles that interact.
Answer the question. Why aren't you answering?
Because you're asking me what doesn't interact with those two circles.
What do you mean interact? I'm saying that are there things that in the representation circle
inefficiency.
that is not
there you go.
In the
inefficiency. Is that's what you want the answer to be?
Is that okay? So you're bringing in inefficiency and efficiency now?
No, because I could say inefficiency is actually one that doesn't interact with those two circles. 100%.
Well, what do you mean inefficiency? I thought you excluded the efficiency and.
Hold on. Can I interrupt? I want to give people a visual. So, you and I were talking earlier about how many Dixie it sucked. And so if I had opened up a facility with a peep show, I would be hiring people that could efficiently get people off, because the more dicks that Ewan can suck per hour, the more profitable the business would be. So if you had people that were inefficient at sucking dick, in mid-level efficiency or high efficiency, I would say for a thriving business, for a peep show, for a glory hole, you would definitely want to hire the most efficient cocksuckers you could find.
Well, so I would respond to that, Roger, with what I would say is that I'm actually much more highly efficient with marrying.
I don't know if you want to make an argument about efficiency
you
here.
Can't take that long pause. I'm just saying that, my man.
No. What I would say is that my baby daughter and my wife, who I met on this app, who's still on this app, would probably say that I'm much more efficient at making babies than doing anything like that. And on top of that, what I would say is that I've also been successful, like business-wise. Like I've done well with my business. So I think that, taking people in who don't necessarily, come across as the most, perfect person on the planet, and also being successful in business is maybe not the worst thing in the world. And not only that, but I think it's really funny that you're bringing this stuff up when I think that you're just like realizing that I'm correct about this. And also you're living in a country that is culturally Christian, where you're supposed to actually look after your downtrodden and bring people into the fray. And I know that you're a pure capitalist. That's fine. That's fair if you want to do that. But I think giving back to your communities is also an important part of running a business.
Well, hold on.
So I think that you're making a mistake by doing this, dude.
Hold on. The way that I give back to the community is by running efficient businesses that can provide the best quality product at the lowest possible price. This is how the consumers benefit. And so I don't want to hire retards. Now, if you have a business model where you can take inefficient people that are mentally retarded and create a jobs program for them, go ahead and do it. I know that the government has already done it for you, so you could just join them. Go work for the post office.
But okay, so that's fair. But have you hired any of those people?
I would never hire a retard. No.
No, I'm talking about the people in the community, like what you were saying earlier. Like you for the people in your community, have a business that you give them a service, but like that's your community. Would you bring them in? Like that's the whole point of building the community.
So you feel that I owe people a job?
No, it just helps. It just helps like the community that you care about. That's all.
The community. I
don't think you owe it to them.
Well, hold on. If I'm an entrepreneur and I start a company, the company is like a baby, and I have to feed it, and I have to take care of it. I have to nurture it. I'm responsible for its livelihood. And the best way that I can keep that baby alive is by having efficient workers.
But you realize that you could like run an incredibly efficient company and also hire less efficient people, right?
I would not have any incentive of doing so.
But why not? Like, why wouldn't you do that? Like, just say you open up. Okay,
I'm not stupid. That's why.
Because then you're going to fire them, and when you fire them for inefficiency, you're going to get sued, which is the whole point we were talking about. Ewan, hold on. It was what we were talking about before you came in the room. That's the problem. That you end up being forced to hire a workforce and people that do not necessarily meet the standards of what you want. And then when you let them go because you have a bottom line problem, you end up with a very litigious society because you enacted a lot of laws that they're able to hold on to. We even have people on this app, they make a living out of suing based on those laws. And sometimes they're important to have, but often they're abused with just people that are just not good at their job.
Litigious behavior from people that were fired is not even in the spectrum of the cost of running a government or a company. Like that.
Really?
And I worked in collections where lawsuits.
Have you ever ran a company, Sarah?
Did you go run a company, Sarah?
Actually, Roger, I was about to have your back on that. That yes, you want better employees to be more efficient in work. And I was going to ask what business practices increase productivity to make sure that your employees are the most efficient they can be.
First of all, making sure they show up to work and that they're not calling in sick all the time or finding excuses not to show up or investigating when they go off on a disability that in fact it's a legitimate disability.
And they were disproven by multiple emails and documentation, which is why your employer or your employer makes you email them or send some sort of documentation whenever you ask off of work. So if they try to bring litigation against you, there's evidence that you are not showing up.
I know several people that have taken off 3 months disability for mental health issues.
If you're taking FMLA, you have to have a psychiatrist doctor.
They did not need a psychiatrist. They took off for, especially during COVID, I know several that have done this, took off 3 months, went back, never once treated with a psychologist, and took off and received disability. So there are a lot of people that game the system. There are a lot of people that game the system. That's the point. Have you ever been embroiled in litigation where someone has sued you because they claim discrimination and you claim they suck at their job.
Hey, Sarah, I don't think we've ever talked in a room together before, but I wanted to question, like, why you would make a statement that litigious concerns aren't even factored into hiring decisions. That's HR departments are shaped around that whole very thing. Like, their job is to ensure compliance with, anti-discrimination laws. Like, why do you think that employers do background checks and drug tests? All of these things are due to litigious concerns.
No, I agree with that. And it's all predisposed. Like, it's all preventative action through HR to make sure those kind of situations don't happen.
Correct.
It's not a major concern, I don't think, of the legal department. Working in collections, like one of the most predominant, to be sued and shit. It was a major concern of our company, but it wasn't about the people they were hiring. It was more so about compliance with federal law and how you discuss debt and different things like that. So it's all very preventative to keep from having that cost of legislation.
But you have a Consumer Act that controls that. I mean, that's controlled by a specific federal law, in the Truth to Lending Act, as well as Consumer Act that would control that. But what we're talking about is something completely different. Sorry for the noise, guys. Completely different. It's when you hire someone that is ineffective in their job and you fire them and they sue you because they fit one of these molds, either somewhere within either disability
of hiring employees and growing a local business or entrepreneurship is the cost of training. The cost of training this person to accomplish a job, and then they leave you and go and use that fucking investment to work for another company. And then you have to hire someone else and you have to train them. That is the biggest cost of hiring employees, not the threat of legislation. Like, if the threat of being sued is your main concern, you're doing something wrong.
Do you know what the average cost to hire an employee is for an employer?
Like 10 years ago, it was like 4,000 or 5,000. It's probably more than that now, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, it can be upwards of 10 to 20,000, depending on the specialization of the position that you're trying to fill. But just, for even just the average entry level worker, you're still talking $3,000 to $4,000.
Even as a waitress or something at a restaurant, that still costs them money just to train you and get you licensed for the food and handling and all that shit. That costs the corporation money. And you had a lot of people back in 2008 and like the whole crisis, and I watched it in the restaurant industry. People were showing up, working their 2 weeks to get a paycheck, and then leaving because they just wanted a paycheck.
So, Abby, I kind of brought up this point earlier that I was talking about 3 circles that Hanson hated. And one was meritocracy, and one was, again, representation of the people that live in the country. And then the third one was the market. And making the 3 balance correctly is, to me, sort of like a really good framework to look at this. And I think that investing in, I actually think that, for example, representing everybody, that might not work all the time, but you also have to make money. You have to work with the market. You have to work with meritocracy. You have to get the best people into your roles, like throughout your entire company, right? But with that being said, I think that I like actually paying attention to hiring and not hiring people on Indeed is probably the best bet. Like,
no, I agree with you, Ewan, but my industry is unique. Hold on, guys. Hanson, hold on. Hanson, hold on. Hanson, hold on. I have a unique industry. So in my industry, we hire dealers. There are people that don't want Asian dealers. There are people that only want Asian dealers. There are people that want sexy cocktail waitresses. There are people that don't want to get drinks from big, pregnant cocktail waitresses. I mean, we have a very specific industry, and we cater to our players. And what is efficient and what makes us money, and you can have a good player walk away. It's unique, but it is, we can lose really large amounts of business making bad judgments on hiring. I hope that makes sense what I'm saying.
Yeah, optics are hugely important in a casino environment, specifically against those that are spending the most. The high rollers have high demands when it comes to what their gaming experience is going to be like. And then for the people that are not high rollers, there's a lot of science that points to things that they could do that will make people have a better experience. The hospitality that you receive in a casino is really second to none. And they have to. You have to think about what the business is. They have to make you feel... May we cup your balls, sir? They have to make you feel so good about losing your money that you're going to want to come back again and again and again. Think about it. They have a business model where they have a house edge where you're going to lose your money, and they're going to make you feel so good about losing your money. And if they don't, imagine if you had a bad experience and you lost your money. That would be a terrible, terrible experience. The hospitality industry is very, very specific with this, but if you get into the casino industry, you have to make people feel great.
And not only that, it's the weakest link, the least trained, maybe the lowest person on the lowest rung on the
Don't do that. Don't go there.
No, David knows there. You don't understand. David really knows it. No.
That it takes to manipulate people.
Sarah,
let David finish.
Sarah, David was speaking about this, and David's somebody that is much more knowledgeable about this topic than you ever could be. So why don't you just do this? Listen to what David has to say. David, go ahead.
We found out when we ran grocery stores that the box boy spent 8 minutes with the customer walking outside in their car and talking to them. This was the youngest person, and he wasn't on board with what we were doing and happy. The customer believed him much more than anybody else on the food chain, okay? I'm just saying that everyone in the organization has to buy into that experience and make sure, because if someone brings a drink in the hospitality area and it's not right or they don't fix it, it's just as much of a problem as if they can't get comps from their manager.
So it's the concept.
David, don't you think they walk?
I have a valid question. It's the concept that this person is lower on the food chain.
No, that's not what he said.
They need to serve you.
No, they
That's
need to
not
be
what
on
he said,
board with
Sarah.
what the company wants to portray. I'm not talking about anybody serving.
But I get
more
that.
than
But it's
anyone else.
hospitality. I'm not being like.
Sarah, you don't understand what he's saying. It's like it's
I'm
the
not
seed-
trying to argue.
no,
I'm trying to
Sarah,
clarify.
Sarah, so we're going to teach you a little bit. It's the seed win model, okay? It's every single person from the bellboy to the host.
Abby, that's not the Steve Wynn. That's the Bill Harrow model that he borrowed.
Okay, it is the Bill Harrow model. Thank you. You're right about that. That adopted by Steve Wynn. However, it's every single person, and he trains them. But what Wynn added to it is he bought them cars. So he said, if you're really good, I'm going to buy you a car. And he bought it across the board when he had his property in Jersey. So he trains, it's intense training of every single person all along that food chain that deals with the customer. Because what David is saying, you have no idea how fast you will lose a customer and someone else will gobble them up.
And it could be anybody. That's what I'm saying.
It could be anybody, exactly.
I actually do comprehend that, honey. Like, I work in the restaurant industry as well as fucking cocktail industry and all that shit. Like, the relationship matters. The relationship is customer service.
Sarah, if the if the receptionist at my firm was bitchy to a client in the waiting room while they were waiting to see someone, they may leave and not use your firm because the receptionist was bitchy.
I would fire her if she
You
wanted to argue
would,
or be
but you can lose. There's a reason.
Customer service is always number one.
So there's a reason people spend a fortune to decorate their offices, and they spend a fortune to train their staff so that the customer and the client walking in has an experience that is positive. Even
and that's an investment.
Before
like
they
I said earlier, the biggest cost in the business is training and hiring.
Right, but
So
it's
that's
even
an
before
investment.
they have the professional experience. It's when you go to your dentist, how the person at the front desk is to you before you even sit in the chair and have your teeth looked at. They can lose a patient. You can lose a client if your
definitely,
office
because you got
is
girls
bad.
on their phone not giving a shit.
That's what David is trying to say.
And sometimes you don't know until after it's happened.
It sounds like we're all kind of agreeing with each other.
I think so.
But then go to fire them and watch what happens.
I need a link to statistics to prove that that's actually like a major issue. Because I've never seen that in 30 years in the workforce plus.
If you have a union, it's different.
Well, unions are fucking different. That's a whole other story.
Like, part of Vegas East unionized, I believe. We're right.
The culinary.
I just came up to tell Abby, listen, hey, I could tell by the way you're talking, you had a bad experience, so sorry for that.
No bad experience. I'm in the industry. No bad experience. I love the industry. I think it's great. But I have had bad support staff. So yes, I definitely have had bad support staff that have not dealt properly with clients and have turned clients off. And I've watched people walk away from professionals that are good professionals because the front office has screwed up. I've also seen major customers leave casinos and go to the competitor down the street because the valet guy screwed up their car. I mean, for silly reasons. And yet you could spend millions of dollars, literally millions of dollars, on the hotel room that they stay in, on the restaurant that they eat at, on their whole customer experience. And you have someone that screws up their car and they're like, see you later, going to the next property.
Vegas. That's a completely
different
it's not just
Vegas.
The rest of the world.
No, it is not just Vegas.
It's
Atlantic City.
No.
It's not
That's
just
a high-end fucking market. That's not the same across the globe.
It is across the United States. Yes, it is. You can
say this, Roger. All of our largest casinos are native owned.
Correct. The only thing that's not native owned are small poker rooms that are highly inefficient.
And you see that someone can screw up on a simple thing and they're going to walk the customer.
Yeah, especially because sometimes they go under different rules. They take care of their own. They keep an employee for family reasons rather than professional reasons. So we see it more in native casinos.
It's in hospitality. I mean, I'm using my example, but just look at generally in hospitality. It happens. It happened to my dentist. It happened to me as a lawyer. So that's not even hospitality. It happens when you have someone at the front desk that screws up. You can lose business.
And the hiring part's so important because you can only train a person to like people so far. They need to like people from the day they were born and want to take care of them and practice what we call giver's gain. The more you give, the more you get back. And so those are the people we seek out.
I like the results of the poll.
It's the first one of its kind, ain't it? 100%.
Yeah, well, usually it adds up to 102%, but that's a clubhouse glitch.
Also with mail-in voting. Just kidding.
So in other words, most people are pro-free enterprise.
I would say increasingly not across the country. You have anti-capitalist Republicans that have, even though they say they oppose the policies of the progressives, they definitely want to.
However, the way people view capitalism and how they define capitalism is more so corporatism and the amount of money that is funding the controlled production as we see in the current administration. So if we actually think about free enterprise, which means zero tariffs, and let people produce how they can produce and people buy what they want to buy and have an informed choice, then the free market would work. And as a Texan, that comes down to, let's say, the electrical or whatever supply, energy supply, when we had freezes. And instead of allowing us to know what companies chose not to weather their products so that they couldn't actually provide that electricity or energy, they chose to use legislation to further control them when they weren't even following the regulations that were
I wish we could speed this up. You know, when you listen to an audiobook, you can put it at like 1.5 speed.
When you're asking, that's asking for legislation. It's thinking that legislation is going to speed anything up or make it work. Legislation was already in place. We should not have been shut down like we were in 2021 because of the freeze. That was stupid. And instead of holding companies accountable,
can you review the House rules, specifically rule number 4?
Instead of holding the companies accountable, the government.
Can you please? Please review the House rules, specifically rule number 4. Thank you, Sarah.
I just want to add real quick, there were tariffs in place prior to this administration. I mean, in Japan, you can't just import someone else's car, but there's a 75% tariff. They don't want rice imported. Unfortunately, if we allowed every electric car to be imported from China here, we would lose General Motors for sure, and maybe Ford in bankruptcy. I mean, you have companies that are using slave labor, that are using government-supported finance, and it isn't a level playing field always. I'm not crazy about all the tariffs that this president is doing. I didn't vote for this president, but there have to be selective tariffs because we don't live at the level playing field.
Yeah, but just because the rest of the world has abandoned capitalism doesn't mean that we should. Somebody's got to step up and say, you know, we're not going to do this. We're not going to play that game. And if you want peace and if you want prosperity, tariffs is not the way to get there. It's actually a recipe for disaster. What tariffs do is they leave some industries unprotected while protecting others, and it creates these distortions that make the protected industries no longer have to compete for customers. All they have to do is be pleasing to the powers that be that can provide those protections.
I hear you. I don't know if we're ready for the carnage of just free, open everything would be. And I just guide you to, you know, we have a person once an hour in many of our spaces that asks, what are we going to do about the national debt? Well, when we try and work on it, what it looks like in reality is people lose jobs, and it's painful. And so the reality,
we have $37 trillion worth of debt, $100 trillion of unfunded liabilities. At some point, the system's going to break. At what point is that going to be? Should we wait until the national debt is 150? It's going to break. At what point is that going to be? Should we wait until the national debt is 150 trillion and the unfunded liabilities are $2 quadrillion? Like, at what point are we supposed to say, hey, this doesn't make any fucking sense?
I hear you.
When the U.S. was actually living in a somewhat free market capitalist society, that was the
Hold on, pause this here. Are you under the impression that the term free market and capitalism are the same thing?
I said somewhat, and I referenced both.
I'm asking you a question. What distinction do you draw between the term free market and capitalism?
Capitalism is more perceptive. Sorry, I'm trying to find the right words.
It's okay to say you don't know. It's okay to say you don't know. It's okay to say
more susceptible, let me speak, to manipulation.
It's okay to say you don't know.
It's more susceptible to manipulation, which is what we've ended up.
I asked you if you know. I'm asking you to tell me what.
I'm answering your question. Shut the fuck up, Roger, and let me finish a.
That's not going to work. I don't know why you thought that was going to work. Jesus Christ.
She had enough of your shit, Roger.
Hey, she really did. She really told me. Oh, man. So does anybody know the difference between free market and the term free market and capitalism? Because I think those terms get used interchangeably, and there is a difference, and it's an important distinction. Does anybody know?
Free market is prices are determined by supply and demand and minimal government. And capitalism, you go ahead.
Thank you.
I'm boosting myself.
So capitalism is the means of wealth production, right? And free market is the means of wealth transfer. So capitalism is where you make the distinction that the means of production will be owned privately, which is an important distinction from the alternatives where it can be owned publicly. And if you understand those distinctions, then I probably don't need to elaborate. But a free market allows you to take that means of production that's owned privately, and then you can exchange it on a free market. You can control the means of production with the public, or you can have a hybrid of both, which would not be capitalism. And you can still say that you create these trade barriers, such as what we're doing. It's very important to understand these distinctions because the Newton Friedman today they listen to I don't even know they're listening to, because maybe Benito Mussolini, because that's about the economic system that most parallels their desires.
Mussolini was mad that Italians ate pasta, and he tried to get he didn't want to import flour. He tried to get Italians to stop eating pasta.
Seriously, I never heard that. Wow, that's wild.
Could you give an example of a free market that existed in a non-capitalist system, either a hypothetical or a real example?
Yeah, it would be like if you have a country, let's say you have a country that's really authoritarian, like North Korea, right? And then you have slightly less authoritarian regime. It's amazing to say this, but like Russia or China, because North Korea is like the most authoritarian that you could find, and their economic systems are based on central planning. But they could have a free trade agreement between those nations, and so you could have non-capitalist societies that are choosing to have free trade.
Okay.
By the way, it doesn't work very well because the inefficiencies in their programs will. That's why they're always looking to expand their trading partners. Welcome back, Kristen. If anybody else wants to go, we could continue down this route. We could change the subject. I'm open for anything. I know Sarah's got her hand raised, but Jesus, Sarah never really learned the clubhouse etiquette of not talking over people. And if a moderator is trying to provide an interjection, she just completely just blows through that. And then she wants to curse out the mod as if that's going to help her case in some way. I'll bring her back up, but she's going to have to learn how to do better.
It's good to bring back her up. I was getting a little scared.
Time out. There was a user-generated poster that I saw where it was the Tri-Valley tournament in Reseda, where Daniel LaRusso was defending his title, and against Bruce Leroy. And it was funny listening to people go, oh man, I don't know. Like everybody was divided on who they thought would win.
No, everybody was telling me, come on. I've seen thousands.
I'm gonna send you a link to the group that I'm referring to, and it was very, very divided on who would win. Oh, someone thinks you're in the Matrix, my brother.
He's in the Matrix, seriously.
There's a video series by Milton Friedman that you might be familiar with, the Free to Choose series.
Yes, yeah.
So good. I think if
I put on Wi-Fi, is this better?
Much better. Go ahead. Sorry. I'll get back to you. I'm going to start.
Look, I got a film I did when I was a teenager that's re-releasing called The Last Dragon. Nationwide AMC theaters, October 19th. Go have fun.
Favorite character from the film. Have a lot of fun with it.
Yeah, and that's what Roger's talking about. There's a flyer about my character fighting Ralph Macchio's character from Karate Kid.
Yeah, that flyer is so badass because it looks like it could be real, and it also means they might have missed an opportunity here, Tom. I mean, if you think about it, Karate Kid 84, your film came out in 85. Right. And then they, in the sequel, they did the whole Okinawa thing. But in the third film, when they came back, they needed a new villain. Like that could have really expanded you because you played like the ultimate good guy in your first film. That would have really expanded things. And not to mention like all the Van Damme movies, those started around like 85, right? And so somewhere along the line, I think they really fucked up of not like jamming you in there somewhere.
Yeah, I've been dealing with people's opinions about all these things for so many years now. I've resigned to the fact that things happen at the perfect time so I'm in a perfect place now and things seem to be
going really well for me. So, maybe this is the best time, right? Rather than years ago. You know what I mean? That's how I'm seeing it.
Could be. What about hooking up with Paul Thomas Anderson's team? They've got that series that they're going to do, which is, I think it's a series, maybe it's a movie, but they're partnering with Netflix to bring a sequel to Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, where they're going to follow Cliff Booth, the Brad Pitt character from that film. Yeah. I think that's another one. That's a universe that you might be able to.
What's interesting about you, Mojo, is you're pretty knowledgeable in the entertainment space, even more than me, because when I pulled away from Hollywood many years ago, I said, okay, I've got to get my head together. Hollywood was not so healthy for me mentally. So now I'm my head's together, and I could deal with a lot of that stuff. So I stopped watching a lot of stuff. You've been watching a lot of stuff, so you're more in tune with what's happening, So thank you. You can definitely, these ideas, let me know. I'm always open.
Yeah, I think there's a trend that's happening too of taking IP from the 80s and repurposing it. I think Cobra Kai is probably the best example of that, of what they did. That was supposed to be a small little project. It was originally released on YouTube Red, and then the public response to it was so huge that's when, like, hey, what if we went and got a glimpse of where these people are at today? And it's a popular. There's a lot of movies from that era that are about to get rebooted, or more importantly, they're going to get the "Where Are They Now" treatment. And I think the "Where Are They Now" treatment of Bruce Leroy could be really, really interesting.
Well, where are we now? Where am I now? Is I'm on Clubhouse with the freaks, the weirdos, and all. Because I'm a freaking weirdo.
This is true. You remember when Hakima didn't like you until he found out that you were a movie star?
Yeah, where is that son of a bitch? Oh, there you go. the one that never puts up his picture. Hakima, you're not as volatile as Mojo. You have nothing to hide. Mojo calls the guy to suck.
I've had my real picture. I have a picture of me and my 3 daughters and grandkids in my bio right now.
No, I wouldn't go that far because, keep the family.
No, I'm saying it's in there right now. I mean, you can check it. I have a picture of me.
Wow. Yeah. I don't know. Mojo, when he first came out, he didn't know I was. He was very stern in his room, and he was being, like, kind of,
That's not true at all.
Yeah, and then he found out who I was.
Well, yeah. Well, once he said, "Wait a minute, this is Bruce Leroy," and then he's like, "Oh, I'm my best friend."
Y'all confusing me for what's her name the other day when she didn't know who you was. She was like,
Mojo. Then as soon as he turned on that character that knew who I was from the movie, right? He fell in love. He was like, "Oh man, I love you," and I saw all that other characters leave, and I said, "Wow, this guy's really cool now," and I really believed it, and it's true. There's a side of Akima I really like, but the other character was like militant. He was really militant, and all of a sudden, when you turn on the other character, I saw this guy with, I don't know if he does have like Jamaican braids. He's real, like, he's got that, smoke a spliff, man. Would you like a shake? I'll make a great shake. Like, I thought he was a healthy that kind of character. That's my imagination.
Yeah, definitely imagination. You making stuff up. I never talk crazy.
Yeah, he said you're a villain from a Steven Seagal movie called Marked for Death.
Talking about Two-Face. Two-Face have 2 heads and 4 eyes.
Hey, so question time. When do you think you'll learn, like, if there's going to be, travel? Like, when your schedule for promoting these things? What's
So my agent's talking to Sony, and that's the thing with studios. Their thing is usually self-interest, right? But it's not always. That's what's strange about Hollywood. It's not always logical, right? It's You understand what I mean? It's like it could be that they're just trying to upgrade somebody at the studio and they give them a shot to start doing certain movies and financing. It's not always logical. It's not always in the best interest of fans. And sometimes it's not even always the best interest of money, because these guys are in control, not the artist. Not, that's the whole thing with Orson Welles. Like, he was always battling with the studios because Orson Welles obviously knew much more about filmmaking, but the studios always try to put their 2 cents in control the way things go, So that's always the battle with these projects and the actors that are thing that's going on. I can't talk about too much now, but it's around the release of the re-release, October 19th, for a week. I'm definitely going to be making some stops. I don't, I'll let you know, Roger. It's interesting. I can't really say exactly what's going to go down, but I'll know very, very soon. And I definitely would like to come to quite a few cities. I like to come to LA, I like to come to Seattle, up there where you. Definitely Chicago, Atlanta, New York, But the thing is also, it's not limited to just the re-release. I can organize some screenings. They're always they always sell out, So I can get with a booking agent and just start having some screenings in the future. But I'm working on what I told you in private, Mojo. So that's taking a lot of my energy. I'm getting better and better, physically from the injuries. So there's all this stuff going on that I have to put my attention on,
Here's something that I would love. I'd love for you to have a screening in Austin and then come across Rogan, who, if you think about it, not only has he got the biggest podcast in the world, but he's deeply interested in martial arts. I would think that his love for pop culture, I'd have to imagine at the age that he is, that he would be a fan of the film. You're
100% right. I was coaching some kids that was fighting at UFC, right? Not for like from the beginning. He wanted me to work with him for a little bit while his coach was, his main coach. And Joe Rogan was staring at me, but I was busy. I couldn't connect with him. I missed him, But if somebody said, "Oh man," he said he loved that movie. Someone from the grapevine told me that's what he said to him. So he definitely saw it and loved it. He said.
That's really cool. The one thing that you can't do with Rogan is like when people pitch, "Hey, this guy should be on the show." It's almost a turnoff to him because he wants to curate it himself. But if somehow it could become his idea, I think you guys would have a good conversation, because I'm sure he would want to know a lot about your experience as a young actor, your experience as a martial artist, and then the shit that you're doing now, and in the rise and fall, and just the treatment of how success and all that stuff works. And I think he would be really fascinating to talk to, and it would hit such a huge audience that I would imagine that instantly you would see the people watching it on Amazon Prime would go up dramatically just from an appearance on the show.
Yeah, I could see that he talks about so many very different subjects, but he's definitely interested in the mystics, the unknown, for everything from ayahuasca, meditation, the Himalayan mountain monks, and he's all into that stuff, and then he's into politics. There's all these things. I don't know anything about politics, and I'm learning some from you, like tariffs, all these kind of things. So you could definitely be on the show talk about politics. Last thing is I'm committed to having young people have a different direction than the same old thing from the past. A fresh new look on life, all races, all cultures. I actually can see a time when there are no more wars. I'm not saying it's utopia. I'm not saying we're in heaven, but I could see that. I could feel that. I can see the path to that. And that's where a lot of my energy is going to go as well. So any project that I'm involved with, I would like to have some way of that project, if it's acting especially, impact young people. It doesn't have to be a children's film. It could be. It doesn't have to be a children's TV series. It could be. But it could be a cartoon. It could be a TV show. Like, they got Cobra Kai, But the main point I'm trying to say is that there are ways of thinking and feeling and approaching life that is a world different in the way people go about life now. And people that are religious, that's fine. This way is also inclusive to people that are religious. But religious people that have an open mind, not Rich that came in the other day.
Mm-hmm. The more I think about like the endless nature of the possibilities, I mean, Last Dragon, if you could get that the rights to that name, like imagine Last Dragon dojos that were dedicated to teaching young kids martial arts. Like if you popped one of those up in every big city, that would be fucking amazing.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't physically be teaching, I have to think about what I also like to do,
Right. Well, I'm more thinking of the namesake of it, like,
right.
The imagery that it would conjure up. I think people that haven't seen the film, they probably don't get like the, just the positive vibe of it and
yeah.
The way that it sticks with people because of that, because even though it's silly as shit, there's such a positive message there that it sinks in whether you want it to or not.
Yeah, there could be a format that is universal to martial arts schools around the country. It's just that, I mean, let's say John has a school right now, and everything's going well, and he's turned on by this format, the way of dealing with the approach, this specific approach of dealing with the mind, the subconscious mind, the conscious mind, past thoughts, how to be present, all these kind of things, right? These are the things that, in fact, the CIA knows these things, right? However, it's not something that's like everybody knows how to lose weight. That the fitness phase change happened in the 80s with Jane Fonda's thing in the 80s. Now, what I'm talking about is a certain way and how to deal with the brain, and it's also incorporates science and data. I think it's good to go by data. Some young people that are doing really bad in school, with as far as whether it be math and science or also behavior and all these things, and then you implement a different way of approach that has data to show young people's improvement. Then they incorporate that, and they see that these young people are thinking better, healthier, more harmonious with each other, more excited about what they're doing in their lives. This is the kind of approach that I'd like to have in school systems around the country, where parents still have the freedom to have their religion or whatever else they're practicing, but this is data and science that shows success. And I'm sorry for breaking the rule there. Hakima, I like a little ginger and pineapple and throw in some Kool-Aid, What do you think, Hakima?
Oh, we can't do the Kool-Aid, man. You're okay with the ginger and pineapple. No Kool-Aid.
I I knew you were going to respond to that. I knew it. That's what they mean when it's too sensitive. You easily see it's predictable. With Hakeem, you get the flow.
No, that one, that's not stupid. You kind of touched on what something I'm passionate about, which is nutrition, health, and eating. I was okay with this. I just pointed out the clue.
I threw in a little bullshit just to see if you respond. You did exactly right.
I know. I was gonna respond regardless. You mentioned my name, but I was gonna respond regardless.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's all good. Chicago. Yeah.
You know, Hakima was much more emotionally regulated before the election last year. He was quietly supportive of RFK, and then when RFK dropped out and endorsed Trump, he lost Hakima. That was the breaking point. This is where the man lost his mind, and so then he went in. He ran into the arms of Harris, who I know he doesn't fucking agree with on a lot of shit, but he did that because he hates Trump so much, and when his guy RFK endorsed Trump, Hakima just lost his mind, and now Hakima is politically homeless.
That makes two of us that's politically homeless, then, right?
There's a lot more than the two of us, my friend. Hanson was doing battle today. Him and Io were destroying Ewan. That was pretty fun.
I haven't started yet. I mean, I just gave up because
with three distinct groups within a company, all with varying degrees of productivity, rather than wanting to optimize productivity across the board, is just insanity to me. And he was saying that you do that because you need to hire the inefficient people because he basically said that you got to help them out. You got to throw them a bone. Ignore the fact that they're inefficient.
Yeah, but the thing is, I mean, he doesn't even know the logic. I mean, I'm just saying that the inefficient people, and then outside inefficiency, outside the efficiency, that's by definition inefficient. And he doesn't have the IQ to realize that, or he's just trying with all his might to avoid that, avoid answering the question with a yes or no question answer. I just gave up. In the end, it's a waste of time. I mean, I couldn't understand. I mean, how can anyone with, any kind of IQ 100 could have or even lower, could have not realized that by definition, if it is not inefficient or meritocratic, that would be inefficient and by definition, dismeritocratic.
So Hanson, what should we do with the people that are not skilled, not motivated, do not produce value? What should we do with those people?
Well, we have charity organizations, right? I mean, one thing is earlier, the reason why Jason was saying because we have to take care of them because what they're doing, they're gonna be to do damage. Well, then and then eventually I'll call on him into saying that they're not all stupid. Okay, I said, well, you just defeated your argument because they're not stupid, they're smart because they're gaming the system, they're exploiting the system. Then we, as a society, we give them the incentive to work, and then if we don't, then these smart people are going to exploit and game the system, and then that's what we want to avoid. And then he's basically saying that we're going to give the bones to those, smart and gamers, the exploiters, the bones. And instead of giving the bones, we have given them the incentive. The carrot now becomes should come the sticks. We should put them in either in jail or let them rot. That's the way, because they are the smart people and gaming the system. So I mean, I didn't pursue on that point. I just said, well, that you just prove my point.
But there are many different types of people with mental certain things that are not dangerous to society that should be doing those, those things.
So to Jason's point, hold on. Jason's point is they are a danger to the society. That because they're a danger to the society, then we should just back down and throw them a bone. Right? I mean, that's his point.
I don't think that's what he was saying.
If he's saying that,
am I wrong?
No, he said that because they're going to be, rebel.
Yeah. Well, the argument that Jason made was that idle hands, are going to create problems, and so if you find people in society that are not productive, he was saying that some sort of subsidy for them, or at least something that keeps them busy. Which those can be two different things. You can keep them busy without subsidizing them, I suppose. But that was his concern, was you don't want to have a larger portion of the population that is completely unemployed and broke because he's worried about the crimes that they might commit, which I don't think that's an illegitimate concern. I just think that his solution to that was not well thought out.
Yeah, exactly. So
Hanson, hold on a second.
Okay, let me just.
But you cut me off in this. So hold on.
Yeah, because you were asking me my question. I mean, I want to clarify what I said. Shut the fuck up.
Hare Krishna.
Fuck you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. You.
You win, Hanson.
You did. You asked. You shut me up.
Okay, it worked. So.
Yeah. You think
y'all are both pretty.
Oh God! Thank you very much.
Yeah, so you apologize. I'll let you go.
Okay, good. This guy lives in a bubble.
You shut the fuck up.
Okay. Take it easy. So.
Take it easy. All right. Yeah.
I'm talking about Paraguay. Good.
Yeah. Okay. So. Jason was saying that they are the violent people, and so because they could be violent people, then we need to back down and surrender. Right? And that's not the way to go. Right? I mean, because they're smart and they want to gain and then use threats to blackmail law-abiding and diligent, hardworking people. Well, that's what the police are for, and then Second Amendment is here for, and you have the incentive for them to work, and so you have carrots and sticks. So we need to use both of them. Okay, so I've clarified my point.
So I got some really good ideas, and I think that should be some of those. Oftentimes, I don't want to call them mediocre, but even below average people that we have in society, especially in Western culture. The jail systems haven't really worked for most of the time they've been used. It seems that these jail systems seem to be like this kind of cycle, right? Where it's like you do away with, you put these people over here, they're committed. They are mostly financial and drugs. And so that kind of is a telltale sign as to what is happening with society in this capitalistic environment which we live in. So I think that if we were to, let's say, for instance, invest more into let's say groups that don't necessarily have the same level of access, because we trying to create this kind of illusion, in especially in Western culture, that everybody has the same level of access to resources when we know that's not true. But if people were, we were to invest into these fellow human beings, which is what they are, they're human just like you and I, then we could reduce that number of those poor outcomes. Unfortunately, due to ideological belief systems, it's not happening. We haven't been able to escape our own internalized biases and all types of other issues, that psychological issues, malignant narcissism, all types of issues that large groups of people have, that is to why we're not investing in our fellow human beings. This is quite strange, and to have this conversation seems to happen over and over and over again. Strange. It seems like a very simple solution, but it just doesn't, it never happens. Because some people seem to just feel better with this ideology of, I'm up on the top of the hill and you're down there. And that sense of feeling of importance that they get from that is more important than having a productive society.
So you were mentioning about drugs. I, for one, would advocate legalized drugs. So that would take a huge chunk of your reasoning out.
I don't think that's, no, I don't think legal. You said legalized? Let's be clear on that. Is legalized drugs?
Yes, legalized drugs.
Yeah, no. Why not? Yeah, no. So drugs are highly addictive and can be highly disruptive to society. The solution would be, we tend to not pay much attention to early childhood development. I don't know, the DARE I haven't touched a drug in my life. The DARE program was really effective on me. I think that if we create scenarios in which there's a great deal of shame and you're ostracized and we got to create the same kind of propaganda that's anti-drug in children. Early childhood developmental stages are truly influential to human beings, and it's very impactful, very helpful. The earlier, the better. We can indoctrinate children to see drug use as this sort of weak behavior, this sort of very bad behavior. There's something that is just, all you got to do is sit back and listen to people for a while and insert this and insert that, and you can kind of tell what they're shape. And if you really look at, looking at early childhood development, you can really impact the life of a human being the more that you put into them early on. I don't know if you have kids.
But why? He said legalizing drugs. You're not really making a case for. In other words, can you debate with him a little bit about why you think it shouldn't be legalized?
I mean, that's how you feel. I just went around it.
I'm just curious if you're willing.
I could bring up, what, past historical events. I mean, look what opiates did to China. There's drugs can, and I'm talking about certain types of recreational drugs. I'm not saying all drugs. I'm just saying there's certain types of recreational drugs that can cause disruptions in society and then disruptions in productivity. It can cause disruptions in effectiveness and efficiency, right? So, and I don't think the proper solution would be to go towards legalizing it.
Well, you have some control of it. Right now, there's no control of it. You know what I'm saying? So we know that drugs are, especially some are much worse than others, but there's no control over them. That's why some people think legalizing it is much more effective than the Wild Wild West.
It's interesting. It seems like China doesn't really have this problem. You deal drugs, you die. Very interesting.
Well, hold on. There's different approaches to this, and so when you start looking at it, Singapore has the best authoritarian answer to it, which is very, very strict rules. Specifically in China, you say that if you do them, you die. There's populations, hundreds of thousands of people that are go to opium dens and get high all day long. So like China has a drug problem. Singapore is the one that in Asia that's really figured it out in an authoritarian way. But I don't want to nitpick about it, because I think your point is that if you crack down, that you can lessen it. There's no doubt about that. But if you do crack down, you are going to impact individual liberty. The question is there a way to reduce drug use in a way that allows people to still be free? There's another example in Portugal where they did legalize everything and they destigmatized it. And what they're finding after a long time of doing these policies is that long-term drug use has gone down dramatically. And
I just said that earlier. I don't know if anybody was listening, but I said that early childhood development. I think people don't hear me when I say that. When you stigmatize, I didn't use the word stigmatize, but I said you created. I said the DARE program worked on me. I said that. I said that literally. If you impact early childhood development, you make it something that's looked down upon, which is essentially stigmatizing. That's what I mean, was looking for an argument. He was looking to see me debate somebody and get in.
That's kind of weird. Didn't listen to the full
I'd like to go out their time on, please.
Are you looking for drama? You started earlier a second ago with the other gentleman. I've been paying.
Oh, boy. This is what I was talking about Clubhouse.
So Joe made the comment in chat that I thought was kind of interesting, and I thought I saw data on it, but I don't have it. Joe, would you be able to get a link or a source for us that the DARE program actually increased drug use in America?
Sorry, I can't. I don't have the data, and I didn't look it up. I just remember reading the data, and that was
I heard that somewhere too.
Yeah.
Let me
actually,
Monica. There's a data set. It's not just various. Yeah. So the expectation was that people that are exposed to just the idea of it was actually one of the impetus is kind of that curiosity thing. And I actually think that that's probably, everybody brought up really interesting points about legalizing drugs, but I think probably the biggest thing, at least in the market as it pertains to marijuana, not just medically or recreational, but federally for the taxes. And then also the expectation that you can utilize that for research drugs, things like therapies for people that have epilepsy. The only thing that actually works, even in the pharmaceutical world, are tinctures that pertain to THC. But the biggest issue, especially for young people, I think, is that you do have fentanyl and things like that on the street. Some of these, off-brand carts and some of these things that aren't regulated are going to have very, very dangerous drugs in them when they're only expecting to have a THC cart. So yeah, federal oversight for that, governmental, it will reduce the amount of fentanyl in. We'll have drug gangs no longer growing in, federal land, which is actually one of the things. So if it's regulated in that regard, it makes it safer for children, but then it also gives us the opportunity to allow the DEA and ICE and police to focus on, that fentanyl stream that does come from China through the southern border. So no, I mean, yeah, legalization, at least in that, it's a smart move.
Or maybe people should just stop doing drugs, and then we wouldn't have a fentanyl problem.
Thank you.
Serendipity wanted to weigh in too, and I didn't get a very chance. Serendipity, you have comments?
I had looked at that at one point too, and while there were just a couple of isolated areas where they seemed to think that because it's just exactly what Joe explained, curiosity and whatnot, drug use went up. Overall, I don't think that the only reason that it was kind of discounted as not being helpful was because they didn't feel like it had long-term effects. Generally, once the kids aged out and got in the middle school and high school, the effects of what a lot of them went through and there. So I wouldn't go so far as to say it created the opposite problem overall. I just think it was kind of a wash.
It's not causality and correlation. Yeah, no, because the DARE program ceased to exist after that. So if you're no longer giving them information, it's kind of like a television advertisement. So the data set only exists for the time which they used it. It had nothing to do with phasing it out. The system stopped existing. There was no DARE program after that, really. I mean, you had in high schools, but it became ironic at that point.
To the point of just stop doing drugs. It's not realistic, you know. People travel far and long drugs not because they want to. They become addicts. A lot of them.
You do what you're introduced to, man. Like let's not pretend that like human beings wake up out of the moon. Like, let me find some drugs. Like that's not how life works. Once you open, Pandora's box, it's open, man. So, let's focus on not introducing drugs to people. Let's focus on, discouraging drugs, making it socially unacceptable, using the same propaganda tools. Oh, but you can't do that because it's actually profitable. Yeah, country, it's not fooling me. I see what's going on here. People that want to make money from this thing, and a lot of this willing participants because of the way we talk about it.
You do realize that your biology actually is represented by an endocannabinoid system, which means that cannabis has been used for humans for such a very long time that they have both an A and a B receptor in their brains for cannabis. And it actually it regulates things like hunger or pain reception. So you have an endocannabinoid system that is part of your biology, every person that exists on this earth. So it's not just that people are encouraging it, it's that it's part of your system.
I got a question for you, Joe. Why don't I smoke weed then, Joe? I don't smoke weed, Joe. Can you explain that?
Yes, sir. So it doesn't matter whether you smoke the weed or you do not smoke the weed. Your neurological system and your body have something called an endocannabinoid system. So they're brain receptors as well. They're part of your limbic system as well. They're very old. So your endocannabinoid system does actually exist in you, whether you smoke it or not. The thing that happens is that whether you're using one varietal or the other, depending on your historical lineage, because remember, it's grown all over the world for such a long period of time that almost every society has touched on it. Then you've got other places like the Middle East and Pakistan that use opium. Poppies, you've got that obviously from the opium wars and before, but you can go down to Marseille and see as it comes over from the Middle East. So yes, these things have existed on Earth. We utilize them, but the endocannabinoid system is just a representation of humans, and I don't mean you specifically as a person who does or doesn't smoke weed. Humans overall have an endocannabinoid system, biological.
Okay, thank you. But I don't use drugs. So regardless, something that's naturally occurring within me has nothing to do with external factors and whether or not I'm going to make a decision to take in a drug into my body, right?
Oh no,
so
I was
regardless of I know I can allow me. I know, but it doesn't
just your biology.
But you're even if it's my biology, even if that exists within me, what in the world does it have to do with somebody saying, let's discourage drugs. Let's not use drugs. Like, you can live without.
No.
Hold on. Allow me to. No. Don't interrupt me. Do not interrupt me. Do not interrupt me. Do not interrupt me. See, people like you try to intellectualize, and what you try to do is you'll try to say things that seem as if, or try to indicate why that somehow it's some kind of natural part of your process, but in reality, it's not. You don't need to take in marijuana. You don't need to take in any of these aspects from your external environment, regardless of what's going on internally. So it sounds good and feels good to maybe pot smokers or people who smoke weed. Yeah, telling yourself these amazing facts about the human body, right? It's great, right? But you can live your entire life without taking in from the external environment marijuana. You can live your entire life without taking in from the external environment cocaine, opioids, whatever. You can live your life without these drugs, these hallucinogens. Bro, like, it doesn't matter. You don't need it. Stop justifying drug use.
C-Profile, why do you give broad strokes like people like you and say things like that?
as if you're the.
Do you smoke weed? Do you smoke weed?
No, I'm just asking a question.
Yes or no? Do you smoke weed?
I mean, you just complained about the other guy cutting you off. Let him finish.
I got a question, dipshit.
I mean, you're being a hypocrite.
Fuck you.
I mean, you know I'm right, so just own it.
Yeah, you are right, but I'm asking him a question.
Brother, I asked you a question. I asked you.
Yeah, well, Curtis, I'll fuck you up in real life, Curtis. Shut the fuck up.
Okay, I don't know why there's a stick up this man's ass, but can I go after you, brother? Okay.
I asked you a question. You're a weed smoker, right?
All right.
Wait, hold on. Everyone's gonna hold on. Everyone's gonna hold on.
Go on mute, Mojo.
No. Everyone's gonna hold on. Whoever fucking said that's risking going to the.
Go on mute, Roger.
Okay. All right. Let's get you moved down there. No problem. Let's see. Let me just find the button. Okay. Mothers in the audience. Let me just read a couple of things real quick that might help this discussion along. I actually think that we have some good people on here with some different ideas, and I hope that we can have a civilized conversation. In order to do that, we have to follow the rules. Rule number 1, no threats of violence. Number 2, no doxing. Number 3, stay on topic. Number 4, keep your shares brief. That's an important one. Number 5, probably the most important one here is do not interrupt speakers, especially mods. Number 6, mods may interject when appropriate. Number 7, the N and K words are forbidden on stage and in chat. Number 8, do not spam the chat. Number 9, do not bring drama here from other rooms. And number 10, English only. Thank you. So we'll go back to the conversation.
My question was, do you smoke weed, K-Mac?
Time out. Do you smoke weed?
No, I asked him a question. I'm not going to answer his question until he answers my question.
I'll insert myself in this. I am completely drug-free unless you want to count caffeine. I'm a huge caffeine enthusiast, but everything else I am drug-free.
Thank you, sir.
What about sugar? The caffeine and sugar are both drugs.
Sugar's not a drug, dude.
Sugar is surely a drug. It's the most deadly.
It's getting there.
I'm there already. It kills more people than anybody. It kills more people than anything on the planet.
All right, so I use sugar. Okay.
Hold on.
Can I ask you?
Yeah, hold on. Something that kills somebody doesn't make it a fucking drug, dude. Fucking eat this.
It's addictive. It's addictive also. It's also.
Listen, if you eat too much mac and cheese, you can fucking die. That doesn't make mac and cheese a drug, for fuck's sake. Come on. Let's get to it.
Sugar and caffeine are both addictive. They both have addictive properties.
Maybe fat kids like you.
What C profile? I'm trying to make sure that I know that we're coming from the same perspective. What is the difference between a drug and medicine, at least as you would define it?
There's no difference.
Depending on where, again, your historical diet comes from. Again, not the system in and of itself, but if you think that maybe there's something external that is good for your body, that is helpful to you, would the stigmata of changing the word from drug to medicine because it's a medicine for certain people, would that destigmatize it, at least from your perspective?
Drugs and medicine are interchangeable, but the thing you said, children will try to make
C profile.
Okay, I still want to say this real quick. Like herbs, not a medicine. Herbs are something that's beneficial that's not a medicine nor a drug. But drugs are medicine.
You know what I realize now? So what I'm realizing now is that Joe here has an agenda, and it's okay. You know, if you want to rationalize harmful drug use and compare it to something like useful, like let's say you have a physical ailment or you're harmed in some sort of way and you need a way to repair that condition, we would then call that drug medicine because it's specifically designed for whatever that is. When we talk about drugs oftentimes, though, we're talking about, you're not necessarily, dealing with whatever it's not medicated, it's not regulated. We're not often talking about that. We're talking about usually people are self-regulating with these sorts of drugs. They're taking them on their own accord without any, care for the possible potential consequences or harmful outcomes. So when you try to, like I said, you're really like the thing that annoys me, and I'm going to just be honest, it's not personal, but it does annoy me about people who think like this, that he tries to blur the lines between everything, and he does it intentionally. It creates a very dangerous society in which where people will begin to kind of merge these things as if they're not two different things. It's quite destructive. I can't it makes me sad about what
C profile. What you're doing right now is you're trying to create a condition where you don't want to engage with his thoughts and ideas, but you want your ideas and thoughts to be engaged with in a positive way.
I actually don't anymore. I don't.
Well, hold on.
I'm going to leave. You guys
okay, that's fine.
I don't want to hang out with drugs.
Yeah, I get it. So your ideas were going to get challenged and you ran away. Amazing. Amazing. You're a great example for children. You're a quitter. Go ahead.
So that's what we call ad hominem, and actually probably a lot of people on the stage C profile who I've interacted with in the past understand that, yes, I do. I have an agenda. I have opinions. I have friends of mine that were in the military that have PTSD who take marijuana every single day. Some of them lives in states where it's legal and they can get a prescription for it or they can get a card for it. And there's others who live in places where they don't have a card and they have to self-regulate. So yes, I do have agenda because I know that these people say that if they didn't do it, it would be very, very difficult for them to get through their day. So I view that as medicine. And if you think I'm blurring the lines, I have an opinion, that's also absolutely fine. If you'd like to attack me because you think I have an agenda, I absolutely do. I also have thoughts and ideas and concerns.
The reality is that I realize where this is going. It's not going to go anywhere. Even if I share my views, it's not about me quitting. It's about me saying we have a serious ideological difference, and this doesn't go anywhere. It's not going to get any better. The more the conversation goes on, the more likely it's going to be for a larger conflict. So I'd rather not. That's all. I'm avoiding conflict, future conflict. It's not about running away. I'd like to have a conversation, maybe on a different topic. Yo, I'm in the middle of talking. He said no interrupting. I waited till Joe was done. I waited till Joe was done respectfully. So hopefully the mods follow the rules in the same way. I'm not shooting as he's running. I'm leaving because I don't want to turn into, I get very passionate about this, and I might find myself beyond a place where I can control myself. I don't really I know my limits. I know my limits. So allow me to say this.
Well, hold on.
You're breaking your own rules. You're breaking your own rules.
Actually, I'm abiding by Rule 6. The mods may interject. So
this is crazy.
Here's the thing. You criticize Joe because you said he's on the agenda.
Fuck you. You're fucking bitch. You're breaking your own fucking rules, you fucking coward.
No, I'm actually following the rules. This is just anyways, this guy doesn't want to have a good faith conversation. Listen, he criticizes Joe because he says Joe has an agenda. But then he has an agenda-driven message himself. Like, everybody's got a fucking agenda, and I sit somewhere in between where Joe and he is at. The fact that he doesn't want to hear differing opinions, like, there's something about people challenging his wisdom that makes him very, very uncomfortable. And I don't understand why. We gave him plenty of time to share his thoughts, and the idea that we don't understand where he's coming from, he made it very simple. He said that we should socially make it unacceptable for people to do drugs. I actually agree with that. That's the part that I think is what the weirdest thing is, that I agree that we should make it socially less acceptable. But I also hear the fact that there are certain substances that make people deal with certain issues better than without those substances. So the question is, why can't we have a nuanced conversation to figure out, well, what are the problems that we're really trying to solve? The problem I would like to solve is the death and the other violence that happens that's associated with an illegal drug trade. If you think about the creation of the cartels, the creation of street gangs that sell these illegal drugs because it's illegal and they can't use the police or courts to defend themselves because what they're doing is illegal, we have to address those things. I mean, I think the guy could have, if he would have been able to emotionally regulate, and maybe pot would have helped him in this situation, I think he would have been able to participate in this conversation in a meaningful way, but he's just got emotional irregulation issues.
Yeah, when he came up, he had an agenda as far as his expectations of who everybody was. He had a point of view that was twisted about everybody, and then he was projecting. Joe, I followed you. You gave him a very smart answer to him without offending him, but of course he got offended, right? Mojo, you gave him the rules. He didn't read the rules, so he cursed you out for following the rules. So he was definitely emotionally not stable.
Can I also say this? A guy that's going to say, fuck you, I don't want to listen to ideas, you can suck my dick. Like, if you present that with somebody that's loved to smoke a plant, it's clear who is being the most unreasonable here. And it doesn't necessarily mean that the guy had bad ideas, but he's a poor communicator. At the end of the day, I feel bad for him.
Well, I just asked him because originally the gentleman that was here, Hanson, right? He supported legalizing drugs, and this profile, he had a thing about drugs that was, I don't think, very realistic. You know, like so. Yeah, he had no argument. He was in his head. Yeah.
And I'm very sorry that he did threaten you with violence, because it seemed like we made him a little bit upset. And again, I did love The Last Dragon. You were awesome in that. So I just wanted to say hello.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you there. That's right.
Well, that was the other thing. I was like, I think he saw your picture. He's like, oh, this is just some dude on the street corner, without realizing that you actually have literally like a lifetime of martial arts. So yeah, that was why I kind of thought it was a little funny. But I think probably if he probably shared with us, you're probably going to find out that there's somebody in his family that had, and all of us had somebody in our family that had, some terrible thing. Or contrarily wise, he may be on prescription medications that he does not consider to be, like drugs, if that makes any sense. And for him,
no, my bad, Joe. I thought you were done. I said, go ahead and finish up. My bad.
And again, I don't mean to disparage. I'm speaking from my own perspective that I know people who vilify certain drugs and take other ones because, it's prescribed. So from my opinion, yes. The thing that happened in Oregon is obviously shows us that we can't just wholesale legalize drugs in America. It's wanton disregard, and it just has negative consequences for everybody in that society. But I think a wholesale reevaluation of at least marijuana and the fact that you could utilize it for so many healthful medications that are aligned with things like not being addictive and like selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors that change the brain's chemistry. Again, I'm speaking for friends of mine that literally the answers was, if I don't smoke this today and I have to go out and deal with the world, it's going to be a problem. Because these are people who, like Timac, are trained, to deal with things consequentially with violence. They don't have that mindedness, that centeredness. They're still in that PTSD. So your system or any meditation system or yogic system would help, but this drug, for whatever reason, because of our endocannabinoid system, seems to be the only thing with these hyper-aggressive PTSD guys. It calms them down enough to get through the day. I'm not saying that drugs are good. I'm not saying that anybody should take them. I'm just saying it should be an option just as any other medication is. So
I just want to say real quick. I don't say real quick. I think his only agenda was to have some moral superiority that he don't use drugs. I think that was his only thing that he wanted to keep his mind to say, I never used drugs in my life, and wanted to point out any flaws. So it wasn't necessarily about legalization or harm. It was simply about him.
So I was going to say, I do think that the Oregon example is obviously not doing anything correctly, but that doesn't mean that the idea entirely is flawed, right? Like you look at the results of what they got in Portugal, right? They do have decreased use of drugs among their population since they basically legalize everything. They do see drops in HIV transmission via needles because they have those sites open. They do see overall, they looked at the piece of like, oh, we'll just let people use.
didn't build up the infrastructure for rehab and for the off ramp and for the court to identify the people that really need the rehab. And because they took these half measures, that's why it failed. Which is why, even though I support legalization of drugs, I think the Portland example should not be ignored. I also think that the Portugal example should not be ignored. What I would like to see is an intentional design. Maybe we take Barstow, California, and we put rehab centers all around the outskirts of town, and then we put a big fence up, and then that can be the part in the Western United States that if you want to use drugs, you do that. And then zero tolerance outside of that. I also think that we should make a distinction about which drugs we're referring to. I think marijuana is a clear example of something that, if you look at crime rates, nobody's getting in a disproportionate amount of trouble once they smoke pot. The one thing that they might do is get a little fat because they get the munchies and they eat a little bit. You don't see violence associated with an increase in use in marijuana.
Yeah, I think at a certain point everyone kind of agrees that the government is lagging behind. Like, who the fuck cares about marijuana at this point? Like, the fact that the cartel is still making money off of it is ridiculous. Like, it's just everywhere, right? People in my high school are growing it at home. Like, it's really not something the U.S. government can or has been able to control. So they might as well make a profit out of it and use it for whatever, you know? So I think marijuana is also cocaine. Like, what's the hype with cocaine? I've tried it. It's really not that big of a deal. What else have I done? Yeah, I would say we need to keep LSD illegal. That shit fucked me up when I tried that.
Hey, why only two people on the stage voted in the poll? The head mod didn't vote.
Oh, I don't want this in my profile for life. That's why I don't vote on some polls when I vote on others.
Hakeem, I think Mojo didn't announce it and he changed it without announcing it. Is that what it is? Mojo?
So I have a question. How many drugs have y'all done on this stage?
0, 2, 3, all of them. Sugar, marijuana, alcohol.
I'm a crackhead, but I've done every fucking drug known to man.
I've done cocaine, LSD, shrooms, ketamine, marijuana, and now I don't do any, but that was like when I was dumb and young. But I haven't done any drugs in like 5 years.
Well, I tried shrooms, but it had zero effect, so I didn't count it.
Oh my, dude, shrooms I didn't really like because I kind of like I just don't like how I felt. And then LSD got me fucked up. LSD had me like raving the night away. I was like, I mean, it wasn't good, but it was kind of scary. I felt like I had taken like 17 shots of espresso. Cocaine, I think, is highly overrated.
So with the different examples of like Oregon and Portugal and stuff like that, so like what do we do? Like it's one of those things where it's like if you cross the border, like they'll allow a certain amount of medication, you know, this and that, but if you have over the amount, they'll bust you or whatever. So do we go to that type of system where if you have a little bit of it, okay, no big deal, but if you're over a certain amount, you know, hey, you know, you're in jail for 20 years or whatever, you know.
Yeah, so here's how I would break it down, right? So if I was going to write the U.S. drug laws, of course marijuana would be illegal, but I think ketamine should be done in like you know how in the Netherlands they do marijuana bars where you go and they bring you marijuana and you sit down and you smoke it and then you have to leave it there before you leave, right? Like I think ketamine should be in that similar model because it's really not that crazy of a drug, but in large doses you can get fucked up very quickly. So that's where I would put ketamine. Cocaine, I think it's another one. You should just legalize that one. I think it's kind of silly that we have spent so much money on drug enforcement. And then the other ones like heroin, LSD, I would probably leave those illegal, is what I would do.
Cocaine's my drug, but I tried heroin once and I just, that shit made me shake so much. I didn't like the high at all. And so I would definitely put that on the illegal list big time.
Yeah, I've heard people
hold on. So you make something illegal because you had a bad experience with it?
Exactly.
Well, no, it's not just me, but I mean, obviously, if it makes me shake and everything else, what what about the other guy? You know what I mean? I mean, what is it going to do to the other guy? It's going to make him shake and hallucinate and everything else, just like these people on the street. It does the same shit.
Oh, crystal meth. That's one I forgot. I did crystal meth one time. That was not fun. I was wild when I was young, guys. Can you tell?
All the gays tried meth.
Yeah, crystal meth was not a fun time. That was not enjoyable. I couldn't sleep for like 2 days.
Mother, what you doing trying crystal meth? Come on, you gotta be better.
So I got it handed to me like at a party. I thought it was like a pipe, like a weed pipe. And then they're like, oh, just, do it. And I was like, oh, it's probably just like weed or whatever. And then it ended up being crystal meth. And I was like, why does this taste weird? So that was the first time something was off. And then I was just drunk and dumb. I didn't go out and buy it. Someone handed it to me. But then when I got home and couldn't sleep, that's when I realized it was crystal meth, because that's like the number one thing. Yeah, I was like laying on my bed like till like 9 a.m, sitting there.
Yeah, crystal's another one. Man.
Well, hold on. You didn't rearrange the furniture in your room?
No, I actually got up and went to go see the sunset or sunrise. It was like 7 a.m. or 8 a.m. But no, I didn't rearrange my house. Do people do that at crystal meth? Is that a thing?
When I first did meth, I've only done it a handful of times. I had a bunch of like rock and roll posters. It was like the little pictures that you would get pulled out of a magazine, thumbtacked to the wall. And I remember the first time I was just like, I'm going to rearrange it. And like, I rearranged it, and then I didn't like it. I rearranged it again. And then afterwards, the wall was just destroyed because I moved where all the thumbtacks were at. So don't do that.
Oh, I've never tried to clean well on drugs. Maybe I'll do like an edible and start cleaning the house.
That's a truth there, mate.
But also, here's another thing. I'm not a huge fan of marijuana. It puts me to sleep every time. I know people are like, oh, try different strains of my body just... I smoked some weed before I went to the bars, and I fell asleep in the middle of the bar at a table because it just knocked me out for some...
Ignorantly grabbed it and took a hit off of it. When it got passed around again, so I took 2 hits. I fell asleep before the draft started. I woke up as the draft was ending. They picked me a decent team, though.
Okay, so I'm not the only one. Okay, so this is a common response. People just knock out.
Well, the other thing about weed, too, is it actually has the THC oil inside of it gets extracted and turns into oil and is a very good cancer treatment. So that's also another good thing about
So there was that massage oil. Have you ever been to those massage parlors, like where they do the THC massages or whatever, or the THC oil massage? It actually feels pretty decent on your body.
Is that the CBD or the...
Oh,
the
CBD, yes. Okay, it's a CBD massage or whatever. I don't know if does your body ingest? Probably not. Like, you're not really... How does that work? Like, why does that relax your muscles?
Well, all you need to do is just put it on your skin, and you're high than shit. So,
yeah, it goes into the body through the pores. Your skin is an organ, right? So, certain oils like castor oil go easily through the skin. Most more than many oils, maybe all oils. Castor oil goes directly in.
You got to remember, your skin is your largest and most important organ.
I had an instructor. He was a former Marine when I was a very young martial artist, and he had a way about sparring that was very kind of bizarre. And being young, going in through that, took me years to recognize that I was in a very toxic environment, So we would all smoke weed because he was addicted to weed. He smoked it all the time. because he had come out of Vietnam and he had this severe PTSD. And so he would, before we all sparred, he would turn on classical music and we'd all be stoned, beating the shit out of each other. It was bizarre.
That is actually the best short film in black and white that you could ever think of. Can you imagine people beating the shit out of each other to classical music? I think that's actually epic.
Yeah, he was bizarre. Yeah, he would be he was in a real, like, he would get in a fun mood, like, all right, yeah, let's go, who wants to go first, and there was certain people that he knew he wanted to beat their ass. So so it was a pretty tough.
Now my question is this: was he any good as a teacher? It sounds like he had some anger issues, but was he a proficient martial arts teacher?
Yeah, he was a champion. The thing is, as a teacher, he was very good in teaching technique. He was, he had a lot of experience, right? He also, from the Marines, combat there, and also going up head of security, blah, 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 blah. So he had a lot of on the street kind of experience. So there you did learn effective stuff. But as far as a teacher, spiritually, he was the worst possible teacher because violence was his way of dealing with a lot of things, So I had to get away from him when I saw him strangle his wife. Yeah.
And what did you study, by the way? Were you like more of the Filipino arts?
Different styles throughout the years. I don't want to out who this gentleman is. So, I told him that he shouldn't be doing these things, but he wouldn't listen to me. So I stopped doing it.
So he was your best spiritual teacher in the fact that he described to you a life and a lifestyle that you didn't want to live. So he was your spiritual shono.
A hard time with this button. He was very good at the time because as a teenager walking through the streets of New York and dealing with certain characters, you needed to protect yourself, that kind of thing. You had to, and also young guy going around meeting girls and stuff. And there's certain ways you had to be in tougher areas with certain guys because they'll try you, if they think they'll walk over you, they'll talk to you a certain way, to your girl a certain way. So all these kind of things, you start falling in a certain clique, and it's kind of important when you grow up that way to have this certain respect when you walk around, So in that way, he was great. But as far as growing as an individual, he was the worst, because when you grow as an individual, you have to be ready to learn new ways of being, different ways of approach that aren't violent.
Nice. So do you think that, at least from a philosophical point of view, and this is one of the things that I was a teacher for a lot of years and always liked to have sports and stuff in school, and always noticed, even if somebody wasn't good in a particular sport, at least it gave them an opportunity to maybe find something that they would like, that they would carry on, kind of keep them healthy or kind of, enjoy it for the rest of their life. I'm trying to think of mutually assured destruction type of idea, at least from a perspective of self-defense. Do you think if every kid that went to a public school was taught hand-to-hand combat and medicine, and if everybody knew that everybody knew it, would that be a beneficial program for schools in America? Do you think that would actually reduce?
Also how to elevate themselves beyond their reptilian self, the self that is like the gentleman that came in the room. Reptilian? The gentleman that came in the room, he didn't know, maybe, I don't know, but it didn't appear like he knew his behavior. Right? And part of the training and meditation is to become aware of your thoughts, right? So if you know how you're thinking, you know the things that are in your mind, you know that it affects your behavior. So you start shifting those thoughts to something much more healthy. So that's why that is, to me, the most important, because if you just give them martial arts training, right, and they've got this kind of bad day, and somebody just taps them on the shoulder, say, "Hey, don't, you stepped on my shoe." The guy might beat the hell out of the other guy because he has a trainer, right? But if the person does the meditation and understands this kind of thing, they'll become aware of themselves and make themselves, and they'll be self-sufficient to better themselves and their surroundings.
So that would be like, so I know like some of the problems that I ran into, depending on where I was in the world, was like you don't have equipment for schools and stuff. And I know they're cutting funding and stuff, and they're getting rid of like music and art and things in school. But I mean, if you taught literally meditation and martial arts, apart from like some bow staffs and some, depending on which style you use, ultimately it doesn't take any resources. I mean, you don't need a field, you can do, those things anywhere. So, I mean, that kind of the gentleman that was in here before talking about the no drugs and talking about early intervention for children, in schools, I'm just thinking from a philosophical and a health standpoint, that would be an excellent, opportunity for someone like yourself, obviously, to, kind of, promote that and see if that would be something that would be functionally advisable for PE programs, especially like in places that don't have a lot of teachers or can't afford a PE teacher. The program could literally be rolled out to anyone who wanted it.
Yeah, I've got a huge meeting here in New York City with some high-level teachers, principals in the New York City area, in the tri-state areas, actually, and some leaders in the work of the subconscious mind, the conscious mind, and this kind of thing, and meditation, and so it's a pilot program right now. So the adults will learn it first, and then they'll give their feedback. Usually they really enjoy it and really see the benefit for young people. So that's where we're starting there, and then maybe later on we can discuss self-defense and that kind of thing.
That's actually brilliant. Well, I haven't lived in a couple of years, so I understand some of the problems you have with the school system. But I mean, New York has really, really, really good resources. So this is
and anytime you're dealing with the mind from the conscious and the subconscious, it will change your life. It will change your life.
Joe, what have you been up to, man? You've been off the app for a while, or at least a good. One of my all-time favorite takedowns on this app was the night that you ripped Pepe to shreds. It was a very memorable night for everyone.
Oh man, I wish is that on record?
Was that when he called me the N-word? It didn't matter. I remember it distinctly. He was going to, he basically what your friend did. He threatened to beat the absolute tar out of me and explained to me what a wonderful boxer he was. And I explained to him that I was going to put my hands behind my back and use my feet. So yes, that was. Thank you for reminding me of that. That's fun.
Yeah, I would say that's one of the top 3 all-time takedowns on Clubhouse. It was, it was very unexpected because you're normally you don't turn into that gear, and it was interesting to see that you had that gear. And when you did that, he was literally speechless. It was amazing.
I was ready for your takedown of the gentleman that walked in here and ran away. I knew it was coming, Mojo. I could tell.
What's funny is if he would have just relaxed a little bit, he would have found that I agreed with him on some of the stuff. Like, I appreciate that he has found the discipline in himself to not use drugs. I think that's cool. And I appreciate that he thinks that sharing that with other people would be a benefit. I don't think his heart was in the wrong place. I think that his ability to have an adult conversation with people that see the world differently, it's just unfortunate because that could have been a fun conversation, especially with the people that are in the room right now. I think that could have, if he would have allowed his ego, and we all have ego. I certainly do. Time Hack, I know that you've had
not at all.
Yeah, so if we could have kept that in check, it really could have been a fun conversation. And then, as you guys know, like when those people spin out of control, it lights a match in me, and then I go to that place. And so, I would have rather have had the good conversation, but I was happy to have the, go fuck yourself conversation too.
Yeah, I was in the subway wanting to. Well, the first thing I asked him that he didn't answer the question. He said to Joe, people like you. That's not only rude, it's condescending, right? So I didn't ask him in a belligerent way. I said, he basically said what he said. And that's when he gave me the question about drugs, so he would never answer that question. You know, he just didn't have the courage to debate and have to.
The fact, I'm sorry. No, I was gonna say, like, this is the argument that has been tried, right? Like, oh, we can just get the population through, all these preventative programs to stop doing drugs, and it hasn't really moved the needle in the country. So I find it to be, I see his position, but the goal is to improve where we're at, not to just continue to what we're doing. And that was.
But the other issue is this. You're never going in, the experiment that is our free society, which again is unique and different to everybody. There was a time in America that you could walk into a pharmacy, you could buy cocaine, you could buy laudanum, which was heroin, you could buy a tincture of massively concentrated THC, and then for some political reason or some socioeconomic reason, it is vilified. But you can go get Ozempic, which is going to destroy your internal organs. You can go get all sorts of things that are prescribed that are going to absolutely just mutilate your system. So it's not that we in a free society are stopping anybody from doing anything. I think like what TIMAC is trying to do in schools is that when you're talking about intervention, it has to be about personal responsibility. And you have to, like Mojo was saying, like what you're looking at with Portugal, you have to have support systems for people, and you have to meet people at those levels. So no, you're not going to expect people in America to not do drugs. But if you are going to legalize anything, then you have to have a support network for those people. And you also have to have personal responsibility where kids know they can regulate themselves without taking a pill like, what is it? Adderall is methylated amphetamines. When I was a teacher and a counselor, any single time that any of my students, and I only work with boys, it was a girl and boys school, but I only work with boys, if they were going to be prescribed, because I'd meet with a counselor to get Ritalin or anything like that, I would always try to use a regulation method beforehand, not because I'm a doctor, but because I know that for the most part, once that drug is taken for the rest of their life, the question is can I regulate my life without having to say, here's a pill for you? That's my only question. So yes, legalization is a good idea for certain things, but if you don't have the support system behind it, it's just never going to be successful.
Does anybody know what this administration feels about that? Does anybody know if they're open?
The Trump administration doesn't really give a shit about marijuana. Is what I think.
Well, marijuana is legal, Mother.
Yeah, but not at the federal level. They could crack down on these states that have legalized it, but they're not wasting their time with that.
But what about anything else?
They're talking about he's literally sending troops into Latin America. So that's.
But that's because of the fentanyl thing. My understanding is that they don't care as much about cocaine. That's why they're not going to Colombia and they're going to Mexico instead. What he's concerned about is the fentanyl.
The more dangerous.
Which I would put money on it that Trump has done cocaine in his past. I feel it. He gives me that kind of energy.
Hey, brother, if he really cared about the fentanyl, he would be going into China.
I mean, he tried that through the de minimis exception, right? He's going to fuck them on that end. But I actually don't know what happened with that.
Well, Trump, he probably did all these drugs, or did some, but, the guy's an old man now, so.
I mean, he grew up in the 60s. Wasn't everybody doing drugs in the 60s?
Maybe he's, I'm saying he's an older man now. Maybe he's looking at the harm that drugs can do to be out there for people if they're effective in certain ways. But maybe since as RFK, maybe there's something that can be done and to legalize drugs in America. Maybe it's politically a bad idea, but I don't know. It'd be interesting. I don't know. Mojo, do you know if this has ever been approached before?
Which part?
Legalizing drugs.
Well, we've experimented with different prohibitions, and you go back far enough. A lot of these things were legal, and then they have crackdowns. If you go back into the prohibition era of alcohol, we had this 12.5-year experiment where we said that because it's bad for you, it's bad for society, we're going to outlaw alcohol. And what that did was it created an income stream for the underground, and the mob became very powerful because of this hard to tax thing. We learned our lesson about how bad the prohibition of alcohol was in 12.5 years. We've been at the war on drugs since 1971. Nixon's the one that ushered it in, and I think it's time that we surrender because the drugs have won.
Right, Al Capone, the greatest cartaginian of all. But nobody knows if I know prohibition, but in the past 50 years, nobody knows it.
We've tried it at city and state levels. I mean, like we were just discussing the Portland failures that they have, and the sad part about that is that people will forever look at that and then say, "Well, look what happened in Portland." And again, I don't think you should ignore what happened in Portland. I think you should learn from it. I think there's examples of that you can try, and then depending on like how much personal liberty you want to restrict, there's other things you could do. Singapore virtually has zero drug use, and people that do have drug use, the first time they use it, they give them help. The second time they use it, they throw the book at them. And so they're very tough on drugs, and as a result, there's very few people that use it. So you can crack down on it. I think both approaches are better than what we're doing, because on one hand, we say, drugs bad, and then on the other hand, we enable the conditions that allow the cartels to become powerful, and we allow the street gangs to become powerful. My point of legalization would be, even if drug use stayed the same or even potentially increased, my hypothesis is that violence associated with the drug trade would go down dramatically.
Yeah, but I didn't know. I wasn't paying attention. What happened in Portland? I didn't know they did that.
They basically they decriminalized many things. There were some restrictions that were still in play of where you could be exactly, but it was a disaster, because what it did was instead of trying to destigmatize it and say, look, we're not surrendering to the idea that everyone should use drugs. Instead of having like a position, a philosophy on how this is going to help society, they just kind of tapped out and said, smoke them if you got them. And then what happened is people that felt oppressed in nearby communities were like, well, fuck it, we'll just move to Portland. And then basically, homelessness and drug abuse, everything just increased, and then the violence that gets associated with those type of things. So Portland's a fucking disaster. They're only just now starting to recover from it.
So they just had a really terrible approach to legalizing. Is that what you're saying? That their approach was horrible?
Yeah, they didn't have the. So in Portugal, the approach was before the decriminalization piece, they made sure that they had tons of facilities. They had the medical help. They had all of the resources needed to give it an opportunity to be successful. They leaned into that first. And so again, you're going to get pushback from me about government spending on those types of programs. But if you're going to legalize drugs, you can't just simply turn a blind eye to when somebody raises their hand and says, okay, where's the off-ramp? You better be able to show them where the off-ramp is, and it needs to be well paved.
Thanks.
So the issue that I see from the federal level is twofold. One is they're giving up basically, 10 to $11 billion in taxes every year for not being federally legal. So they're giving up money for one reason or another. And my suspicion is that drug companies are very, very aware that they have never federally, you have small organizations who've studied it, but things like seizures, that this little girl who had to move to Colorado because of state laws, because I think in America, even I think it's over 70%, they don't really care. But the question is if you can make drugs that are beneficial to people that don't have the same side effects, and you can also create a whole level of an industry that creates billions of dollars of federal taxation, is it because you are influenced by people who consider it a religious argument, which it can't be, or do you think it's more because of lobby groups as it pertains to the pharmaceutical industry?
Well, let me understand that. Do you think the pharmaceutical industry is the thing that stands in the way of us having sensible drug laws?
No, I think it's a religious.
That was what I was wondering, Mother. So you think it's more religion than you do think it's the pharmaceutical lobbyists?
Yeah, I think I have extremely religious family members, and they are ardent supporters of the bans on drug use.
Have you read
I think it's the criminal justice system.
What was the question, Joe?
Oh, sorry, Hakimi. Yeah, it probably is them too. I was saying, Mother, have you ever discussed Genesis with them, at least as it pertains to what we're allowed to have, all the plants with the seeds that are on the earth? Have you ever read that one to them and asked them what they thought about that?
I could have that conversation. My family is mostly Jehovah's Witnesses, but they are fundamentally just people who don't believe in that kind of excess in life.
Oh, wow. Your family is Jehovah. This explains a lot. So,
what does that mean, Roger? I'm a Lutheran, okay? I follow, and I don't know. So I bounced around different churches, right? So I went to Lutheran church for a while, then I went to a Methodist church, then I went to an Episcopalian church, then I went to a Southern Baptist church that lasted a whole 2 weeks, and then I was done with that. The Southern Baptist, I don't like that.
Mother, you should check out the Mormon church. A lot of those boys, when they come back from the mission, if they can't find a wife within 6 months, they go the gay way. You should go check them out.
But that's in Utah. I don't want to go to Utah. I don't think
they're in Idaho and Nevada.
They're in Miami. Probably none.
That's true. Well, actually, how fun would it be to be on a Mormon mission in Miami? That would be crazy.
They'd probably be losing their minds with the girls walking around in bikinis.
Jehovah's Witnesses are interesting. They have this literal interpretation of the Bible where, you know how the Bible talks about 12,000 people from each of the 12 tribes of Israel will make it to heaven. They legitimately believe that only 144,000 people are going to make it to heaven. And there's I think it's in the tens of millions of people globally that follow the religion. So they got a bunch of people following a religion, and everyone thinks that they're going to be part of that 144. It's fucking very interesting.
I actually asked the Jehovah's Witness when they came to the door that if they were successful in their mild, obviously he knew he wasn't getting anywhere that day. But it's an interesting interpretation. And understand, Mother, that obviously any
Actually, first of all, I really appreciated how you framed what you said, Mojo, and I actually totally agree. It's not going to happen often, but I think I support legalization, I support decriminalization. But it went badly in Canada. We decriminalized marijuana, or we decriminalized drugs in Vancouver, and the total number of overdoses went up, which obviously is not good. There was also cases of people reselling the drugs to teenagers and children that they got from the government, let's say. So yeah, it went badly. They ended up repealing some of the laws, so it's no longer legal to smoke in public. I support legalization. I think it was a test that we needed to do, but it really didn't go very well. So I mean, I don't know where we go from here in terms of how we decriminalize or legalize. I still think there's probably good ways to do it, but clearly how it was done in Vancouver is a good case study of what we shouldn't do.
As somebody that's visited Vancouver recently, I do like the fact that they've said, okay, if you are going to be using drugs, you got to go hang out over on Hastings. And they've pretty much pushed homelessness and drug use into one corner. Now, I'm not naive enough to think that there aren't people using in other parts of town, but visibly to a tourist, you don't see it. If you're going to shops and stores and restaurants and things like that, they hide it very well. I literally had to go out of my way because I asked the question, so you guys don't even have homeless people or drug addicts here? And they just laughed and they told me where to find it, and then I drove through it and I was like, oh, okay, this is where you got it.
Real quick, but also you can control the amount of drugs that goes to each individual person, right? If there's a legalization, you can control that. So where right now someone can go and buy as much as they want.
I think there's a lot of arguments that you can make about why it would be safer if it was legalized. If you had, what would the cartels have to do? Would they instantly become avocado farmers? If it became legal here, the cartels just would have so much less leverage, and clearly cartels are they're a criminal enterprise, but it's an enterprise nonetheless. Those people aren't going to just say, okay, we're never going to make money again. They just find new ways to make money. And so I think we should just figure out, how do we make drugs safer? And then also, how do we make sure that there's less violence associated with the drugs? I think those are the two priorities for me. Whether somebody chooses to do it as an adult or not, I'll let people whatever that guy's name that was here earlier, he can make that argument. I just like to see less violence associated with it. And if somebody is taking it, ridding it of fentanyl, so the lethal dose of fentanyl is so fucking small. And if you talk to law enforcement agents, they basically say that that's a dangerous game of Russian roulette. And for us to allow that to happen, I think that's basically that we're secretly hoping that the people that choose to use illicit drugs die. And I think that there could be a more empathetic approach to this.
But that is literally what they did during the first prohibition. They had obviously poison alcohol. The government had it, and people were so desperate that they drank it. That was 100%.
That's what excites me about getting meditation into schools and that kind of thing, Joe, because you're dealing with the source of a human being, right? A human being feeling whole, and a child feeling inspired about their future in a certain way. All these kind of things, you have to address it that way, with young people as well as with the product that's out there on the streets.
But you do also have to be honest. I think that's probably the one thing that was kind of ridiculous about the DARE programs. mean, yeah, this is your brain on drugs and what have you. I mean, if you were honest and be like, this is a person who's on crystal methamphetamine and this is what happens to you, and you were honest to kids that, you know, these are things that happen and these drugs, are, these fentanyl, you know, they are in cards, they are in all this other stuff. I mean, it has to be a twofold thing. You're an emancipated individual. You can make good choices, but also this is the world that exists around us. And these are the results of, you know, the actions if you do choose to take them. So yeah, you're correct on that, sir.
Yeah, and you work with kids. So there are kids that obviously they grow up in a certain environment. They're going to be much, much more reckless than others, and they could see that, you know, the real after effects of doing certain drugs, and it won't be on their head because they're out there to do something. They're out there to, you know, whatever's missing in their life, whatever angle of, you know, or whatever they feel just a bit horrible about, they're willing to go and take some drug. You know, that could be deadly. So that it has to be addressed.
Now, Jarl, you said that people were overdosing. Overdoses went up in Canada. Did you say that is in Vancouver, sir?
Correct. So overdoses went up, but deaths from overdoses did not. So I'm assuming it's because like people have Narcan. If they're having overdoses, you know, they're taken care of faster. But there was more overdoses in 2025 and 2024 than the years prior.
Gotcha. So, I guess for school kids, I mean, do you have drug? I mean, do you have the same problems that we have in the United States? I mean, I'm assuming you do. Do you have like drug prevention programs in schools?
Yeah, I think it's very similar. The fentanyl problem in Canada and the U.S. Maybe there's a bit more in the U.S., but we hear about it just the same. Yeah.
Now, you guys have a socialized medicine system. Does it treat like addiction and stuff like that, or are you on your own to this private?
Oh, good question. I will fact check. I'm not sure. I'll check.
No, I'm just trying to think. I mean, we look at Portugal, but it's again a much smaller subset. We look at Portland, which is just a nightmare because there wasn't support, and then Canada, of course, being our closest problems, or at least tested them. Then I mean, it's a good case study and how to do it either right or wrong. But okay.
And yes, it looks like almost everything is covered. Detox, addiction counseling, opioid therapy, psychiatric care, rehab, all that stuff seems to be covered, by insurance.
Okay, so the federal...
legalization of marijuana being $10 billion direct, and then obviously you got another $24 billion indirect. Maybe use that for like addiction treatment as like a subsidy for the taxation that is there. That could also be a great way to lessen the impact when the legalization occurs if we already earmark the money for treatment. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you're asking me, but we do that in Canada. We have STDs, so there's plenty of like marijuana and alcohol sales would do that. Yeah. Okay, so if you ever mental alcohol, cool. Like an ABC store in North Carolina.
Hey, this is John. I would just like to say that I don't think the U.S. government should spend any money whatsoever on rehabilitation or any type of preventative measures at all in terms of consumption of illicit drugs or alcohol. I think if you look at the priorities, worrying about consumption of what people put into their body is one of the lowest hanging fruits of priorities on our list of priorities. That's just my opinion.
I agree with you, John, and the good thing is that none of the money is actually being spent. This is a tax that doesn't exist. So what I was hoping to do is to get in front of a problem that could suspectedly happen. Not that it would happen, and certainly not that governmental monies should be used for humanitarian things. That would be outlandish. But the expectation that the money doesn't exist now, so if you create the tax and you legalize it, you earmark it, you'd like to have guardrails in it, just like you'd like to have an airbag in your car, just preventative. So in our system, right, if you smoke cigarettes, like you're paying a massive tax on your cigarettes, and that's because you're so much more likely to end up sick in the hospital. And then so like in a system like Canada, it makes makes perfect sense to tax you more if you're buying drugs, alcohol, or cigarettes because you're more likely to end up sick from those.
So you think stealing people's money because of what you want to eat or smoke or drink, you think the government should steal from you in order, to basically prepare for your future health crisis?
Yes, so we saw that in America. It was called the largest class action lawsuit in the tobacco industry. It was actually undeductible. As I met the gentleman, and he was nice enough to talk to me about it. What we did was we increased the taxation on cigarettes because, of course, we realized that they do affect your health. So yes, we actually tax people in America because we know it's going to cost us more.
Got it. But it's not like actually tied to your future healthcare, right? It just goes into a general pool fund. So like it's not actually guaranteed that taxation will go towards your future healthcare, right?
No more than any guarantee that you have a budgetary expectation for money to go to NPR and then they just get rid of it. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it is what it is. We have a budget, but the discretionary spending of the budget is obviously up for debate. But no, that money is actually earmarked for things like class action lawsuits against tobacco companies. You're not allowed to do that anymore. We just tax them over the board. But no, what I was saying is actually earmarking that money for a specific reason like they do in Canada. And no, I guess he said it's not just what you would call the public health care system. Yeah, I don't want to be like 100% quoted on that. I'm not sure if it's like one big pool of our taxes or if it does go directly to that, but that's the idea, right? Like we have like it's the same thing with like gasoline, right? We have it like an environmental tax on gasoline, or we used to. I think they got rid of it. But like the idea is that because you're using gas and you're hurting the environment, you pay a little more taxes. I don't know if it's actually set aside for green causes though.
So if the country's $37 trillion in debt but wants to continue taxing you, I'm just so confused how it's not that money's just going to paying interest expense and hopefully paying down the debt. So why you think a country in debt is actually preparing by saving your taxes that you're paying? See, I just think you guys are living in La La Land.
Well, that's the nice thing about America, sir. So the deficit that we have as opposed to the debt that we have. So most American debt is actually a bond, and it's a foreign investment. So we look at that, it's actually debt that sometimes we owe to ourselves. So a lot of our bond market is actually owned by the United States, but some of it's foreign. So yes, that's actually true. But the question for America is never are we going to be in a budgetary issue because we have surpluses in the past. Our country, of course, has the strongest military in the world, the greatest political insight in the world, and are the strongest nation in the world. So the question is always this: if we do put ourselves in the precipice of being in an economic conundrum, there's oftentimes that people go to war over limited resources. So I'm assuming that's probably the play, but I don't really think that talking about the taxes being earmarked or benchmarked or something like that have anything to do with it, because right now the tax doesn't exist. And that's what I'm saying, is money that doesn't exist that could be used for a perceived problem, or contrarily wise, could be used for educational purposes. That could also be used for it. But again, everybody in America has to decide what they think their money should be spent on, and that's why we vote.
But when you say we owe the money to ourselves, can you maybe clarify that a little bit?
Yes, sir. Have you ever bought a U.S. Treasury bond?
Yes.
Okay, so do foreign countries buy U.S. Treasury bonds?
Yes.
Okay, do we also give like 0% loans to banks, and do we also give bonds that we borrow against ourselves? Would that not be us owing ourselves money, being our foreign debt in Treasury bonds, as also to ourselves? Like, what was it? Yes, the U.S. mail. So the U.S. mail, Congress borrowed against some of the assets of the United States government's mail department. And what they wanted to do was to borrow that money. They wrote themselves a little check and they put it aside. When it came time to pay it, unfortunately, the Congress didn't want to do it. So what they did was they made the